der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur ADAC Ravenol Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben.
The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome to the Nürburgring for a first race in the NLS Championship, which continues after a thoroughly entertaining 24 hours of the Nürburgring last month. That of course was a victory for Mercedes, the first time in a decade, and congratulations again to Maro Engel, Maxime Martin, Fabian Schiller and Luca Stolz for taking the victory in the Ravenol Mercedes. But we now go back to the bread and butter form of the 4-hour races. There is a 6-hour race just around the corner though as well at the start of August, but this is the first ever ADAC Eiffel Trophy, which forms NLS Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series number 6. So we had 1, 2 and 3 over the first 2 months of the, first 2 months of the season, let's say March to April, and a couple of qualifier races, each of 4 hours. This then in total is the 6th 4-hour race. And it's a very good morning to Bruce Jones. My name's Johnny Palmer. It's going to be great actually to get back into the stride. I mean, also my mind is sort of in the 24 hours of Le Mans mode, because we were both there 7 days or so ago, but good to get to the green hell again, and a fabulous entry once more.
Yeah, again, 110 were on the entry list, 107 went out and actually qualified. A few didn't get the whole way through, but yeah, packed full. Yes, reappraise. One thing that seems to be the theme of this summer through April, May, and now we are at the end of June. We're having a lot of hot races, and good to see the fans out there with the shades on and the hats to keep them protected, because they'll be out in the sun for probably 6 hours. You arrive before the race, a huge number of people on the grid. There's always is a feature for the NLS, but at these points it's for a lot of drivers not just to go about their racing, but to go about their racing considering how they get affected by the heat inside the cockpit. Does their performance drop off? Have they got the right amount of drinks? But of course the other issue, the key issue, is what are your tyres going to be doing to you, or what are you going to be doing to your tyres, and how can you keep them sweet through your run? So that'll be a massive feature, and again it's another reason why the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series is so adored by the tyre manufacturers. Brilliant circuit for testing tyres. We test them in the cold, and bear in mind NLS 1 was called off because conditions were so cold and wasn't considered safe to go out on the circuit. But it's a learning process, and for a lot of the teams they have a huge amount of support from the tyre manufacturers for the very reason. But today we've got some different cars at the front. We've got the KCMG Mercedes on the outside of the front row, 2.8 seconds down from the fastest lap, Walkenhorst Motorsport, 2-driver lineup, Christian Cronjes and Mateo Villagomez. One of the very rare number of drivers from Ecuador competing on the global scene, and they're out front on the grid in their Aston Martin. So it's a real mix of cars. Actually, the grid goes Aston Martin, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, BMW. So the first BMW down in 5th place, but of the 3 races that have been completed, there have been 2 BMW victories in NLS 2 from the Rover racing team, Schubert Motorsport won NLS 3, and then a victory for Audi in LNS 5 last time out for Shearer Sport. So it's been really mixed around, and the other manufacturers will be very keen to get in to their act. But I would say, Johnny, yes, we've had the long distance races, we've had the Nürburgring 24 hours, a lot of us are working at the Le Mans 24 hours. Still one more to come next weekend, probably going to be a hot one, the Spa 24 hours.
Speaking of working at the 24 hours of Le Mans, we are delighted to say that this kind of domestic race meeting has attracted a couple of drivers who were working very hard at the 24 hours of Le Mans last weekend. Indeed, one of them was winning it. Kamui Kobayashi, who is here today racing for KCMG, the 47 car that Bruce has already mentioned, but also Robin Freins in the entry, who finished second for BMW. So a Toyota winner, a BMW runner who finished second and actually led the race for a significant chunk of time. We will dive into both of those drivers just as soon as we get the opportunity to. But glorious conditions. Obviously, we're very close to the longest day of the year as well. So prime conditions for quali earlier as well.
It's always quick-fire qualifying here. People go scrambling out, and of course, with the lap being 25 kilometres, you don't get a lot of laps in. And an early pace was set by, in fact, the car we were just talking about. It was the 47 KCMG Mercedes that Kamui Kobayashi is driving. Conditions really, really fine. But, of course, inevitably there would be some yellow flags. A spinner sitting across the track, but the marshals do such a brilliant job. All the fan favourites were out there on the circuit. The little Dacia being passed by some of the quicker cars in the SP9 class. Unfortunately, not everybody stayed away from the barriers, but generally a very good, tidy session for all. And Cup 2 Porsches getting right in the mix. Cup 3 also, there's an estate car. Why not have an estate car out there? It is the weekend. Hamper in the back, off you go racing. But it really was, as the combi tried to set its pace, a chance for drivers to pick their way through traffic. And gradually the picture was beginning to be formed, with Walk and Horse Motorsport showing good form. Mechanical problems for some though, Johnny. Always a trick in qualifying.
And also for the 495 Sirocco, which ended up with the bonnet across the windscreen right at the end of the lap, fortunately. So there wasn't too far for the VW. Actually, labelled as a VW Golf. That looked very much like a Sirocco. Anyway, the Pascal Otto Fritzer and Michael Bura car in strife. But it was, as Bruce has mentioned, the story of the 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin that took pole position, and that was a time from Christian Krognes, a 7:54.452, to give him the right-hand side of the front row. And Naoya Gamu did the fastest time in the number 47 car, Kamui Kobayashi's teammate. They're also joined by Nirai Fukuzumi, and then a Porsche. So we got Aston, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes. I know for a fact that it was Jake Hill that did the quickest time of 7:57.6, and the 44 Porsche's fastest time was set by Klaus Bachler on his final opportunity. That is a Golf 495. Apologies for misidentifying it, and it has reached the end of, well, one of the installation laps. We will be doing a rolling lap at roughly 20 to 12 local time because of the length of this circuit, although it's not quite as long as the configuration we were using for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Instead, we're using all of the AMG arena. So you turn right and you turn right a bit more, and then there's 3 left-handers. And also we're using the Goodyear Spanger, which is the cut-through route, halving the Grand Prix track pretty much, and that enables 1 or 2, Bruce, actually far more than 1 or 2, to do a sub 8-minute lap. I reckon 9 of the SP9 cars all managed to duck beneath that time.
Yeah, and okay, it was cooler first thing this morning, but temperatures are certainly on the warm side. So again, you know, how hard do you want to push? It's always an interesting one, qualifying ahead of a long distance race. How much does it count? Of course, somewhere like Le Mans 24 Hours, massive kudos from getting pole position. Here, it proves your car's working well, but as long as you're on the first handful of rows, you're not going to get caught up, you hope, in anyone else's tangles on the opening run through the arena section of the circuit, and then the field will necessarily string out. But it's nice to know you're going well, and Christian Krognes has been going so well for so long here at the Nürburgring. It's no surprise he's at the top, and it's nice to have an Aston Martin at the top of the pile.
So let's talk a little bit about Kamui Kobayashi. Straight away back into the race seat. I'm sure he's had a bit of room for celebrating over the last week or so. It was a tremendous result for Toyota, coming back with their new TR010 for 2026, which is a sort of revised version of the old car from last year. But Mike Conway might be on his way out from Toyota, possibly. There are some rumours, at least, and Nick de Vries also taking victory, just the only the 3rd Dutchman to take victory at the long history of the 24 hours of Le Mans. But Kobayashi says, well, his quote, business first, pleasure second, and he's got a job to do for the 47 Mercedes AMG GT3. So it's not a car from the Toyota family. I did wonder whether he may be at the wheel of a Lexus, but joined by some very quick drivers, fellow Japanese drivers in the 47 car, and the first job he's done, they qualified on the front row.
Exactly, so that has to really augment their chances. But you look at KCMG, a team based out in in Hong Kong. They have been such long-term supporters of the long-distance races at the Nürburgring, and certainly there's been this eternal fascination from drivers of the Far East. A lot of Japanese drivers come to race here. Chinese drivers are getting into it, and a rich history of drivers from Thailand coming to play. There is something about endurance racing that just seems to really appeal to them, and why would you not come and do it here? Bear in mind, a lot of those countries, Japan's got circuits galore. China, they've probably built 3 new circuits since last week. Thailand is now getting a smattering of circuits, including the wonderful Chang International Raceway. Been there several times, that's got a lot to recommend it, but nothing anywhere in the world can come close to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and that is why it has the draw. That's why they come to play. And for KCMG, they really are due a top result in this. They've put in some really strong runs, but you know, generally they're not the ones on the top step of the podium. So today, starting outside the front row, very good opportunity.
17 Dunlop Porsche will start from 8th position, so that was put there by Nico Menzel. He's driving with Sven Müller. For Schnabel, both sides of the garage, remember they have a Dunlop car this year and they have a Falcon Motorsports car this year, but unfortunately both retired in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in the night. It was a big hit, I remember, for Dorian Boccalacci, who went headlong into the barrier. And what I don't know is whether this is the same car or they've had to source a new one. I mean, it's great, first of all, to have 2 completely different tyre manufacturers from the same team. When they were both Falcon, they used to have a BMW and a Porsche. There's something about Schnabel saying, listen, we can prepare kind of anything you want us to. They've gone for 2 Porsches, but on 2 very different tyre manufacturers. They're just hoping for a result for one of their cars today.
They've got their bases covered. Yeah, much more of a head scratch, but it does seem to be in their modus operandi, make life difficult. But then again, when they were fully Falcon Motorsport, run by Schnabel, they... You know, it was a calling card for them, because for Falcon, it gave them twice the chance of developing their tyres. And you never know, there's a market out there, and definitely the top class, SP9, you know, it's the window at the top of this series, but other classes further down, they'll be looking as well. And, oh, hold on, those Falcon tyres are very good when it's about 5 degrees and sleet in the air, etc. So, you know, there is a big window for customers there too. So, yeah, but it's the tricky way about going about business. But you look at the number of wins that the Falcon Motorsport team has had when run by Schnabel Engineering, and you need quite a few fingers to count the victories.
You also mentioned during our build-up that Scott Speed is here, making a debut on the Nordschleife. So he won't be able to go straight into SP9, and indeed he hasn't. It's a Cup 3 Porsche 718 Cayman. That is a one-make category, remember, for those cars. And he runs in the treble 9 car with no co-driver.
Tim Heinemann, I think, is the driver.
Okay.
No, sorry, Tim Tramnitz, I beg your pardon. Tim Tramnitz, a sort of late addition there. So obviously the desire for Scott Speed to come and play over here, and then you find a driver to go with you.
Well, Tramnitz is here, but he's not in the treble 9. He's in the 650 BMW, according to my info from qualifying. He's going to be joining Nano Lopez and Lars Harbeck in the 650 BMW.
That is a good point, well made.
So, but you're right about Tim Tramnitz. I mean, he's 21 years old, Hamburg, born and raised, and has just gone into GT World Challenge racing. I think he's been competing with Jens Klingman this year at both.
How's that as a mentor, someone to bring you in? Been there, seen it, done it. Really cool, calm head on Jens, and the results go with it as well. But
yeah,
again, it's the very essence of all forms of racing where you're doing long distance racing. Is you've got the young guns coming in, but let's face it, if there are mistakes to be made and you're coming in hot, you're likely to make them, and it's the ones with experience, winning experience, and be able just to be a mentor in a way that you understand your young driver, and you've got to sort of ease their fears and sort of maybe suppress their desire to charge at everything. But someone like Jens, I mean, no one has been a works driver for so long. He's just a very, very wide head. So yeah, young Tim Tramnitz, chance to see what he can do. But really this year, as you say, stepping up to GT World Challenge, it is a big step up, because the level in that is very, very high at the top, and you know the gaps between the cars are tiny. I think at Monza early this year they had best part of 50 cars covered by a second after qualifying.
Really?
Just completely bonkers.
Yeah, well, his best result in the World Challenge, well, he's only been in 2 races so far, but I think it was 10th position at Ricard when he was sharing a car with Jens Klingmann, who is also in this race, just not in the same car as Tim Tramnitz, because Tramnitz needs to go through the preliminary getting your license around the ring, because remember that racing at the Nordschleife kind of ignores any other racing you may have done, even for Scott Speed, who must still be a platinum, I would imagine, being a super license holder, and his former Formula One experience. He's also driven in NASCAR as well. So he'll compete for Müllner Motorsport in the treble 9 car.
He qualified only down in 94th position.
Yes.
But he's not listed as having a teammate. So
it's possible to do it.
It is
do
possible
4 hours.
to do. Maybe just as the first 2. Who knows? But, you know, he's here to gain experience. He's not here to necessarily think his heart's desire is to race in the Cup 3 category.
No. And that is the beauty of doing it on your own, is that you're certainly not short of any track time, because he will have done all of qualifying as well. So there is a great way of sort of ticking off the ring in one fell swoop, and then he'll be looking for future opportunities. So they are 2 debuting drivers, but a decent GT3 field with a couple of new cars. There's an alternatively fueled Premiere as well for Equipe Vitesse. Now, Equipe Vitesse are no strangers to racing like this with their Audi, but the fact that that is now in the AT1 class is new. And it's been entered by, well, the number 11 car, the 11 Audi's been entered by Max Cruiser Racing, but as I say, Equipe Vitesse, which will be the number 18 car, is an addition to the AT1 division, and they are the cars that don't pit in the normal pit lane. There is a special lay-by, so as soon as you come into pit lane, you then immediately veer right, and there are some special tanks, some special fillers there that are completely different fuel, and there's LPG and others as well. I'm not actually sure what the number 18 car is running on this weekend, but I can tell you that it's Kari Schreiner, Andreas Ziegler and Roland Frosa who are driving the number 18 car. But yes, an impressive amount of GT3 slash SP9 cars, particularly bearing in mind there is sometimes a natural drop-off after the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, because it is so busy. The calendar is so busy in the GT3 world. You already mentioned the Spa 24 hours is, what, next weekend?
Next weekend, yeah. No, I mean, it really, really is. But actually, I've noticed over the last handful of years, as the star of the Nürburgring 24 hours just seems to burn ever more brightly, is the drop-off isn't as great as it used to be. Because I think an awful lot of people are going, hold on, we really did learn a lot in those races we did, you know, as a sort of preamble to competing in the Nürburgring 24 hours. And I think they're increasingly going to keep it on as part of their regular season, alongside everything else, to come and do as many races on the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series as they can. They can see the benefit of being here. And you know, just the very fact that Kamui Kobayashi, no time off for him. Robin Freitz, no time off him. Fresh off the podium, or maybe not so fresh, on the podium at Le Mans, and then up here, you know, to get here to the circuit for Friday for testing, and then to get qualifying and racing. And again, if you're new to the NLS, it's got an extraordinary format. The racing is on Saturday, makes it unusual in its own right. Practice on Friday, but on the Saturday alone, you have qualifying first thing, bam, then it's the race. It's an incredibly simple format, and clearly the fact that we had an entry list of 110 cars, 107 of which were due to start this race, the proof is in the pudding. And as the grid begins to clear, we'll get to see the cars in all their finest in the sunlight here. They're doing something right, but a lot of the races have a long, long history. But this is the first ADAC Eiffel Trophy. A lot of the other races are sort of the 56th Barbarossa Prize or whatever at the end of the season. So again, but different organising clubs sort of put their name to these events. But really, quite honestly, the Nürburgring just needs no introduction. It's just getting more and more usage. And the good thing is, I mean, think back to 1976 when the Formula One Grand Prix nearly didn't start. The drivers were in revolt. Because the perceived lack of safety as the speeds of the cars increased and so on and so forth. They did agree to race, and ironically poor Niki Lauda was terribly burnt in that event. So that was the end of Formula One at Nürburgring. Or was it? It was on the Nordschleife, but obviously in the mid-80s Formula One came back to town to use the modern iteration of the circuit. But the number of races still on the Nordschleife dwindled, but the NLS has revived all of that. And, you know, there's a lot of people, and also, particularly, Johnny, you've had comments from people during COVID, during the lockdown, during the pandemic, where almost immediately there was a fantastic series, the digital NLS, the DNLS, and in commentating on, the graphics were so amazing. After a few laps, I'd forgotten I wasn't looking at the real world. But a lot of people looked at it and just presumed that the Nürburgring at Nordschleife was a made-up event, a made-up circuit, an imagined one, you know, just created for video gaming. It seems extraordinary. But, well, let's face it, it is extraordinary. Unusual thing today, a huge number of flags on the grid. Nothing unusual in that, except they're Norwegian. We know we've got a Norwegian driver on pole position, Christian Krognes, but obviously further down the order, maybe around the Cut 3 section of the grid, we've got a good half dozen waving as the people are gradually being escorted off the grid. So we'll have to work out whose car that is that's a full-on Norwegian crew.
Well, no doubt they'll be flocking to the 801 Audi RS3 from the TCR class, because that is an all Norwegian lineup for Moller Bill Motorsport. So Hakon Scherin, I'm probably totally mispronouncing these names, so apologies. Atle Gulbrandsen and Kenneth Ostvold. So 3 Norwegians in the same car. Also, we've got Lars Erik Vogstedt in the 898 BMW M2 racing car, and of course the pole position man Christian Krognes, who is joined by Matteo Villigomez. And Villigomez is less of a recognised name, I'm going to say, with the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but that is an SP9 Pro car. So again, Villigomez getting some signatures. He's obviously progressed through already the slower cars, the mid-category racers, and 35 looking like a strong package. They're also keeping it relatively simple with just the 2 drivers. That's exactly what the 44 Porsche crew are doing as well, the Falcon Motorsports crew. But what do you know, if anything, about Matteo Villigomez?
Well, he, from Ecuador, you know, that rich... Well, actually, there is a racing scene over there. We just don't know so much about it. But he's been over in Europe for quite a while. He came over in 2022 and raced in the German prototype series for LMP3 cars. A bit of French 4, a bit of single-seaters. Then he moved into GT4 and then gradually stepped forward. Last year, he won the silver class in the Spa 24 Hours. So he got an awful lot of track time. That was with Romain Leroux, Oliver Soderstrom, and that was a Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. Who's he racing for this weekend? Walkenhorst Motorsport. So he's staying loyal to them. But, you know, it's great having people from countries that don't really bring drivers over to Europe. Ecuador, fantastic, beautiful, stunning country, having its own personal problems at the moment, and unfortunately becoming a little mired with trades you don't want in your country. But fabulous, beautiful place, and he's doing a good job. I've been looking at his career, and he's just been ticking his way forward, learning, ticking the boxes as he advances. And let's face it, racing around here, he's going to gain just a phenomenal amount of experience.
Still only 23, and he started to taste the endurance way of doing things in 2023 then in the GT4 European Championship with Racing Spirit of Le Mans, who are a well-known team in ACO rules racing, the crew based very close to Geneva, but was a champion in FFSA GT4 France as well for the same team. After only a couple of podiums, but that was enough through the rest of the consistency that he was able to produce in 2024. So excited to see how Matteo Villigomez gets on in the Aston Martin. He's certainly got a lot of experience alongside him in the form of Christian Krognes. Let's talk a moment as well about the 4th placed car, because, funnily enough, I've been in touch last night and this morning with a young man known as Simon Hill, because his son Jake, the 2024 British Touring Car Champion, is again racing with Kyle Tilley, but neither of them have raced a Mercedes AMG before. So Jake, I think first time around the track in this car, in any AMG this morning, and he set the time, a 7:57.614. So thoroughly chuffed with that, or the whole Hill family, because it's put them on the Pro-Am pole. I asked his dad, was there a deliberate decision from the team not to put anyone else in that car? And I said, well, in fairness, Adam Christodoulou's probably got not anything else to learn in an AMG. Kyle Tilley, the man from the southwest of England, from Somerset originally, although he's well recognised for racing in the United States as well, and of course his connections with Era Motorsport. But they've made a slight departure to pro sport racing, and that's a great first-time effort from Jake.
As soon as I dialed up to see how qualifying had gone, I thought, I wonder how Jake did. Would he be driving? And there he was. And I think that's an astonishing effort. And I'm sure there was an awful lot of practicing on a sim or anything just to get that. But also in the Hill family, they'd have been doing that anyhow. That's what floats their boat. But, you know, really, really good outcome for that. But that's qualifying. Then he's going to have to experience the race, because obviously qualifying, there'll be traffic. In the race, there will be traffic. Always the interesting thing for me is when the front-running cars, and bear in mind, we'll have 3 different grids of cars going away with a time delay between them. When the front runners in SP9 catch the tail enders, obviously they're going to be considerably faster, but it's how you handle the traffic. And a whole new audience got to see how you handle the traffic around the Nürburgring Nordschleife when they watch Max Verstappen competing in the Nürburgring 24 hours. And oh my golly, the comments on social media, people going, is this for real? Oh, how exciting. But we know, you know, we're the connoisseurs, Johnny. We've been following this for a very long time.
Yeah. Too long, some say. But I mean, you just never know with every race that happens every 3 to 4 weeks what you're going to get in terms of entry, in terms of which drivers are in which cars, because that tends to chop and change a great deal. The weather can throw a massive curveball at times. It is behaving today, though. A beautiful day in the Eifel region for the first ever NLS ADAC Eifel Trophy. And the cars are now in their dummy grid. We are at 11:40 local time, so very soon the cars will be waved off onto their rolling lap, and this will not exactly compromise the first stint, but it always pegs you back a little bit. You can only make 7 laps maximum on a tank of fuel if you're running in SP9. Some cars will come in after only 5 laps. You're not allowed to pit before that point for fuel, at least. I mean, if there's a tyre going down or there's some damage, then fine, but you're not allowed to put any more fuel in it until your car has completed 5 laps. So we'll get cars, some pitting on 5, some pitting after 6, and most, I would say, pitting after 7. After that, you can do an 8-lap stint. Remember, this is a slightly shorter track, but it doesn't give you the full lap back again, so 8 laps will be the order of the day to the finish. And then depending on the speed of those laps, whether we have any code 60, whether we have any yellow flag areas, we're not ever going to get a full safety car because the track is just too long for that. But sometimes there is the need to repair some barriers here and there, and therefore there will be localized speed limits in place. That will obviously reduce the pace of the race. So we might get to 28 laps total distance, maybe 29 at a push. And remember that the strategists on the pit wall will be trying to work out when the end of the race is going to happen to make sure that their cars are in the best possible position. But the great thing about qualifying earlier today is that I can't see a clear manufacturer that is a sort of the standout performer.
No, entirely so. You never know what you're going to get in qualifying, and it doesn't always give a representative picture because it's all about just getting a few laps in, working the traffic to help you, not to hinder you. But yeah, there is no clear pattern at all. But you always get this, the first round of the NLS after the Nürburgring 25. You have, it's like the names have been put into a hat and you just pull one out because the driver combinations really change. But I really do think the accolade of having 2 drivers who were on the podium at Le Mans, Kamui Kobayashi as a winner for Toyota and Robin Freitz second last weekend for BMW, to have them competing this soon after that event, they'll be tired. It does, you know, however fit you are, it does really knock 7 bells out of you doing the Le Mans 24 hours. To be here, that shows their intent and it shows the draw of this race. But will a pattern unfold? It may well do, but certainly today the heat is going to be an issue because it's going to make those tyres really work for a living. And we've seen this particularly from drivers not experienced. They go at it really hard early on. At the end of their stint, you see them falling back because they have just, you know, they've learned a lesson. Unfortunately, they're paying the price that they didn't get it right. So the car's using the full Nordschleife plus only a tiny bit of the regular Grand Prix circuit, as Johnny's explained. You go through the arena section at the start, which is effectively 4 turns, and just as you're starting to dip down the hill, you need to jink through a cut through in the barriers, and then you've got 3 more corners where you drop into the compression, rise to the chicane, and then you turn left to the green hell and beyond. That is the draw. I mean, actually, whenever on the Grand Prix loop they can do overtaking, there's nothing against it, but they suddenly realise, oh, that was where the track was wide. We're now going to narrow for about the next 19 kilometres until you get on the far end of the Dottinger Her, and then at least it opens up for that long kink straight back towards the finish of the lap. And it's also overtaking down there, and heart in mouth moments too. Certainly several top drivers don't seem to care if they're driving on the grass or the tarmac at the kink on the way back in. But what a place to go. And you forget when you have races like this, you're talking about tyre temperatures in the soaring heat. You forget that a lot of races at the start of the season and the end can have snow almost over Nürburgring village. So again, same circuit throughout the year, but very, very different playing field.
I was talking a short moment ago about the Equipe Vitesse Audi, which will start from 14th position for Kari Schreiner, Andreas Ziegler and Roland Frozer. I'm only going to mention this now because I've found the right bit of paper, and I'm fearful that it'll go missing if I don't talk about the alternative fuel for this GT car. So this is the first time it will have run on the Racing eFuel 98 E10, and Jill Herbst, who is the team principal, says that synthetic fuels of motorsport and therefore very important to Equipe Vitesse. So they are keen to do a first race with that fuel. And have to remember, whoever's at the wheel, either Kari, Andreas or Roland, that the pit stop happens in an entirely different position. Also, if you're new to NLS racing, or indeed you missed the Nürburgring 24 hours last month, maybe you saw that and thought, where can I get a bit more of this type of racing? Well, welcome back. 3 different grids, independent of one another, set off at 2-minute intervals, start the race, because we had 109 cars start qualifying earlier on today. Sadly, 2 of them did not finish qualifying. But because there's a huge amount of cars that will be beginning NLS 6, the only way to do that safely, to make sure that everyone can see the red lights going out and therefore the race start, is to do it in 3 independent start groups. So we have Startgruppen 1, 2 und 3, and different cars, different categories of cars are within those groups. So for instance, Cup 2, which is still for Porsche Carrera Cup cars, the 911, the kind of classic 911, but in its most up-to-date form. Obviously, we have 911 GT3Rs in the SP9 part of the race, but there are GT3 Cup cars with not as much aero on those cars, so they are very, very fast down the Dottinger Her, for example. But the Cup 2 front qualifiers, indeed all of those cars, will start from the second group, as will the Cup 3s as well. Cup 3 very well subscribed this weekend, with as many as 17 entries, and it does feel like the popularity has maybe shifted to Cup 3 from the old days of Cup 2, and prior to that it used to be known as SP7, and now I'm typing in SP7 to see how many of those cars we have. There are a few actually, a couple of them in fact, from 27th place RPM Racing, and also the Hopfer Benedict car, which is for Jacek Pidix and a driver known as Marco Vittonelli, but it's one of those in the inverted commas, so that is a pseudonym, starting from 71st.
This series has a long, rich history of drivers with pseudonyms. We've got Selv,
yes,
who's racing near the front. We've got Dieter Schmidtmann, which seems like a very standard name to put there, but it's always been in inverted commas. And I dare say when you go up and down the order, there are plenty more than could be found. I don't know the desire, but it's just a game, isn't it, to just be a little bit different. We can give their real names.
We remember, well, yes. Yeah, it doesn't take a great deal of research possibly to find out their real names, but if anything, Selv and Dieter Schmidtmann are more memorable.
Yes.
I'll forget them in the race, I'm sure. I'll forget which cars they are driving and which way round they are sometimes as well. Very smart Cupra working its way through the AMG arena, and it's the third of the 3 groups that is often the most varied. So just caught sight of the BMW 330i from the Team Zorg Rennsport crew. There is a Toyota Supra in there as well. A couple of Supras actually in the entry. And the highest place is in 35th place for the Toyo tyres with ring racing car for Kazuto Kataka and Miki Koyama. So that will start in the SP10 class. We've not really spoken about the SRO GT4 division, which is SP10, but that again is a good mixture of different makes. Pole position was taken by the AMG GT4 of Pro Sport Racing. Again, so Pro Sport have a GT3 car starting 4th overall, and they've taken SP10 pole for Anton Abbey, Yannick Himmels and Jörg Wiebahn. And that is a Pro-Am combination of drivers.
Yeah, well, Jörg, he has done endless laps around here. He was the one that set the time. But again, that role of mentoring other drivers, bringing them on, and, you know, that's definitely what Jörg is doing. But SP10, I'm still waiting for that to really grow. You know, because the cars look fantastic, but, you know, there's a big draw to have the ones with the bigger wings and a little more speed in SP9. But, you know, motor racing is cyclical. It's also what other events you can do with it. You can do the whole lot with this.
So it's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer bringing you commentary. And hopefully you've found some visuals as well to accompany that commentary for the first ever ADAC Eiffel Trophy live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Einmal im Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
The first edition of the ADAC Eiffel Trophy, live from the Green Hell, live from the ring. Me, Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones looking after matters then for this sixth race. Remember, NLS 4 and 5 were actually the qualifying races for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, so they were not listed as NLS races in terms of wordology, if you like, or title. However, we are back to the NLS title from this point on, and after this race we will have the KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokel-Rennen, which is the 1st of August. That's over 6 hours. Then a double header, the 12th and 13th of September, which will be rounds 8 and 9 for the 65th edition of the ADAC Rheinolder's Langstrecken-Rennen and the ADAC ACAS Cup. And the season will end with only the second version of the NLS Sportwarte Trophy. So 4 hours for the mainstay, but the 6-hour race at the 1st of August is the standout there. The slightly longer distance and a bit more strategy weaved into that as well. Maybe also the need for slightly more drivers if he's got speed, because if he wants to return, well, maybe he will even tackle a 6-hour race on his own. He's doing 4 hours on his own today on what is going to be a warm day throughout as well. Something to bear in mind as you're doing your driver changes. But it's been a very nice qualifying session for Aston Martin with their Valkenhorst number 35 car. We will get you starting drivers in due course. I'm sure there's a document knocking around somewhere on the internet telling us precisely which are the nominated drivers, but in truth I've not been able to find that, and we will get all the answers anyway as soon as they cross the line, and all will be revealed. But Christian Krognes, the more experienced of the two drivers in the 35 Aston Martin, joined by his 23-year-old Ecuadorian teammate Mateo Villagomez, and we'll see how he gets on in one of his early experiences of the Nürburgring and the mighty Nordschleife. The all-Japanese driven number 47 KCMG prepared Mercedes will start from second place. And then it is a Porsche and a Mercedes on the second row for Klaus Bachler, Tim Heinemann in the Falken Motorsports, the two-tone blue Porsche on the inside of the second row, alongside the Pro-Am pole sitter, Pro Sport Racing's Mercedes, put there by Jake Hill. And we will wait to see who will be doing the opening stint there. Best of the BMWs will start from 5th place for Antel Zigo, Moritz Krantz and David Yarn. So maybe the lesser fancied M4 there of Gamotor Racing. Also a Pro-Am car starting from 5th position in the predominantly white livery with the red stripes on it. Looking very nice indeed, resplendent in the bright sunshine that we have. And then the Loesch Motorsport Black Falcon Porsche number 48 will have Patrick Asselheimer, Tobias Müller and Dylan Pereira its drivers.
That's a strong lineup.
It certainly is. That's the first time I actually caught sight of that. But yes, they could go very well, particularly as that's another Pro-Am car. So we have Pro-Ams 4th, 5th and 6th. The top 3 cars on the grid are all SP9 Pro.
Well, I think we can safely say the stage is set. A warm lunchtime, early lunch. I like lunch any time of the day, frankly, at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. 3 grids of cars, 107 cars coming out to play in this amazing circuit, this stunning historic circuit that if someone suggested to build it now, they wouldn't be allowed to do so. 25 kilometres uphill, down dale, through the forest, round part of the Grand Prix circuit here at the Nürburgring. The final couple of twists and the cars, the lead group of 3 groups with the fastest cars, the SP9 class, will be coming onto the start-finish straight right now. They'll be looking at the lights on the gantry, waiting. They won't flick it just yet because you only got the first 4, 5, 6 rows of cars onto the start-finish straight. But the start of NLS 6 2026 is almost upon us.
And the first time that we've gone racing under the auspices of the ADAC Eiffel Trophy. Red lights are greeting everybody that have been selected for the opening stint, but shortly they will go out. The Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini had a little look there, and now they really do fan out Formula Ford style, and a couple right up against the pit wall there, including the gold Porsche. Down the inside is the BMW, as that's possibly the Robin Freins car that was put there earlier on. So that's eager to gain places. The black and red BMW, which is up to equal 6th position, side by side actually with the fellow M4. But the Aston Martin number 35 has got away well. Almost contact further behind too with the Bilstein Mercedes. An electric start for that, up to 3rd position, as now it's neck and neck for 4th and 5th. Falcon Motorsports, 2 drivers right, BMW 2 drivers left, and there's definitely contact between those 2 cars. I'd be very surprised if either door mirror survived that contact at the Goodyear Spanger. And the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini's way off the road as well in the background as it leaves the sharp right-hand hairpin. One thing I can tell you for sure, though, is the Volkenhorst Aston Martin has stayed in front, as there was a limited amount of carnage in behind, and that's still not settled yet, Bruce Jones.
No, it isn't. The driver of the black and red BMW has gained 1 position, 2 positions, now is up into 4th place overall. It's been tough, and back down to 5th, back down to 6th, in fact. So any position gained was handed back, but I would say that's as competitive at a start I've seen in NLS for a long time. Very, very close, really remarkably clean. And now, breathe in. Gabriel Piana et al. He's in the number 5 Porsche onto the Nordschleife itself, through the double lefts of the Sabine Schmitz curve, and then suddenly it starts to get real, it starts to get historical. It starts to get beautiful, and you get to Hatzbach. Meanwhile, cars go around corners slowly. That's because the second batch of cars, the second starting grid, is only now weaving through into the final couple of corners, so they can get onto the start-finish straight, and then they get to start their race. And there's still a further grid, another 2 minutes down the road behind them, probably just at the far end of the Dossingher, the long straight, the run back to the start-finish to take their start. So we've got 1 start out of the way. It was fantastic, but for Christian Cronjes from pole position, he held it under some duress. It was those from about 6th to 10th positions on the grid that were fanning out wide before the lights went red, had to get back in grid order, then they burst forward. Now, looking at the second time of asking, the batch led away by the Cup 3 Porsches. Those are the Porsche 17 Cayman, 718 Caymans, and looks neat and tidy, but again, a long hold. A long hold is the theme of the day.
Sure is. 9:62 then as we look at the grid on the left-hand side. Driver's right looks to be on pole position. That's the WNS Motorsport Cayman, but it is being challenged by the smearless racing car, the yellow and black of Oscar Sandberg and Alexander Fielenbach. 3 wide as they go into the first corner of the AMG Arena, and this group then dominated by Porsches, mainly from the Cup 3 class. And as I say, Cup 3 pole position was taken by Lorenz Stegmann and Moritz Oberheim in their Cup 3 Pro car earlier on today. And I'll tell you in a moment or two just exactly who is starting that car, but it was an Oberheim time to put him onto pole position. So, and it is Moritz Oberheim indeed to start that. Oscar Sandberg having a good little arm wrestle with him in the opening stages. This, a more considered and more calm start, I have to say, than the SP9 antics. Let's just tell you who, though, is at the sharp end of SP9. Christian Krognes starting the 35 Aston Martin for Volkenhorst Motorsport. Kamui Kobayashi, last weekend's 24-hour of Le Mans co-winner, along with Nick de Vries and Mike Conway. He's straight back onto the horse then, this time in a number 47 Mercedes from KCMG, and Kobayashi running second on the road ahead of Adam Christodoulou, who's moved up a spot in the 26 Pro Sport Racing Mercedes. Klaas Backler for Falcon Motorsports was 4th as they left the scene and on to Hatzenbach, and then it's David Yarn and Dylan Pereira for Motor Racing and 48 Loesch Motorsports. But already the 3rd starting group is heading out of Tiergarten and Hohenrhein and onto the start-finish straight for the 3rd and final start from the last group of cars, and it's a significant one as well, probably about 50 odd in this field, maybe slightly fewer than that, but as they head out onto the start-finish straight, still being held, have to go through the grid hatchings as centrally as possible before the lights turn green, and now you can kind of go wherever you wish. And the Audi S3, well over to the right-hand side, has had a good getaway. In fact, it's going to try and lead the race. This is the Dupre motorsport car. Indeed, it is the last of the late breakers. Can it then make the corner? Jürgen and Joachim Nett, and the red Audi will slot through. That's a four-wheel drive S3, and is very good off the corners, managing to stay ahead of the Supra in behind, and a Porsche to its outside as well. Also not that far away is the 470 Cupra, and 470 running in fourth position is the Cupra Leon for Tobias Young, Michael Eichhorn, Marcus Weinstock and Marcel Unlant. As now the Dupre Audi loses the group lead, Porsche back to the front, but again, good tussling and nice fair racing, Bruce.
Yeah, really, really good racing, but that four-wheel drive Audi definitely has the grip in the corners, but the Porsche Caymans around it can brake later. They're slightly quicker in a straight line, so it's going to be nip and tuck around the circuit. But yes, three starts, all different. With the third group, they had the early flick of the lights. The other two, they held them for as long as they possibly could. Does it help? Does it hinder? Don't know. But what I can tell you is that Christian Cronjes is still leading from Kamui Kobayashi. We had expected Naoya Gamu to get in the car. I saw him up on the grid preparing his helmet, but anyhow, Kamui Kobayashi has taken over the KCMG Mercedes, and Adam Christodoulou is giving chase from fourth to third. He's gone in that yellow and blue Mercedes AMG, so they're right in the mix. And in fact, it looks as though Christodoulou is the fastest driver out there, but he's back in third position. We're going to step away from looking at the cars in the third of the starting groups and see what's happening up front. But I would say that was a really, really competitive start. Certainly challenges left, right and centre. You suggested there may be a door mirror that's been slightly twisted and tweaked. No doubt there would have been, but it was clean. No one went off the track, with the exception of the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini, who thought, let's try looking at the curb and the grass beyond.
The only bit of contact I thought I saw, yeah, and there was definitely side-to-side contact, was the 44 Porsche of Klaus Bachler up alongside David Yarn's BMW, and they were brave to think they could go through Goodyear Spanger side by side without contact. I think the problem for Bachler was he mounted the curb on the right-hand side, and that then jolted his Porsche well left and into the side of an innocent BMW.
Yeah, I mean, did David Yarn give a bit of a squeeze? Possibly, but I'd say he was the innocent party there. The other car just came across, deflected off the curb, and again the rise with little streaks coming off the cars on the opening lap on the charge up to the Vidal chicane, because side by side contact can get messy. But the race is super at the moment. Just the combination of cars. Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, all in the mix, but they're not in the lead of the race. It's Christian Cronjes that's leading the Aston Martin, and now Kamui Kobayashi is being passed by one of the Porsches, and that's the one with Klaus Bachler on board. That's the Falcon livery car. You know, it's such a livery that's been here forever and a day, but in behind, three abreast, why not, the Gamoto BMW, between a pair of Porsches. One on the outside is the Dunlop model, and another BMW is coming to the mix, and that's Robin Freitz. The black and red Schubert Motorsport car came from about 4 car lengths back. Johnny sat back in the commentary position, because that moment as a commentator you think, oh no, this isn't going to work, is it? But somehow it has. Aston Martin through in the lead of the race. Adam Christodoulou got into second place and is giving chase, but in behind it's that KCMG Mercedes that was second, has fallen to fourth. Now the Klaus Bachler Porsche has come past it, but the running down to the first corner of the second lap is almost as tight as it was for everyone from fourth place back to 10th as it was on the opening lap. This time though, no body damage.
That was tremendous racing. It was Dylan Pereira who was out in the weeds, and he nearly lost the car just after Antonius Bucher. As down the inside now will go Nico Menzel on David Yarn in the big BMW number 23. Can't find a way through though in the Dunlop liveried car, the Dunlop Schott Porsche. And now nibbling at his heels is Robin Freins in the black and red car. Now is that on Yokohama tyres? The beautiful thing about this is the different tyre manufacturers as well.
And also the cars that are in those liveries. It really helps us. But I just want to note it in your diary for next year. The 20th of June is International Bash Your Car into David Yarn's BMW Day. two in a lap and what, 2 corners.
Yeah.
He's not been to blame for either. And then he had the moment when he was running down the Dotting, along the Dottinger Her, with a Porsche on either side of him. And in behind, he'd have looked in his mirrors, and there was coming Robin Freins, who was getting a treble toe. And again, when you first race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you think about the corners, you think about the ups and downs, but so many is getting out of Schwanz and getting onto the Dottinger Her and getting a toe. And when you get a multiple toe, it's astonishing. It seems to be a slow gain, but you get to the end of a straight, and suddenly a car can gain 3 car lengths, and maybe that will put them into a position to make a move. Once you go onto the Nordschleife itself, the sort of the start of the Nordschleife, you're going towards Hatzenbach. It's more line astern, but it's also just setting yourself up for when you got through the Hatzenbachs, but you really have no time to think. Those corners that come at you thick and fast, you're dropping down the slope. It's a gentle decline, but the curbs are really sharp there. Many a time, Johnny, we've seen cars just get it slightly too close to a curb on the right-hand side and get spat into the barriers on the left. Super tricky part of the circuit. And then it starts to open out at Flugplatz.
Carrera on the grass at the end of the previous lap, and what I wasn't sure of at the time was how many cars were alongside him. David Jahn's BMW was there, the 17 Dunlop car of Nico Menzel was there, and Robin Freins was perfectly placed to then gain the spot on Carrera, and he tried to get ahead of a couple of other cars as well that might have been delayed. Unfortunately, there is an early pit caller, and now this goes against my rule that you're not able to refuel a car, but that's because this car is not in the SP9 division. That is exclusively an SP9 rule, that fueling prior to the end of lap 5 is not allowed. Jahn now charging its way by the Mercedes of Kamui Kobayashi. So Christodoulou, well, Krognes and Christodoulou have cleared off, and the new second place car I make as David Jahn and his BMW.
No, Klaus Bachler is, there are 2 more cars in between. Klaus Bachler moved up to 3rd.
Good spot.
But yeah, David Jahn, everybody assault David Jahn Day. He sort of made of robust stuff, so he's now ahead of the KCMG Mercedes. Then it's a sort of Porsche BMW train, but just seeing Robin Freins starting to wake up into this race, it's almost goes, right, hold on, we've done them all, now we're doing this. Roll up the sleeves metaphorically in the cockpit and press on. But that's really impressive from David Jahn. He's, in many ways, I remember seeing him about 10 years ago in Germany thinking, oh, this guy's good. Didn't seem to have the money, dropped away, and in recent years he seems to be back on board, and he's lost none of his pace, but he must have been thinking, hey, racecraft has got a lot worse since I was last competing at this level. But the last couple of years he's sort of come back into the mix. But I'm really pleased to see, you know, him getting a bit of a charge on this morning.
It certainly is, and the key thing, I suppose, is putting the car in a good position on the grid as well, so that you are ready to fight from the off, and that has been the case for the 35-year-old German. So yeah, he's pushing on.
He was second in the runner-up in the ADAC GT Series, sharing with Kevin Estra in a Porsche for Team Bernard.
Well, he did do all of the races in NLS last year, but that wasn't in the top level. He raced with Arne Hofmeister and Tim Scheerbart in the 921 Mühlner Motorsport car. I have a feeling that they did rather well in the championship as well. Yeah, lots of class victories for David Jahn and his teammates.
Right, the car we saw in the pits, they weren't doing refueling or anything, they were clearing something out of the grille, so clearly it had been off on the dirt, but unfortunately that car's been pushed back into the garage. So for start driver Alexander Hart, I think the instruction, get out the car, will be coming, because there was a lot of smoke coming from the engine bay. So perhaps it went on the grass having been rear-ended, that's a thought at some point, but obviously the first thing you do is clear out the grille, see what's happening. But I'm afraid that might be the first retirement. Yeah,
so that's the 900 Porsche from the Cup 2 division, an entry from Black Falcon team Zimmermann. And Alexander Hart, as you said, started that car. Benjamin Heaters and Ben Kozlowski were due to drive, but it might be that they will have to sit out the rest of the race, unfortunately. And yeah, contact is probably the most likely scenario there. It was getting busy in that second start group. I'm pretty sure the 900 car will have started in Group 2, and we might be able to work out precisely what's gone on there in due course. Anyway, Kamui Kobayashi now being chased by Nico Menzel. They're at the Caracciolo Carousel, and that Mercedes is moving around on the road a great deal, whereas the Dunlop Porsche seems a lot more planted.
Yeah, it really does. I think it's Kamui just dining himself into becoming accustomed, you know, it's to race a prototype one weekend and then race, which would handle so completely differently to an SP9 car. He'll be going, God, this is really, really physical. My prototype's quicker, but you've got to work, and oh God, the corners keep coming at me. But certainly Klaus Bachler tucked in behind his is going to be just... Sorry, I meant Nico Menzel. Of course, I meant Nico Menzel, but he's being chased very, very hard by Robin Freitz, the Yokohama livery BMW M4 GT3, and he in turn, behind Robin Freitz, has got Dylan Pereira in the Losch Motorsport Porsche. Fabulous looking cars, the series of them. What I love here, there's an aerial shot, and each car has an entirely different livery from the whole way across the rainbow, so it really helps. There was a time in motor racing where everyone decided, actually this was back in about the 1990s, that white and blue were the colours that showed up best on TV. It was a survey done in the DTM, so German-based, and then all the cars that went that way, and all the liveries became very similar. And just look, think a few years ago in the World Endurance Championship, all the top 3 manufacturers in the top class, they decided red, white and black would be our corporate colours, our working colours. Wind the clock back a long time ago, let's say 10 years ago, Blancpain GT Series, that was the series that was the forerunner of the GT World Challenge. They actually went to the teams and said, do any of you mind changing colours? Anyone want to be pale blue? Because then you'll stand out, because there are too many white cars. There aren't many championships that do that. Many may ask, but there was one team went, yeah, all right, we'll be pale blue. But it's you know, for the fans it's so much better, and also every car looks different if you paint it in different colours, and it gives people a chance to, you know, really pledge their allegiance to a team because they like the look of the cars, they like who's driving. And I tell you what, if you're just watching today and listening today, you'll understand driving around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, particularly in the top class, is incredibly intense. It's move, counter move, and then of course when you get to the Dottinger Her, it's getting to work a toe. And Adam Christodoulou is sharp intake of breath. The lead Aston Martin jinks one way on that long return straight, and Casey gets it tightened further back. Kamui Kobayashi's worked a really good toe. He's got past Nico Mansell, going past, and he in turn is past. He's doing his overtaking, and both cars have just been overtaken by Robin Freitz, the black and red Schubert Motorsport BMW. Got the double toe. Remember, on the first lap, he got a treble toe and came right back into the mix, but he's behind KCMG. It's actually KCMG Mercedes has had to fight every inch of the circuit for Kamui Kobayashi, but if he makes one little slip up, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars right on his tail. But for now, the race led by Christian Cronjes for Aston Martin started from pole, but he's only a quarter of a second ahead of Adam Christodoulou. And Christodoulou's probably done more races around the Nürburgring Nordschleife than anybody else in the top class, with perhaps Klaus Bachler and maybe Nico Menzel to keep him company. Oh, and Frank Stippler as well.
What about the progress, though, on that one lap alone from Klaus Bachler? He's eaten up a 4-second disadvantage to catch these 2 Mercedes, who are now, well, Adam Christodoulou is trying to climb, sorry, 2 Mercedes, Aston Martin Mercedes. Adam Christodoulou is trying to climb into the cockpit of Krognes's Aston Martin. They were drawing level as they headed across the line, but Bachler needed to wriggle free of the fight for 4th position. He's not only done that, but he's set absolute best sector times pretty much across the board to do an 8 minutes 1.2 second lap, whereas the 2 front engine cars that lead the way were in the 805s. And Klaus Bachler, if he can't overtake these 2 cars, is potentially going to drive through them in order to lead this race. Stellar fight out front. The next question is, can the Gemota racing car of David Yarn join the party?
Well, the opportunities are coming. They're already picking off some back markers, one of which clearly, as it limped along the Dottinger Her, was returning to the pits with a problem. So that's one of those scary moments. You're looking at a battle, and then suddenly the lead driver has clear line of sight. The chasing car that's right in his slipstream is just head down and waiting, and then suddenly the lead car has to jink out because there's a much, much slower car limping home. And that was a scary moment there, I would suggest, for Adam Christodoulou, if indeed he even saw it. He just was reacting to stay in the slipstream along the Dottinger Her on the run back towards the pit, still with that very, very tricky section through Tiergaard and Antonius Bucher curve to go. But right now, that lead duo is not a duo, it's a trio. The big question, you're quite right, can David Yarn gain 2 seconds or so and get on the tail? The answer to that is affirmative. First 4 cars line. I really do not like racing around this circuit. It's just brilliant, isn't it? First 4 cars, they had that sensational opening lap that was, as I said, as competitive as I've seen between the top 20 runners as they sort of work their way around the part of the Grand Prix circuit we used before, going out, turning left and left at Sabine Schmitz curves. What's happening in a straight line, using a toe, is that man again, Klaus Bachler, getting closer and closer and closer to Adam Christodoulou, who is going, thank goodness this was a corner, I could nip across his bows and cut him off. At the moment, this is actually taking the pressure slightly off our race leader, Christian Cronjes, who's probably half a second clear. But as Klaus Bachler is trying to work out what to do with the yellow and blue Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou, David Yarn is just getting closer and closer. He's now just a car length off the tail of the aquamarine and darker blue Porsche. But we've got a slower car up ahead, and they're coming to a slow zone. They're having to literally hammer onto the hammer the brakes. That will give the likes of Robin Freitz and everybody else a chance to catch on their tail. So let's give you the order as they go along at limp speed. Christian Cronjes leading in an Aston Martin. Adam Christodoulou right on his tail in a Mercedes. Then Klaus Bachler, the first of the Porsches, in third. Two BMWs, David Yarns and Robin Freitz, nose to tail in fourth and fifth positions overall. Sixth place is a KCMG Mercedes. That's, bear in mind it started second. A few places lost there to fall to sixth for Kamui Kobayashi. Nico Menzel in his Porsche is tucked behind in seventh. Another Porsche, Nico Menzel in behind, and the field is released. They've got around that slow car. Suddenly the flags were clear. Slow zones at the Fuchsröhr. Off they go. And to complete the top 10, it's Dylan Pereira, as I said, in his Porsche in eighth. Frank Stippler in a Utah Racing Audi in ninth, and Gabriele Piana, Black Falcon Team Porsche, in 10th. And they are line astern.
That was the classic concertina that you get, though, around here into the initial yellow flag area, which obviously means no overtaking, but it doesn't mean you can't catch up with the car ahead of you. So everybody closes up. The gaps between the cars condenses significantly. You have to be at the code 120, so 120 kilometers per hour as those boards are held. Then it will have been a code 60 to go through the incident area at the base of the foxhole, the Fuchsröhre. And then, as soon as you see green flags or past the marshal post with the greens, you're back on the loud pedal again, and the top five are right together. There's a little bit of a gap now between the black and red BMW of Robin Freitz and the blue and white Mercedes of Kamui Kobayashi for KCMG. They head then through Breitscheid to one of the lowest points of the circuit and begin the climb to the awkward right-hander at Bergwerk. So they'll slow for that corner here and then let rip as they climb the hill through Klostertal and Kesselchen. Much of this is full throttle, assuming that there's not any traffic to deal with. And as I say that, there were a couple of cars from Group 3 that needed to be bypassed, but they are doing very much the sensible thing, staying on the racing line. It's not their job to get out of the way. You have to allow the quicker car to find its way through safely, but that is working well as they start to head up the hill towards the Steilstrecke and eventually the carousel.
Again, we talk about drivers like Scott Speed. They cannot come straight into the top class. There's a reason for that. They have to earn their ring permit, and they're being observed in a slower car how they tackle and behave in front of the fastest cars when they come through. And in fact, because there's a lot of aerial photography, a helicopter records a lot of the action, they get very clear line of sight, the race officials. They go, actually, well done, the faster cars are coming through, you stayed off. You either kept your racing line, but what they don't want is a driver moving around the circuit trying to guess which way the front runners are coming in. Because eventually, a bit like going black or red in the casino, you're probably going to pick the wrong one. So stick to your line. But again, I really felt for the driver in probably one of the slowest cars in the field, who was immediately ahead of that quartet that were leading the race, and then suddenly everyone else got to the tail. It was when they released, he would have put his pedal down to try and get away, but wouldn't have had the performance and just got swamped. But importantly, that driver stayed out of the way, did not cause any trouble, but then he'd been totally shocked by the pace of the SP9 cars when they were released, because they are nose to tail, top 10, going at it. Are we going to get a point where the top 5 get away a little bit? We sort of saw that. It closed in again when they got into that slow zone, but certainly in terms of pace, Christian Cronjes is smooth as he's always been for many, many years. But he's on his toes now. He's got to be on his toes because Adam Christodoulou is all over him. But Christodoulou's got an awful lot of company, and Klaus Bachler in third place looks the most dangerous of all of them, because we've seen his speed with which he caught those first two after their breakaway. And but again, Klaus Bachler, a Porsche 911 and Falcon tyres. There are no elements in that combination hasn't worked with before. And Klaus has been just running at top level. No wonder Porsche have him on his books, because he's just an expert in 911s. What a lovely position to be in, because of course he can race anywhere in the world under the Porsche badge.
Robin Freitz still very much part of this leading quintet as well, but then there is a gap of a second or so, or at least it started as a second at the beginning of this lap. Kamui Kobayashi much more concerned about Nico Menzel snapping at his heels. Dylan Pereira's in that queue, along with Frank Stippler as well for Jutta, who maybe didn't have the best of qualifying earlier in the day. So 2 BMWs nose to tail. Different tyre manufacturers, though, for those M4s. David Yarn just ahead of Robin Freins, as now onto the Dottinger Hoor. The Aston Martin will arrive first for Christian Krognes. Now, what about Adam Christodoulou's distance to the Vantage? It's maybe slightly more than it was a lap ago, so I'm not sure whether the Bilstein AMG is going to be able to pick up the toe to the extent that it did 15 kilometres or so ago.
Two people are going to make a move. One I can see in shot at the moment is Nico Menzel. He's got the drag. He's already moved past Kamui Kobayashi to go up a position. The other one is the black and red BMW going ahead of the white BMW. That means Robin Freins has used the toe to get past David Yarn. So Schubert Motorsport now has the bragging rights in 4th place, and for Motor Racing back to 5th. But obviously Robin Freins didn't read the script. On the way past David Yarn, he's supposed to at least remove a door mirror. I joke, but David will be going, guys, leave me alone. But another lap coming on the board. That'll be 3 laps. Last time around, the gap between first and second was it was a quarter of a second. Now it's 3/4 of a second. That's because Adam Christodoulou's coming under pressure from Klaus Bachler. He's got to keep looking in his mirrors. But the one I like in this race at the moment is Yarn, into the first turn, took a look at Robin Freins, who had to hurl his black and red Schubert Motorsport BMW across his bows. I'm liking the progress of Robin Freins. I think he's looked, listened and learnt. 4th place, will he still be in 4th at the end of the lap? His target is Klaus Bachler. And I'm beginning to wonder if Klaus went a little bit too hard too soon on his tyres, because it certainly seems, I expected he was going to continue that progress, his rate of gain, but right now he's suddenly become not the hunter, he's the hunted now, because that's Robin Freins on the move, closing in.
So tad wide for David Yarn as he begins the next lap. When I said 15 kilometres, of course I meant 15 miles. It's actually 24 kilometres, 24.3 on this configuration. We've had nearly half an hour then of the first ever ADAC Eiffel Trophy as the Aston Martin can't run out wide on the downhill stretch towards the very fast right hand, the Bogan right hand kink, and then onto the Vidal chicane. BMW of Robin Freins having to dodge through traffic. In fact, it went to the right, then to the left, and there's contact for David Yarn with one of the back markers. That's the 471 car that has gone at the Vidal chicane, and maybe a bit of indecision from David Yarn or just misunderstanding has put the Cupra Leon from VT2 for Rotov off the road and spinning as well. Now, is there some oil down? Because oil all of a sudden violently arriving onto the same scene is one of the Audi R8s. That was car number 6, I think.
No, it's not the 6 car.
6.
That's the 6 or 8. But I tell you what, that Cupra driver did a stunning job, because he was punted around, went in the gravel in the middle of the chicane, and then was sitting broadside to the circuit. And he suddenly managed to get it off the circuit, get it on the grass, get off the track, because everyone else could have come piling into him. And I think those in behind, it was that classic concertina effect, and the bright yellow Audi just went rotating across. I don't know if there's a great deal of damage, but he could have been broadsided. Imagine knowing in a field of 107 starters, but the fastest 20, there are 4 ahead of you, they've gone past you, and you're waiting for the rest, you're side on across the track. And the hardest thing at the Vidal chicane, if you drop it on the way in, people can see you. If you dropped it on the way out, they can't, because as they're approaching, they're looking at their turning point and they're not looking at where you are. So he did a really, really good job getting that 471 Cupra off the track. Wow.
So that was Chris Rotov for without a team name, but the Cupra Leon runs in VT2 for front and 4-wheel drive cars, so that'll be a front-wheel drive Cupra. And it was Alexander Croker in the number 6 Audi arriving, and I don't quite know how Alex ended up at that angle. The 8 car is the Frank Stippler Utah Racing car, so that's still going well. But an SP9 AM entrant is another Audi R8 LMS for Alex Croker and Pierre Lemets. Meanwhile, Flugplatz, double right-hander for the 902 Cup car, and it's having a good dice with, is that the Equipe Vitesse Audi, which is running, no, it's not the Equipe Vitesse Audi, it's the number 50 car, and then in front of it is the Equipe Vitesse number 18 on the alternative fuels for the first time, but actually being picked off, just showing you how much straight line speed a Porsche Cup car has in these rules. Team Liquimoli by Black Falcon, and piloting for this stint is Raphael Renhofer.
Yeah, that was a really, really interesting piece of footage there, just because we talk about it every round. Everyone just thinks SP9, they're the ones who are going to win. Invariably they do. But in a straight line, most notably, the Cup 2 Porsches are astonishingly quick. But Raphael Renhofer driving beautifully there, because he'd have... a move you make on the Nordschleife isn't, you know, I'll do a bit of overtaking. It's something you plan from a huge distance back, and then of course you're not just scanning to see which way the corners go. Still hard to learn, about 160 plus corners around the lap. It's also what's up ahead, what's slower, what's that car in front of me going to be doing as I come up on it. But the fact he picked off 2 SP9 class cars shows that Raphael going very well for the Black Falcon team.
And actually, I was right that the first one was an Equipe Vitesse car as well, because the 2 Equipe Vitesse teammates are running nose to tail. So Arno Klassen doing the opening stint in number 50, and Kari Schreiner is in car number 18. And they were right together heading for Schwedenkreuz. The 471 Chris Rothoff driven car then, that was the car that received contact from David Yarn's BMW. Next question is, how bad is the damage on the M4? But Chris Rothoff was in a situation where he knew, I can pit here and not be stranded out on the Nordschleife. It looks like quite a lot of work is being done by the team, front left and rear left though.
Yeah, I think it was side-on contact, but he did, again, I'll just reiterate, he did such an amazing job to be suddenly sitting broadside across the track, not even facing the traffic as it comes towards you. He knew he had to get off the track. He got onto the grass on the far side, and as soon as there was a gap, he cut back across the track and went to pit in. But basically, he was given a shove, left-hand side of his car. The left front was a braking point, a turning point. David Yarn just came from a long way back. The 2 BMWs, Robin Freitz in the red and black car from Schubert, and then David Yarn, I'm afraid, undid. He was the one who kept getting assaulted early on. He hit the left rear wheel of that Cupra and pitched it off the circuit. He didn't really go off the circuit himself, but you know, his car's bigger, heavier, faster, and therefore that's always going to shift a smaller Cupra out of the way. And I do feel for the Cupra team, but at least they managed to get it back, as Johnny pointed out, without having to do an extra 24 kilometres around the Nordschleife with a car that clearly would not be having as it ought.
And I now think I've realised the reason why Alex Croker spun at such high speed. So much gravel across the road there. And in fact, those that arrived on the scene straight away, like Nico Menzel's Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, did incredibly well to A, find the gap, and B, find any sort of grip on that part of the track coming out of the Vidal chicane, because they didn't quite know where the cars were going to go next. The gravel was strewn left and right. And Alex Croker, I think, just made an error, but not through his own fault necessarily, just because of the lack of grip as soon as he arrived at a normally very, very fast Vidal chicane. Robin Freins is still chasing, but no longer David Yarn. He now has within his sights the 3rd place car of Klaus Bachler.
Yeah, that's something that's going to shape up nicely. One person that's not going to enjoy a message from race control is the driver of car number 48. A penalty lap to be served, forcing another car off the track. That's Dylan Pereira. Remember, he was running in the top 10. Lost Motorsport Porsche. We had moments where he was on the grass early on, but something has been spotted, and he is going to have to serve a penalty lap, which effectively wrecks your race.
Well, yes, to an extent, but I think the penalty lap is actually a good time to demonstrate that. You have to go out wide of the AMG arena and go through the dotted white line. But as long as you go all the way through that lane and therefore don't take the quickest route at the AMG arena, that is generally the penalty served, I believe. So it's not like a drive-through penalty. It's a much more minor, not offence, but the thing dictated by race control means that there's far less time lost. It's used in bike racing a lot as well, so I wonder whether we can catch the moment that the 48 car does that. I'm sure our directors will try their level best.
Well, the contact was with a fellow Porsche racer. It was with Nico Menzel's Porsche. Remember, in the early laps of the race, we had them sort of 3 abreast and getting very, very close and slightly on the grass and slightly not. So there may well be a moment, but the moment that we've been predicting may be about to happen, because Robbie Fries is right under the tail as they run in 3rd and 4th positions towards the end of the lap. Christian Cronjes turns in the penultimate corner, turns them out of it. Adam Christodoulou giving chase, but Bachler this time has held on, but certainly very, very close from Robin Freitz. Top 4 cars will be covered by little over 2 seconds after 4 laps of racing, but it's still Christian Cronjes led every lap of the race. The real racing has been in behind him, and that is because Christian Cronjes is doing such a good job in the lead.
So looking out for Dylan Pereira and whether he will dive to the right through the AMG arena section. There is a full lane out wide there that you need to be careful not to cross, just like the blend line leaving the pits, as the 48 car gets very, very close to the back of Frank Stippler. And does Dylan Pereira go out wide? I think he was thinking about doing that to take his penalty lap as early as possible. Klaus Bachler, though, out front. Now, what happened in the aftermath, because all of a sudden Alexander Croker is going to arrive on the scene in the number 6 Audi, and it was so close to contact. He could have, as you made the point at the time, sideswiped and absolutely wiped out Chris Rothoff, who possibly saw Alex coming, but there was very little that the little 471 car could have done about that.
Yeah, I was saying that he did a really wise job to get onto the grass and therefore off the track where the cars were coming through, but I'd forgotten the fact that he went out wide and then thought, I'll see it. Oh no, I won't just cut across just yet, because there's a bright acid yellow for Audi coming in, rotating across the grass in front of me. Right, I tell you, there could be a change. I thought it was going to be Bachler being passed by Robin Freitz, but as they go to the Sabine Schmitz curve, he's dropped Freitz by about half a second. He's all over the tail of Adam Christodoulou, but we all know the second you get to turn through the 2 Sabine Schmitz curves and you go out into the country, then life gets harder. There is so much gravel on the track just there as the tail end of the top 10 comes rushing through. Gabriele Piana in Black Falcon Porsche, he's in 10th. Dylan Pereira, that's the car that's got the penalty lap, and Frank Stippler's now gone past him. Frank Stippler due to racing Audi, and he in turn is all over the tail of Kamui Kobayashi. So little by little, Kobayashi's gone from 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th to 6th, and now in 7th place. And now he's got a challenger in behind in the form of Frank Stippler. There are no tricks at all at Nürburgring Nordschleife that Frank doesn't know. He'll find a moment, and surely he'll move up in that due to racing Audi.
The mixing pot is well and truly stirred, let's say, between SP9 Pro, Pro-Am and Am. So there's quite a lot of overlap between those 3 subcategories. The overall race leader does indeed lead SP9 Pro, Christian Krognes, but Adam Christodoulou is leading the Pro-Am division. That's the car he shares with Jake Hill and Kyle Tilley for both drivers' first opportunity to experience an AMG in race trim and race format. SP9 Am, led by Gabriele Piana. Now, he is a winner in the past of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring overall, so certainly no slouch. And Gabriele Piana may be the quickest driver in that driver combination in car number 5. He's doing very well to run 10th and to keep Marek Bachmann at a decent distance. 2nd place in SP9 Am for Bachmann, but he's about 6 seconds down compared to the Black Falcon class leader. So into Adenauer Forst for the race leaders, Christian Krognes, the yellow and blue Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou, Klaus Bachler, Robin Freins, and they're all making a bit of a jump now from David Jahn as he recovers after that contact with the Rothoff Cupra.
Yeah, David Jahn's getting on towards 3 seconds behind this lead quartet, and suddenly we're going to be up to the world of when you decide to make your first pit stop. Ordinarily, they will come in at the end of 6 laps. We're at the end coming towards the end of 5 laps right now. Some might blink and go early, but if you go early, you have a shorter pit stop, but at the end of the race, you'll have your pit stop earlier commensurately, and you'll have to have a longer pit stop. So you sort of, if you pit early, you gain in the early part of the race. The race order seems to change its pattern, but then of course it's payback time later on. So it's how you choose to distribute your pit stops through the race.
ADAC Eiffel Trophy, the first ever which forms part of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. This is race 6 of 10 then. The Porsche Endurance Trophy for the Nürburgring is currently led by the 953 car. So that is the Oscar Sandberg Smurlis racing car that has got ahead now of Moritz Oberheim in 962. 959 is Heiko Eichenberg. And then in 4th place, it's the 961 WNS Motorsport car. But there are there's very few bits of time between these cars, virtually nose to tail. Jörg Wiebahn has found his way in between, I notice, Eichenberg and Marquez. So SP10 car may be recovering after some early incidents in the number 176 Mercedes. But the Porsche Trophy Nürburgring 718 Caymans was always going to deliver some high stakes competition, and with 17 starters that is not disappointing. In Cup 2, the leader in that part of the race is the 902 car which is Raphael Renhofer. Well, he was managing to get by a couple of Equipe Vitesse Audis not that long ago, just before Schwedenkreuz. But Martin Rump is involved as well in the 904 car. And then in third position, 921, is the Bednarski-driven Mühlner Motorsport car. A few cars back, actually, because in between them are one or two cars from other classes. But it's been a good getaway so far for Renhofer in the team Liqui-Moly by Black Falcon Porsche. He's almost 6 seconds ahead of the Estonian Rump in his Mühlner Motorsport car.
Yeah, I think early on where we had the best of the Cup 2 runners, Raphael Renhofer getting past some SP9 class cars, I think they'd actually just been caught up a little bit. I think they'd been bunched in traffic. He chose his moment. But what we tend to have is the fact that we will get Cup 2 cars leading this race because they make their first pit stop sort of a lap or so after the SP9 cars have to come in. But there have been times when there have been incidents at the top end of the field for SP9 and suddenly you got quite deep into the race. You've still got a Cup 2 cars in the mix. However, they inevitably cede position late in the race, but it does mean you'll suddenly have a slightly distorted lap chart if you were imagining one with the Cup 2 cars gaining seemingly 10 positions out of nothing, but that's simply by dint of not serving their first pit stop as early as the SP9 class cars do. Fantastic racing still between Robin Freitz, still in fourth place, still right under the rear wing of Klaus Bachler, and as the Dutch driver attacks the Austrian Adam Christodoulou, he gets a bit of breathing space. In fact, Christodoulou in the pale yellow and light blue Mercedes has pulled clear of them, and he's now getting much closer to our race leader Christian Cronjes. About 9/10 of a second was the gap between first and second. Certainly not 9/10 between Klaus Bachler in third and Robin Freitz in fourth. More like about a third of a second, and still the black and red BMW attacks.
Yeah, clearly they've done maybe a bit of setup change on that BMW because it didn't feature too well in qualifying, but I also did make the point that it might have been the situation after traffic for BMW number 77 on the Yokohama tyres. Certainly it's got a good run this time on the Falcon Motorsport Porsche of Klaus Bachler, within 3 car lengths of it on the Dottinger Ruhr. But straight line speed from the Porsche 911 GT3R is very good as well. So BMW, if anything, is losing a little bit of pace, even though it's in the draft. Now it's inching its way closer, but surely it's going to run out of road as they go underneath the bridge at Antonius Bucher. Depending on how brave Robin Freitz wants to be on the brakes, he will get within a car length of the Austrian racer. And in fact, the two race leaders aren't that far away either. Intervention vehicle to successfully negotiate as well. That was being indicated to the drivers by white flags. This might be Robin Freitz's best opportunity, though. Down to the first corner again, Bruce, right on the tail of Bachler.
Yeah, he made a much better exit from the final corner. Bachler was actually starting to haul in the second place Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou. And the move comes. Late dive, but too late because Robin Freitz dives down the inside but doesn't do a lot of braking, and then he goes straight on, eventually gets the grip to turn in, and at that point fourth became third, became fourth all over again.
Came very close as well to the rear of Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes in that process. I think he knew what he was doing just about, but might as well throw one up the inside and see what happens. But the ideal is that you stay within the white lines and try not to hit any of your competitors. Well, they've all survived that moment down at the first corner. We are 42 minutes in to the race, and much earlier on in the lap, the KCMG Mercedes of Kamui Kobayashi was either nerved into a spin or he lost it himself. That was at Bergwerk, and doing battle with, now, was that an Audi in behind him?
Yeah,
at
Frank Stippler was in behind him in his Audi.
Yeah, the 8 car. Okay. So it was maybe Stippler with some contact, or did Kamui Kobayashi just lose it on maybe some gravel there or a bit of fluid? I'd like to be able to describe that to you again to be sure. There has been a change, however, between David Jahn and Nico Menzel, and Menzel is now up to 5th position in potentially a damaged BMW for Gamota Racing after its clash with the Cupra just at the end of the Vidal chicane. So still plenty happening, and we're a good probably 17 minutes or so away from the end of these first stints. Remember, these are going to be shorter because of the rolling lap and the amount of fuel that you do burn through, even though it's at a much reduced pace. And now all of a sudden everybody has to get off the gas because there is a restriction at the end of the Hatzenbach, and not for the first time. Alex Alex Croker, thank you, has another spin coming out of the Vidal chicane. So that's car number 6 again. Yeah, it was tight between Robin Freins and the rear of Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes, as Freins almost uncontrollably trying to bypass Klaus Bachler at the first corner. He certainly struggled to make the corner, and Adam Christodoulou, had there been contact there, wouldn't have known a great deal about it. Now Christo, as he starts to launch the Mercedes out of the latest Code 60, almost caught Christian Krognes napping there, but the Aston stays in front.
Yeah, Robin Freins appears to have actually fallen off the tail of that lead battle. He may be just out of camera shot. Christian Krognes has always just had that little buffer. It's slowed up again, where we just came into that slow zone. He had to hit the brakes, everyone else bunched up behind. So every time Christian Krognes, this super successful Norwegian racer on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, just ekes out a bit of an advantage. There seems to be a slow zone or something where everyone else closes onto his tail as they go in. It's often how drivers in front react to the slow zone, because of course there is a speed limit there, so nobody should gain anything. But on the way in and on the way out, you often find a car can lose a valuable time. But right now, it's Christian Krognes leading from Aston Christodoulou by half a second.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Liebe Fans, lovely Fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
News just in from race control, and it is that the number 23 car of David Yarn was at fault with the incident with the Cupra at the Vidal chicane, number 471, so that is going to be a drive-through penalty. There's also damage to a Porsche Cup car which has come into pit lane. Also the Dacia is in for what looks like routine work, but that is possibly an earlier stop than we might have expected there for the Logan. It's the 913 Porsche which is in pit lane, displaying damage to the rear bumper, and that is the Bill Cameron, Jim Cameron Porsche from Cup 2, which I presume is having to pit out of sequence maybe to get some of that repair work done. And in fact, has it just turned right at the end of pit lane to go back into the main paddock? We'll find that out in due course, because again, the fight is on. From the vantage point of Klaus Bachler, he can just about see the vantage that leads the race of Christian Krognes, but is it about to be swallowed up by Adam Christodoulou?
The Dottinger Her, discuss, it's straight. You can't see a great deal apart from the car in front of you when you get onto it, but it does rise. The cars go up a little crest. They're getting towards the sort of starting point when you do your Nürburgring Nordschleife tourist car laps. Then you go under the bridge. At this point, you go, hold on, the track goes left. Yes, a straight that turns left, but anyhow, carry on. Going up the hill all over again, and Christodoulou is all over the tail of Christian Krognes. But Krognes hanging on his Aston Martin, and the third place car, Klaus Bachler, his Porsche got a tow from the pair of them. So the first three cars are going to be covered by about a second, and the fact they're going past the pits at 6 laps means they'll be coming in on lap 7. Just remember that. But Robin Freitz blinks after 6 laps. He dives in from 4th place in his Schubert Motorsport BMW, so others may follow. And for Robin, he wasn't quite close enough to catch the toe off the cars in front. Might as well come in. That, I think, was a very, very clever call.
Well, also it might be partly in response to knowing that the top 3 were going to stay out for another lap, because you're right that any gain that you might make in the early part of the race should then kind of go against you towards the finish. But that is great potentially for Robin Freitz and an early track position, because I reckon when that BMW rejoins and then the 3 cars ahead of him also pit, the BMW number 77 could leapfrog these 3 and then at least have chance to dictate the pace for the middle segment of the race.
Yeah, 100%. It is a roll of the dice. It is a gamble, because his final pit stop will necessarily come early. You've only got so much fuel in your car. You can stretch it to 8 laps if all is well, but the fact he's getting a full tank now means he'll have that final stop early. That final stop will have to be longer. It's yin and yang. You balance it out, but I tell you what, I think that's a masterstroke. It wasn't quite close enough to stay with the lead trio, who are all over each other. At the moment, it's still our pole starter, Christian Krognes in his Aston Martin. Still Adam Christodoulou, who did such a good opening stint. He got up from 4th on the grid to 2nd. And Klaus Bachler, who sort of fell down the order and has been fighting his way back. Any little slip-up, and these 3 could hit trouble. But right now, they are slightly holding each other up, and that is clearly what Motorsport was thinking. Bring Robin Freitz in now. He's not close enough to tackle them. He could be in a lap's time, but why not just go track position? We'll take it, see where we go from there.
Known, I believe, in modern Formula 1 parlance as the undercut, as in you pit.
I thought that's what I did when I shaved.
Yeah, I know. I don't like the term, but I sort of understand its meaning. So you are getting the car out slightly earlier from the race than the others that you're fighting with. Hopefully then you'll be delivered back onto the racetrack in relatively clear air. The problem is it's very difficult to work out where the clear air is going to be next when you've got so many cars doing lots of different lap speed. But with a bit of luck, Schubert Motorsport, this is not their first rodeo, will benefit from that, and it'll provide an even closer race for us. Now, straight into a code 60. And one has just appeared at Flugplatz, which is where the top 3 are. There's an intervention vehicle over to the right, and actually
barrier repairs.
Big barrier damage, yeah. And I'm not sure how that happened, but this is the approach to Schwedenkreuz, and it's bent back quite a significant section of the Armco barrier. So the trailers, or the large HGVs with trailers, are now on site in order to recover car, repair barriers, and that might be there for a while.
Yeah, it could well be. I mean, sometimes when you go with an aerial shot, you go, did they damage that as well? But it's previous barrier damage that hasn't been considered, you know, they've just been scraped. But that looks as though it was a glancing blow, but normally a glancing blow doesn't do too much damage to the barrier, but certainly hard at the first point. Okay, this is even more of an advantage for people who are pitted this lap, because the cars out on the track are being slowed right down. When they get clear of the zone, they'll be released, and that's exactly what's happened now. And Christian Krogner has really read the restart very, very nicely. But for Robin Freund sitting in the pit, we don't know if he's going to go back out to do the second of the 4 stints, but that meant the cars out on track were not running at full racing speed. So what I thought was a brave bid, perhaps a masterstroke, has been given a little bit more of an assistance there. Schubert Motorsport could be the ones that gain.
I can tell you that David Yarn hasn't yet taken his drive-through penalty for Gummotor Racing, so no pit stops indicated for any of the top 5 cars. Good early progress from Frank Stippler. Well, obviously that is always the case. There is another car in the barrier just after Adenauer Forst, hence the reason why the cars in the top 3 positions all had to back off collectively there as well. Now they're going towards Metzgersfeld, which is the double left-hander, and the first of those lefts much more open compared to the second one. And now down the hill on their way to Exmüller and Breitscheid. And for Christian Krogner, try as he might, he cannot shake Adam Christodoulou. They're fighting amongst themselves, and that in turn is aiding Klaus Bachler to stay within touching distance. Problem is, I don't think the Porsche's quite got the straight line speed compared to the Aston Martin and the Mercedes, but all he can do is stick with them and wait for a potential opportunity. David Yarn now in behind in the number 23 car. Is he in behind the yellow and black Dunlop Motorsport Porsche? No, because that's made a stop, hasn't it? So it's Frank Stippler maybe that's now ahead of car 23. So Stippler up to 4th place by the looks of things. And the gold liveried Porsche of Gabriele Piana running right in behind the all-white BMW. Remember, pitting on that lap was Robin Freund,
who has returned. He's obviously going to do the first half of the race. I think that's the better way of doing it, rather than the 2-driver lineup going do the first, the third, the other driver's the second and fourth. But you know, Robin's in the mood, in the mode, and certainly helped by that slow zone. For those that were still out on track, they were delayed. Equally easy, he could find a slow zone on his outlap, but you just take every margin you can get.
And yes, the other car to stop on that lap then after 6 laps was Nico Müller. Sorry, it was Menzel exchanging the race seat for Müller, Sven Müller, in the number 17 car. Dylan Pereira still right behind Gabriele Piana. So that is another change as well, with Piana able to get ahead of the Luxembourgish racer. And Piana making good progress in this, the pro stint of an SP9 AM driver lineup.
Conditions perfect, racing pretty close to that as well. Of course, we had the moment with the poor Cooper being given a whack with 2 laps, or 2 out of 3 laps, bright yellow Audi spinning at the very same point on the exit of the Vidal chicane. We've had a little bit of barrier damage, but they're working on that now, and the crews are just super efficient. They've got a large number of vehicles with new sets of barrier ready to go along to the scene of a contact with the barrier, remove the old panels, check that the uprights are correct, and bolt it on. It's something they know they're going to be doing at some point during any round of the NLS. They may get away with it occasionally, but other times you can get double doses. And the bizarre thing is that so many races that are in full dry conditions, which you think would be perfect conditions, you actually have more people overstepping the mark than when it's sort of streaming and wet, which are other conditions also available here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. A wonderful day today. For me, I'm just looking to see where Robin Freund will be after that pit stop. He ought, with all rights, plus the assistance and help from the slow zone that trapped and delayed the cars that hadn't pitted on the same lap as him, he should definitely be in front. The question will be where, how much in front? That's the question we'll find out fairly shortly in about the next, I don't know, 5 minutes or so.
33 Audi making a stop for K. Kramer Racing. Michele Di Martino doing the opening stint for the SP9 AM runner. They were 5th prior to that stop. And I assume everything's going to plan for K. Kramer Racing. Now, the question is, what happens with David Yarn's drive-through penalty. He's going to have to pit at the end of this. Gabriele Piana, meanwhile, is trying to get ahead of David Jan, and there was a touch there to the rear left corner of the BMW, really unsettling the M4. That could have been a huge incident on the way towards Flansgarten. They're now at Ice-Curver, but yes, Piana putting his nose down the inside where it was not wanted, and David Jan not fully expecting that. Now the Stefan Bellof S and the run towards the Kleiner Carousel. That's actually given David Jan a bit of a jump, actually, out in front. He's going to have to pit at the end of this lap, as are everybody else that hasn't yet made a stop. And then the next time around, I fancy, David Jan, or maybe a new driver in BMW number 23, is going to have to make another call to pit lane straight away for that drive-through.
And there's another slow zone out on the circuit, so again, that's going to be helping Robin Freitz. It's not his part of the circuit, it's hitting the cars at the tail end of the top 10, who are going to be coming in at the end of this lap. They're waiting to get to the Dottinger Höhe for that long blast back, but they've got to slow. There are course officials at the side of the track, and a car has clearly hit the barrier, so actually just pulled up to the side of the track as they go onto that long return straight. But a move coming now from Klaus Bachler. He's ahead of that, and he was all over the tail of Adam Christodoulou. These cars are about to dive in the pits. They've got the last 3 squiggles at Tiergarten to get through, and then they'll be diving into the pits. So Christian Krogner started from pole. He's going to be coming in from the lead of the race, probably stay on board. He's in one of the 2 driver lineups. In he comes, first 3 cars. Krogner's, Christodoulou, Bachler, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Porsche, into the pit lane.
So it becomes a race on pit road to an extent, because these are all timed pit stops, remember, and timed according to each of the 3 cars doing a 7-lap stint entering. However, Robin Freitz only did a 6-lap stint, and how much time has he been able to gain on his outlap versus the 3 in-laps for Krognes, Christodoulou and Bachler? More cars about to make a pit call are David Jan's BMW, Frank Stippler's Jutta Racing Audi, but Stippler is ahead of the BMW, and this gold Porsche of Gabriele Piana, who again gets very, very close to the tail of the BMW, just in time, I hope, to go down to the speed limit required in pit lane. Dylan Pereira will pit as well from 7th position, and therefore the next car due across the line will be Robin Freitz. Can he get ahead of all of these cars as they are parked in pit lane for the first time?
I think absolutely has got to. They had a couple of slow zones in their lap, and that none so far have affected Robin Freitz. He has a shorter pit stop because he pitted. Remember, he was in 4th. With it, the top 4 cars were covered by 2.5 seconds, I think, maybe slightly less. So with the shorter pit stop time, he'll emerge into the lead of the race, and I would think he could be as much as 10 seconds clear with that helping hand. And think how many laps you'd have to fight away to get to the top if you had no interruptions for you or your rivals. So I think this has been a bit of a gift for Robin Freitz. But we will see. He's still around the lap. There could still be some more slow zones facing him. There's a slow-moving vehicle on the along the Dottinger Höhe. So that means all attention. But the cars coming along the Dottinger Höhe also appear to be running at a bated pace. So just looking, tracks clear at Hocheichen. That was a while ago. Well, we'll see, but I still think it's a position that's a position of comfort for Robin Freitz in his Schubert Motorsport BMW.
Now, don't be confused and think that there is an additional class in NLS 6 for karts. Might be quite fun, I suppose, but it looks like that whole quadrant where the old Formula 1 garages and pits are and were has been turned into a kart track for this weekend, so that's a lot of fun. I assume for the youngsters who aspire to be on the full-size Nordschleife in years to come.
Frankly, I think they should be saving that money and spending it on buying painted metal signs from the shops alongside to give to their parents or grandparents. I'm just putting a bid out there.
There's some cracking books there as well, which you were able to leave behind for the majority.
Oh, it hurts. It hurt. I love old books and I love old models. I love many things in those shops. But if you do visit the Nürburgring Nordschleife, give yourself half an hour. Pop in. There's a bar alongside, a place you can get a coffee, but the store, a couple of stores in there, they're real treasure troves.
2 big winners then, because of their early stops, are certainly Robin Freitz, who goes into the race lead, and up to 2nd place now is Sven Muller in the number 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche that he shares with Nico Menzel.
And it got out ahead of the Mercedes that had been chasing for so long, the The car started by Adam Christodoulou, back out onto the circuit, but it's swapped over, so the Falcon liveried Porsche has gained the jump. Car number 44, Klaus Bachler, stayed on board, but he's not behind the Mercedes, he's in front, but he will know, the team would have said, you did notice the fourth guy in our group in the opening stint of the race went out of your rear view mirrors. He pitted a lap earlier. We had some slow zones, and therefore certainly that Schubert Motorsport BMW will be at the top of the charts. And you know, it is a roll of the dice. Anything you do on the Nordschleife is a roll of the dice, but certainly done very, very well indeed by Schubert. Was it inspired? I think it was very well guided, but it was given a helping hand. But you know, it's possible.
Now, don't forget, if you're enjoying our coverage in both sound and vision, the scoring tower will now be slightly inaccurate for the next lap, because remember that the Aston Martin technically led into pit lane. It cuts the beam as the race leader at the end of lap 7, but it pitted, whereas the BMW of Robin Freins stays out because it pitted a lap before, and therefore the red and black BMW number 77 is the new race leader. That'll be reflected next time around. Up to second place, as I say, is Sven Muller in the car that you can hear in the background, the 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche from Schnabel Engineering, and then into third position should slot the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin of Matteo Villagomez. And like you said, getting the jump on Kyle Tilley is Klaus Bachler. He'll now be fourth on the road in car 44 ahead of the 26 Pro Sport Racing Mercedes.
High-speed chess.
Just a bit.
In a beautiful environment. You know, so there are so many elements. And as we say that, our race leader, Robin Freins, almost has to, well, he has to stamp on the brakes, and he suddenly got that Dunlop Porsche right behind him, because course vehicles and barrier repairs to be passed. And again, so many course vehicles are needed, because you've got not only a truck, but a truck with a trailer. You've got lifting gear, another flatbed for moving cars. We've got a car off on the left-hand side, possibly two cars on the left-hand side. So I think that, I don't know if they're the cars that hit the barriers on one side and came back across the circuit, but certainly this is going to be a slow zone that will affect every single driver out there, because it's going to be a while that is in place. But for our race leader, just waiting to see when he can put the throttle to the floor, and that's Matteo Villagomez. Not so. What am I talking about? He's in third place overall, but effectively it's Robin Freins leading the way as the lap charts will be pushed around, and Sven Muller in second place. So car 77, Schubert Motorsport BMW, now back up to full speed, and tucked in behind within a second in arrears is car number 17, Sven Muller, who's actually just done the best first sector of anyone. So clearly a lap, or just a lap and a bit into the second stint, and it's going very well for that Dunlop Porsche.
The other car to look out for the time being is Robin Cherzinovsky in the 919 Cup 2 class lead, because he hasn't pitted at all yet. We did mention that the Porsche Cup cars can go a bit further on fuel, and the Klick Versicherung.de entered car is sort of matching the pace now with Robin Freins and Sven Muller. I wonder whether actually the 919 is the race leader currently, by virtue of the fact that it hasn't stopped yet. We'll check that, but certainly Cherzinovsky was ahead at the start of lap 8, ahead of Freins and Muller. But I would expect Cherzinovsky to have to pit at the end of 8 laps. SP9s can't do 8 laps during their first stint. Aston Martin up against Porsche, so Klaus Bachler jumping ahead of Kyle Tilley. Remember, that is an SP9 Pro-Am entered car, the Pro Sport Mercedes, so we wouldn't expect it to be able to keep pace with the SP9 Pros all the way through the race. Absolutely nose to tail then for the net lead in SP9, and it'll possibly stay as a net lead all the way to the closing stops, about an hour or 65 minutes out from the checkered flag at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Aston Martin bouncing all around the road there, having to deal with one of the intervention vehicles.
It's hard enough keeping a car on the island racing around the Nordschleife, trying to carry your speed, not scrub momentum, avoiding back markers. But course vehicles, it's something that is so unusual in most racing circuits to have them out on track very much at all, because simply tracks are safer, the barriers do what they need to do. But here, not only do they come out because there are moments, but it's the fact you don't have much line of sight for a lot of the circuit, and so you have to be absolutely on your toes. And so for the Ecuadorian racer Matteo Villagomez, again, it's a learning process. He had to react, he did react, but you simply cannot ever afford to back out and stuff like that. It's really, really very tricky indeed.
Remember again, on the bottom of the screen, the graphics are slightly askew because of the early pit stop for Robin Freins, promoting BMW number 77 to the lead of the race as things stand. But it's useful to know that the Aston Martin's having a good fight with the 44 Porsche, just to know how those cars that pitted after 7 laps are. Their trajectory is appearing towards the end of the lap. They're down in what's called 12th right now, is actually the car leading SP9 on the road. And the correct order will be established at the end of this lap, so probably in the next 4 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think the big problem is that the graphics are run at the end of the first racing hour. If they could do it the equivalent of a lap later, so say at 10 minutes past the hour, then you'd get the accurate picture of who is in the lead of the race on the track. But just to remind you, by pitting on lap 6, you get a shorter pit stop. Let's just give you an example. Your pit stop has to be 374 seconds. If you pit on lap 7, you save 23 seconds. Your pit stop is 23 seconds shorter, longer.
Longer, yeah.
Sorry, at that point. But the equivalent pit stop at the end of the race, you know, it's fair, it balances it out. But if you want track position, which is exactly what Robin Freins did, he was in 4th place, been fighting hard, wasn't making any great gains on Klaus Bachler, come in, and then as soon as a slow zone was thrown while he was still having his pit stop, that's more advantage gained, and that is why he and the Dunlop Porsche that came in at the same time, car number 17, ought to be listed at the top of the timing graphic. And they will be.
What happened a moment or two ago between the Aston Martin of Matteo Villagomez and the Porsche of Klaus Bachler. Villagomez spat out from the carousel up wide, and that opened the door for Klaus Bachler to get ahead and effectively take the net race lead. Once all this unwinds, the Austrian is definitely ahead of the Aston Martin Vantage. Did that just before this current slow zone as well, which sees a car off to the left and sadly in the barrier. That looks to be Porsche shaped, maybe a Cayman.
Yep.
I then suddenly started to second guess myself and wonder whether it was an Aston Martin from SP10. Have we even got an Aston Martin in SP10? No, I'm going to stick with my first guess because you agreed with it as well, that it was a Porsche. And now Klaus Bachler gets going once more. So I reckon Bachler is potentially 4th on the road, or now 3rd on the road, behind Robin Freins, behind the 17 car of Sven Muller. Still remains to be seen where Robin Cherzynovsky is, though, as well, in his class-leading Cup 2 Porsche, which might actually make Klaus Bachler 4th when you total up all of the front runners. But that is a key overtake on Villagomez, considering the amount of time he had to sit in the wake of Christian Krognes, being told by his engineer to stay well over to the right, and by the race officials as well, at Galgenkopf. Then he sees the green, and he gets very, very quickly back up to speed in time for the start of the Dottinger Hoor.
Yeah, absolutely critical. If someone's on your tail, you do not want them to get any closer. Don't allow anyone to tow. But for Klaus Bachler, nobody in front of him. He's got all the straight, but he just needs to keep pressing on. But quite a lot of barrier damage so far today. We're only just over an hour into this race, and about 4 points around the circuit. Barriers are being repaired, but obviously the barriers have to be in a safe condition, and that is precisely why they need to be fixed. And the crew's incredibly efficient. You think about on a regular racing circuit, 5 kilometres round or whatever, and you've got various points to get on the circuit, but a lot of the info of this circuit is just forest. There are no access roads, so you really have to sometimes run them along. Right, now we're getting the effective picture. A challenge for the lead. So Robin Freins has got Sven Muller all over him. The black and red Schubert Motorsport BMW turns into the first corner, turns sharply right, and then swings across to turn into the left-hander that follows. And even there, in that short run between the first and second corners, the yellow and black Dunlop Porsche with Sven Muller is looking busy, looking not effective yet, but trying to unseat. But Robin Freins is not the sort of driver to be unseated, but certainly it's looking good between them. So there we are, 8 laps on the board, a third of a second between first and second. But But have these two escaped? Yes, they have, but they're going to have to give time back in the final pit stop of the race. They'll be longer at a standstill. But really, it's a question, Johnny, how they use these next laps. Of course, they're fighting for position, but actually, if they're quite clever, they wouldn't really challenge each other too much. They'd try and eke out more of an advantage than they possibly can. Oh, big switch to the tail from Robin Fry. Down into dip he goes. Up above him, he sees the climb to the Vidal chicane through ITT Bogan. He runs a little bit wide, putting the Porsche on the outside line. I think that was actually just a defensive move. Porsche's got more speed than straight and up the hill, but unfortunately for him, for Sven Muller, it's filled with black and red BMW. First and second, they remain the same. Gap back to the best of the rest is to Klaus Bachler. As you pointed out, he'd moved ahead of the Aston Martin of Matteo Villagomez. 19 seconds the gap between the first duo and the best of the rest. 19.19.
That was all from a very tiny error from Robin Freins that then magnified the sort of butterfly effect, which meant that the 17 car was able to draw level into the braking area for the Vidal chicane. Now they're having to deal with one or two middle-order cars in the awkward areas on hats and back. Plenty of dust being kicked up as well by the Dutchman's BMW into the face of Sven Muller. I was right about Robin Cherzinovsky as well, who I think was third as he then pitted. So Klaus Bachler got immediately ahead and was called as third position as they went through the timing loop. But Robin Cherzinovsky making full use of the fuel economy of a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, pitting from the lead of Cup 2 in the 919 car. Klaus Bachler in the secondary group, those that pitted after 7 laps, but he made the killer overtake on Matteo Villagomez before the end of lap 8, and therefore Bachler is well positioned as well to attempt to eat into what is actually a 19-second lead now. Now, you said it was a 23-second difference between pitting after 6 laps and pitting after 7 laps in the favour of the shorter stint. But like you say, that'll swing back in, well, the designers of the regulations say it'll swing back to the tune of exactly 23 seconds by the end of it, and should be completely equal. We'll see how well those calculations have gone. White flags being displayed. Everybody slowed down. Because the slow car, those in behind it thought they weren't able to overtake, but of course a white flag doesn't mean that. It just warns you of a slow car, and the Porsche that started the overtaking there had read the regulations, whereas arguably the Aston Martin number 37 got a bit confused between the flags there. That's the Dumoulin entered Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin.
Yeah, and that's Marek Bachmann at the wheel, and he's someone who really knows his craft around here, so I think just momentary confusion, but these things oh, sorry, Bachmann started it into one of the Dumoulins. I apologise. They had swapped around. Yeah,
so Bachmann out of the car, but may go back in before the finish. So it's Maxime and Guido Dumoulin that are also driving that SP9 AM car on the Dunlop tyres, it looks like, or the yellow sidewalls. And yeah, pretty sure there are some Dunlop badges on the front of that car. Well, it might be Goodyear, I suppose, as well. A lot of former Dunlop categories in Central Europe have now been changed to Goodyear as the parent company. The exception, of course, is the 17 Porsche in this race. There's now a big gaggle of cars all head on to the Döttinger Hohe, and these look suspiciously like the Cup 3 leaders. Certainly the cars darting around one BMW and one maybe Supra. So Cup 3, remember, was led away, the front of the second group. Oscar Sandberg, Moritz Oberheim and Heiko Eichenberg. I wonder whether they've all found one another now on the long Döttinger Hohe.
They have top 3 in class covered by about 1.6 seconds, and that was the previous timing bar. So the yellow, it was a pair of yellow and black livery cars that started on the front row of their second batch of cars, but they're being joined, and I'd reckon it's under a second between the first 3 as they sweep through. This is Cup 3. Again, you have all these internal battles. One make races in the overall pattern of this class in the NLS. There's so many classes together, but just as they cross the line in 17th, 18th and 19th positions overall, it's still Moritz Sandberg leading, but by just a third of a second from Oberheim and Eichenberg. This one will rumble on, but their pit stops will be coming up soon. They'll fall back down the order.
True.
They'll stay together. That's the important element.
Yes, well, let's hope so, because this is glorious stuff. Well over an hour into this race. So the 953 car, which is the Smerlis entered machine for Oscar Sandberg, just ahead of Moritz Oberheim, and there's the blue and white 959 of the chasing Heiko Eichenberg. He's sharing with Calvin de Groot of the Netherlands, and that is a 959 Cup 3 Pro entry. I'm pretty sure all these are pros, actually. Certainly the Sandberg car is the Smerlis racing car, but yes, this Cayman battle, they're all 718 Caymans in Cup 3, showing no signs of letting up. Robin Freins, meanwhile, began the lap with just 0.4 of a second in his back pocket over Sven Muller, and there are still a significant number of areas of this track affected by yellows, or more pertinently, code 60s, as significant barrier repair is taking place, not least at Galgenkopf. So that means that the start run onto the Dottinger is slightly more complicated than it would normally be.
Yeah, you can go around that final corner onto that long run on various lines. Normally, now you cannot. You have to take a much tighter line to the right-hand side. And also, when you get barrier damage, quite frequently, what do you get? You get shrapnel on the circuit. You get bits of damaged cars. So you don't want to go near the barriers where possible. So every team will be saying, stay right, hard right. Yes, it's not the fast line out of Galgenkopf, but the last thing you want to do is pick up a shard, pick up a puncture on your run at the fastest point on the circuit. So again, frustrating, but it is something very, very much an element of everything that happens on the Nordschleife.
Robin Freins has cleared off.
He went from a third of a second to about 2 seconds in the blink of an eye.
I was starting to wonder whether actually Sven Muller had got ahead of him, but
so was I.
That's not the case. The blue and black BMW is way out in front now as he heads for the Stefan Bellof S and the Kleiner Carousel, whereas Sven Muller just having to try to stick with the BMW as best he can, but he's also mindful of who may be behind him. Klaus Bachler's not really catching at a huge rate of knots. We will be able to tell you lap times at the end of this one. Now, this is a chance for Sven to claw back some of that ground lost to Robin Freins as they go into the caution at Galgenkopf.
A gentle climb, run at an incredibly gentle pace, but not in normal racing conditions, but through the corner they go. A course vehicle and a stranded car on the left-hand side of the circuit. It's one of the junior class BMWs, and then the flag is waved green. The corner is still arcing to the right. They still can't see line of sight up the straight. Not yet, not yet, yet. Now they can. And then it's the run all the way back to the pits. But Robin Freins, again, he's sitting on a buffer of 2 seconds. Anything more than a second, you're not offering much of a tow. Anything more than 2 seconds, as Robin Freins says, you're offering no tow at all to the car behind. So that'll be frustrating for Sven Muller, but again, just slow points around the circuit. It's stop, but that is the nature of the VLN, as it was, and now the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. But to make sure when they get out of the slow zone and you go under green flag, you want clear line of sight, clear track, and Robin Freins on the flashes on that Schubert Motorsport BMW, making sure the BMW junior class car knew he was there, gets past with no interruption, and will be able to continue into the final flick to the right, the flick to the left, onto the start finish straight. Job done. Again, a professional driver doing precisely what he needs to do.
Both of these cars, first and second, then pitted after 7 laps. Therefore, they can make it to 15, I reckon, before they need a bit more fuel to get them through the next hour. So that's now 3 laps ticked off within this stint.
Are you sure? I had them listed as after 6 races.
Oh no, you're right. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, getting confused with the stints later on in the race. So it was 6 laps and 7 laps for the other cars in the next batch. Yeah, fine. So therefore, it will be 16 laps. Hang on, 6 laps. No,
14 laps.
14 laps. Thank you. Brain fade all of a sudden. Maybe Le Mans catching up with me.
Get Johnny off the pit wall. Your team is giving up on you now.
14 laps for these two, 15 laps for the cars in behind. But that will see things remain equal all the way to the final pit stop. And remember, the final pit stop is dictated by when the checkered flag will come out. So the remaining minutes from when you pit to the end of the race. Therefore, those cars that pit closer to the checkered flag can take a shorter stop. So we're still 3 laps into this stint, and therefore another 5 to go for Robin Freins and Sven Muller. And Klaus Bachler, what was his lap time like? It was quicker than Muller's time in the yellow and black Porsche, but not as quick as Robin Freins. Well, that can be seen actually from the seat of Sven Muller to the extent of how hard that Schubert Motorsport BMW is pushing. 3.7 seconds was the gap between the BMW and the yellow and black Porsche. 16 seconds back then to Klaus Bachler's Volker Motorsport car. They are team cars, remember, Sven and Klaus. And then it's another further 16 seconds back to Vela Gomez. Yes, it is. So that Aston Martin has possibly got on the wrong side of one or two of the Code 60s, because that is a lap time that is over 10 seconds slower than Klaus Bachler's effort.
I fear that's the case. I mean, Mateo Villa-Gomez was having a really good attack when he started his stint. Then we didn't really get to see much of his car at all. But, you know, passed by Klaus Bachler. No disgrace in that. But I really think Bachler's form looks fantastic this weekend. So, yeah, hold on. Why am I saying that? He's third. The sister car from Schnabel Engineering on Dunlop tyres is running second. But, again, we have had that schism, according to when you make a pit stop. Oh, someone trying to lighten their car. Number 494 coming in with most of the car intact, the VW Golf, but not the rear bodywork section, which is hanging on by, well, not a great deal. That's definitely going to get the black and orange warning flag, and hopefully it's at a point on the circuit where they can cut into the back entrance to the pits, because yes, it is. It's very early. They're coming out of the arena section, and in fact, I think the bodywork, they're still behind as they go through the little cut through, but by the time they exit the Vidal chicane, they're going to have to go right back to the pits, not left onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Also going to check for the, whilst that happens, the BMW number 23, which was started by David Yarn, but there was that message on the screen to say that it would have to take a drive-through penalty. That car's now been taken over by Moritz Krantz.
Yeah, it's running in 6th place overall. It's 15 seconds down on Kyle Tilley, who's the second driver into the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes that was started by Adam Christodoulou, so Jake Hill will be waiting his turn.
So therefore, car 23 has not done the drive-through. I'm guessing that will be completed at the end of this lap, unless they are arguing it in race control.
So just had a little scramble back down the order to see how Scott Speed was getting on, the American former Formula 1 and NASCAR racer. He's 13th in his class, 999. He's running solo, unless they've drummed someone up to take over the second part of the race. So well done, the VW Golf, with the dragging bodywork. It's taken the back route into the pit, so shouldn't cause any damage. But for Scott Speed, it's about getting the tick on his ring permit. Get through this race cleanly, but he'll also, I'm sure, be enjoying this. You just think of the comparison to some of the circuits he was racing on when he was racing in NASCAR, and of course when he was fleetingly racing in Formula 1.
So Sebastian Disch brings that 494 semi-damaged VW Golf in. Fernandez, Flavia, Pellegrino and Thomas Schoenfeld are the other drivers in the VW Golf Mark 8. It's a GTI Club Sport. Dan and Arenberg and the 48 Porsche that was started by Dylan Pereira. It's now, though, being driven by Patrick Assenheimer. We mentioned this being a strong lineup, chasing down Moritz Krantz for Gamota Racing. But bear in mind, the BMW is going to have to pit sooner rather than later to take the drive-through penalty after its contact with the Cupra a good while ago now at Vidal chicane, sadly causing damage to Chris Rothoff's 471 Cupra. And what I haven't checked is whether 471 is actually back in the race now, having been stitched up. It does look like it has been stitched up, you might say, at the Vidal chicane after the contact, but also repaired in that definition of the phrase. Endurance Trophy Nürburgring for the Porsche Cup 3s and Cup 2s. Still an excellent fight for the 953 Porsche of Oscar Sandberg and Smerlis Racing, fending off Moritz Oberheim. And they're all going to come into the pits together as well. Very, very late on the brakes. Hopefully contact was avoided from Heiko Eichenberg in the blue and white SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. But this is totally, I mean, all-out racing after nearly an hour and a half worth of it, and prepare for another 2.5 hours of relentless stuff from Cup 3.
that's one of the reasons why Cup 3 has become so increasingly competitive. In years gone by, you're quite right, Johnny, that Cup 2 had the larger fields, but certainly those 718 Caymans are very, very popular cars. And the thing was, it would be a TV director's favourite who'd go, right, anything happening at the front, let's just go to Cup 2 or Cup 3, because you just knew there'd be a fantastic scrap at the front. But in the last year or so, Cup 3 has been really, really where it's at. They've got their own scraps every single race. So, Robin Freit's leading the race for BMW, for Schubert Motorsport. His margin, nearly 3.8 seconds, but certainly the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, Sven Muller, is hanging on in there. And in fact, it looks to my eye as though he's actually gained a few tenths around this lap. Beautiful sunny day on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And our race leader just up in front, it's losing a little bit of time. He had to pick his moment as to when to pass one of the backmarking cars. He does it cleanly, gets past the BMW M240i, and the BMW driver very good indeed. I'm not talking about Freitz, I'm talking about the car he's just passed. Indicator on, making it absolutely clear which side of the circuit he's putting his car, so the faster SP9 Charger of Sven Muller could come on through. Clarity of intention is so vital from the drivers in the midfield order cars, but when the front runners are coming through, they do not have to keep out of the way. You just have to be consistent in where they are. It's a hard process for some drivers to learn, particularly if it's streaming wet and you've got limited visibility. But I'd say that's why this racing just looks so exciting, multi-class. And when the front runners go through, they sweep through. The performance difference is huge, which makes tidy driving all the more important. And suddenly a slow zone, and Sven Muller in second place is all over the tail of a Cayman. But importantly for him, actually, I think he's gained a little bit of ground as they went into the slow zone, because Robin Freitz is one car in front of the interloping Cayman. They're just going through Galgenkopf now and waiting to release, but I would suggest that was a little bit of a gain. And the Cayman driver, very good, he's saying, when we get released from the green flag, I'm going right, I'm staying right, out of your way. But already at this point, Robin Freitz has floored the throttle on his BMW for Schubert Motorsport and got the lead back to where it should be, north of 2.5, 3 seconds. But certainly a tidy exit from Galgenkopf for Sven Muller in the Dunlop Porsche. Bear in mind, there's still 16 seconds or so of clear of Klaus Bachler, but that was 19 a few laps ago, so I'm really thinking this could be a race for Bachler. He came in after the standard 7 laps from that opening stint, whereas the 2 cars in front of him came in after 6. They will have the longer final pit stop, so if Bachler can keep gaining a tenth here, there, then I think he could well be out in front, because remember the difference is effectively 23 seconds. By pitting your last pit stop a lap earlier than your rivals, it will be the longer pit stop. So at the moment you'd say he's ahead on that metric, but so much can happen in the remaining 2.5 hours, so much.
Every credit to Peder Saltfeld then in the Smurlish Racing Porsche that tucked in nice and tightly at Galgenkopf. Don't get that Smurlish Racing car confused with the one that leads the Cup 3 category. That's the sister car, number 952, for also Christian Kraus and Fidel Leib later on in the race. But the Cup 3, top 3 completely together, and now with 3 different drivers as well. So 953 is now in the hands of Fielenbach, and that is Alexander Fielenbach, who takes over from Oscar Sandberg. And then we have Stegman and De Groot in the 962 and 959 Porsches in Cup 3. What I don't know is in what order did they actually leave pit lane? Were there any changes there at all? Because, well, for sure, 959 looking very racy indeed on the brakes, and that was every credit as well to Heiko Eichenberg. He's handed over to Calvin De Groot, his Dutch teammate. Now, is this the Mitsubishi Lancer that we were talking about at the start of the race?
Oh yes, taking on fuel. It looks bog standard from the front, but in fact in combi format, as they call it in Germany, or a state car, it wasn't a big seller. I mean, you think of this model of the Mitsubishi range, you think about rallying, you think about so many things from the Galant. But it's nice to see something different, and it's becoming really quite a rich tradition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and certainly the NLS, to have cars that are estate cars, something different. And I tell you what, for the fans, you know, it was lapped up. We saw what BMW achieved with its, well, it was called the M3 Touring. It was an M4 GT3 with a an M3 bodywork on it with that estate shape. It just made people smile. And the fact that it was so quick, 4th overall, you said, Johnny. And of course, after Nürburgring 24 hours, a short while ago, the car that finished second, the Lamborghini, that got a penalty, so everyone else moved up a place or two. But very, very much in the mix, the M3 Touring during the 24 hours. And this Mitsubishi, don't know how long it's been racing, but it does look great. That's car number 333.
Yeah, certainly grabs the attention, running on Hankook tyres. So yet another tyre manufacturer to add to the long list that have a presence at NLS 6 this year. NLS 6, not a new thing, but certainly the ADAC Eiffel Trophy, which is the title of the race, it's the first ever edition, in fact, of that.
Sorry, I got a little hot under the collar there. It wasn't a Galant, I panicked. A Mitsubishi, it was a Lancer. The Lancer CT9A, to give its nomenclature, but here it's the pink combi. I think that makes it much simpler for the fans. But, you know, something different, great to have it.
SP3T leader is the Schmickler Performance Porsche 982 Turbo. So that in the sky blue and white colours at the AMG Arena. And heading out of that corner and down towards the Goodyear Spanger then. Good to have that car in the entry as well for Achim Valver right now. Claudius Karch co-driving at certain points as well. In fact, it might have been Karch who started that car. They may be flip-flopping through the course of the 4 hours.
Right, I'm having the metaphorical crumpling of a sheet of paper here because Klaus Bachler, instead of being 16, 19 seconds down, thereabouts, he's 34 seconds down. He's lost out. He got the wrong side of a slow zone that clearly the first two cars, the BMW of Robin Freitz, the Sven Muller Porsche from Schubert Motorsport and Dunlop Motorsport respectively, they got through, the slow zone was thrown, and it's caught Klaus Bachler. In the blink of an eye, he's lost about 17 to 18 seconds. That is huge. It could easily go the other way, but that is a big swing, making the decision to come in after only 6 laps for their first pit stop. All the better for cars 77 and 17 that are running first and second. That's the Schubert Motorsport, BMW, and the number 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche. Course vehicles still out at various points around the circuit. Barrier repairs still at various points around the circuit. But it's when you get a slow zone and a rival does not have to have it because they've either gone through or it's cleared before they get to that point that you really get this huge swing of a pendulum. And I guess over the course of several seasons it all averages out, but that doesn't matter a jot because all you care about right now if you're on the track is this particular race.
Also a chance to catch the number 100 BMW 325i. There is a class exclusively for these cars, and this is Henning Hausmeier, who shares with Oliver Frieser in their number 100 325i. So that car, I think, in the lead of its class. No, it's second, I beg your pardon, of the 325i's. And there are at least 3 in the race. No, more than that, 5. Sadly, the 5th placed one didn't get too far at all. There were, though, 109 starters for NLS 6, the ADAC Eiffel Trophy. And that is the total number of cars here this weekend, even though only 107 officially qualified. The officials did allow the 2 non-qualified cars to take the race start, the 477 VW Sirocco and another BMW 325i, car number 112 from Team JS Competition. Robin Freitz and Sven Muller separated by a small margin at the start of this lap, but Freitz is certainly looking the quicker of those 2 cars. They were the massive beneficiaries then of maybe no code 60s on their lap or fewer of them. That's the Mitsubishi Lancer that we were waxing lyrical about not too long ago. This looks like an outlap, Bruce, for the treble 3, and it's going to struggle to get to the end of the Grand Prix lap.
It's not going for a land speed record. Safe to say that the pink-nosed Lancer estate car, a flatbed is in front of it, but nowhere near it because it's got doesn't look as though it's got any motive power. Coming up the rise to the Fidel chicane at walking pace.
Yeah.
No idea what's wrong, no visual keys to that, but it has to get through the chicane. Actually, can you take the escape roads to go past the chicane and then rejoin? But anyhow, that is a car heading back to the pit, so the novelty of the Lancer estate car may not be with us for much longer. Can't tell you what's wrong, apart from the fact it's not running at anything close to to racing pace. Just taking a look at what's happening in SP10, haven't really considered that very much since the start of the race. 31st and 32nd position overall for the first two cars, but they're covered by 3 seconds. Leading the class is car number 170, Toyo Tyres Supra. That's Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing, to give it its full name. It's Kutaka, and he's being chased by Jörg Wiebahn, the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes in that SP10 class car, which is effectively for GT4 runners, but going very nicely indeed.
I'm just a bit concerned whether they were able to get any fuel into the Lancer. They were clearly filling it up, but is that now a fuel pickup problem, or it was a tank issue, as in the nozzle may have gone in, but was it deploying any fuel into the belly of the Mitsubishi Lancer? So it had been going absolutely fine to that point, but now Eugen Weber is going to struggle to get the car back to the sanctuary of pit lane. It runs in SP3T, that car. Robin Freins is in the longest of the 5 sectors currently, and still not that far away from the chasing Sven Muller car, because also there was a gain from Muller at the end of the previous lap, a gain of about 2 seconds. Frantic work begins then down at the treble 3 gang. Remember that so many teams sharing garages, sometimes you get as many as 6 cars all in the same garage. So what you don't want is dramas for you and your fellow runners in the same space, because it becomes a real premium after a little while. SP10 third place car is the Vasilescu driven AV Racing by Black Falcon BMW M4 GT4, but still keeping my eye out for Robin Freins and Sven Muller. They will be on the Dottinger Hohe right now, the long straight towards the end of the lap, and there are 22 more minutes to go before we reach half distance in NLS 6.
It's extraordinary, covering this championship over many years now. No 2 races are alike, not just because you get the constant shuffling of drivers being rotated through, works drivers being joined to race in the Pro-Am class by AMS and so on and so forth. The weather is often different, but here it is. It's been divided by the simple fact that 4 cars from the top class pitted after 6 laps rather than 7, and 2 of them have broken clear, and there are race leaders Robin Freins and Sven Muller. The others are trying to play catch-up, and as another lap goes on the board, Sven Muller's trying not to be left any further behind. It's now 2.6 seconds between the pair of them. It's about negotiating traffic, but they roll the dice. Coming in early does cost you later in the race, but it does give you track position. On top of that, there was a slow zone, and clearly a further slow zone later. That's why Klaus Bachler is more than 30 seconds down in third place. That means they've got that slower final pit stop, the longer final pit stop that cars 77 and 17, our first and second place cars, have to serve. They've got it covered off. One more slow zone advantage will make it comfortable for them, but it could go the other way. It really could at any particular point in the race. But for now, Robin Freins, Sven Muller, they're way clear of the rest. Gap is now even more so. It's now 43 seconds from second place to third. So again, Klaus Bachler running third in the Falken Motorsport Porsche. My fault. I said I thought he had a very good chance in this race. In fact, I might have said he could win it, but he's clearly been losing out all the time. He's comfortable in that position in third because Matteo Villagome is not able to match his pace in the Volkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. But, you know, Villagome is just learning the circuit. Klaus Bachler has done it in every single format, I would reckon.
Yeah, Villagomez was a bit faster in sector 4, which is about a 3.5 minute lap, so gained a couple of seconds there, but had already lost 2 seconds, Villagomez, to Bachler in the previous sector. So it's all balanced out to being about the same, 1.5 seconds between the two of them for the time of each of their laps, favouring slightly Klaus Bachler. Meanwhile, the number 23 Moritz Krantz driven BMW still hasn't come in to serve its drive-through penalty, not showing as an extra pit stop there for car 23, but it was definitely told that it would need to do a drive-through after the contact at the Wiedel chicane. Nose to tail for the Pro-Am lead then between Moritz Krantz and Kyle Tilley.
Yeah, a quarter of a second is what it says on the timing screen. You don't need a timing screen to tell you that it's effectively 1 to 2 car lengths at any point. And in fact, a rather early application of the throttle from Moritz Krantz in the motor racing BMW as he left the arena section. You can see the BMW scrabbling for grip before he get back on the track properly. But Carl Tilly, a much cleaner line tucked in behind in that yellow and pale blue Mercedes, but in turn they've got a very, very small gap to a certain Patrick Assenheimer, the most experienced of the lot of them. He's third in class, so Pro-Am in SP9 is covered by 1.1 seconds first through to third. And Assenheimer in the Losch Motorsport Porsche is doing that little trick. It might be a bright day, so maybe no one will notice, but flashing his lights to try and just unsettle Carl Tilly. But Carl has got his head down, he's chasing after Moritz Krantz, seeing what he can do. But it's good to have Motor Racing on board, newish team, and you know they're really starting to show good form. In the first stint, of course, everyone was, as I joked, it was attack David Yarn Day, because certainly the first 2 versions of that were not his fault, but something later on clearly was, because he picked up that penalty lap, as it was called.
Now, how's your German, Bruce Jones? Because there's just a message on the screen for car 23, which says Mindestboxenzeit unterschritten wird untersucht. And that means that there is potential for that car to be under the minimum pit stop time.
Exactly, that's what I just...
So we've now potentially got this 23 BMW. Well, for sure it owes the officials a drive-through penalty after its contact with the Cupra at the Vidal chicane, and it's now being checked to see whether its one and only pit stop was too fast. And that might be a double whammy there for Moritz Krantz et al. Meanwhile, what was Krantz's restart like coming out of Galgenkopf? It got the jump on Kyle Tilly, so that's how they exchanged positions, and that is a straight fight for SP9 Pro-Am as things stand. But unfortunately, as the rest of this race develops, I think it's not going to look too good for car 23, which might be in arrears of a couple of penalties by the time we get to, well, another hour into the race, let's say.
OK, I'll swing back to my previous comment. It's great to have Motor Racing here, but they're clearly learning on the hoof, and it's about staying the right side of the rule book. But I must say, for the way that the restart was read, it's very difficult going to Galgenkopf. You know the final straight, the Dottinger, the longest straight of the circuit is around the corner, but you can't see exactly where the green flag post is to wave. And Carl Tilly wasn't quite up to the task there, because certainly the Motor Racing BMW went past very, very quickly. And it's the ins and outs of slow zones and your application to see, can you be right on the money? And in events as tight as this, it can make a big difference. And right there, it certainly did. So for Carl Tilly, suddenly place lost.
2 different strategies being utilised so far then for the 2 leading cars. They pitted after 6 laps. Robin Frein's BMW and Sven Muller's Porsche. Everybody else pitted after 7 laps, so can go to lap 15 of NLS 6.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans. Lovely Fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
The Radio Show Limited network of channels bringing you the latest edition of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and it is a Yokohama shot. No, it's not. There was a change on the start-finish straight. We were just referring to whether Sven Muller, I should say, was going to be able to get by Robin Freins, and just remember how dominant Robin Freins was in the BMW earlier in this stint, Bruce Jones. It looks like, it feels like the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche has been fine-tuned and set up to be good at the end of its stints.
Well, it certainly does. I mean, that's a 3-second swing, but it's not just the 3 seconds gain to move ahead for the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche. He had to make the passing move, and Robin Freins wasn't going to make it easy, but okay. Was there a slip-up? Did Robin Freins run wide? Unlikely. Was the traffic that maybe gave him half a chance? But a 3-second swing and a place change is something huge. Got to see if Robin Freins maybe has a slight problem, or is it simply it's a hot day and the Dunlop Motorsport rubber seems a little bit better in these conditions on the Porsche than the Yokohama rubber is on the Schubert Motorsport BMW. But a change that I wasn't expecting, because whenever they've been together, Freins, remember, was fighting higher up the order early on, and the Muller, or initially the Menzel-driven Dunlop Motorsport car, got into the pack at the front with the first 4, but we had the slow zone. He caught onto the tail of it. Since then, it's been working, but that is a big swing, unexpected swing, and be really interested to see where the move was actually affected. Was it into the first corner? But it was more likely along the Dottinger, and as I say that, we have a play on the screen, a brilliant drag. He must have driven a good lap anyhow to get close enough to get the toe. Classic case. Muller pulls out to the right-hand side just as they go under the bridge before they go into the compression and the rise up towards Tiergarten. The move was done, but that was indicative of getting a really, really good run out of Galgenkopf. And then, of course, now it's Robin Freins' turn to go, okay, you did that to me. If I stay close enough, I'm going to do exactly the same to you next time around. But where are we in their stint? They came in after 6 laps. They'll be coming for the second pit stop after 14. When they end this lap, it'll be lap 13. So they've got half of this lap, well, 2/3 of this lap, and all of the following lap before they make their pit stop. Turn as barrier repairs still continue. The cars, including those race-leading duo, going past the barrier repairs at 60 kilometers an hour, standing still in racing parlance.
2 cars have been referred to the stewards because of potentially failing to manage the code 60 correctly. I don't know which code 60 it was. Might have been the Galgenkopf one. First car is the 801, the Norwegian-driven Audi RS3 LMS. It's an all-Norwegian lineup indeed for Håkon Scherin, Atle Gulbrandsen and Kenneth Ostvold in their Moller-Bill Motorsport Audi. And then the other car to be referred to the stewards, so the extra step up in officialdom, is the Achim Valver and Claudius Karch Smikler Performance powered by Ravenol Porsche, but that's the 982 Turbo. As out of the foxhole code 60 goes the number 17 race leader, heading for Adenauer Forst.
Going through the slow zone that he's just escaped from, Sven Muller's just escaped from, he was getting hugely frustrated by the car in front of him, which is doing 60 kph. What can the other driver do? The car 670 was is the up to race. It's one of the BMW M240i class cars, and he was only doing 57 kph. Therefore, Robin Freins was able to do 60 and close in very marginally. I don't know what, but it's, you know, it's the heat of the battle, and Sven Muller was showing his emotion. He wants to be going at full speed. It's so hard. It's like being in an urban area where you're never really sure what the speed limit is. That's enough about London for now. But out on the track, you just want everyone in front of you to read the situation as clearly as you can, and also maybe be on the side of the track that where you expect the green flag to be, and you can go back to full speed racing. You as the SP9 race leader, just want to have the shortest line through the corner. You don't want the 240i BMW just in that place. But anyhow, frustration, but it's still Sven Muller in the lead, only by, well, 0.4 of a second or so. Might have come down very slightly. So cars in shot diving into the pits. We don't expect our front runners in until another lap and a half from now.
Dacia Logan back into the race, which will please many, number 300, and it's there's an interesting tussle down at the first corner as well, involving the 520 numbered Supra. Had 4 of those 5 letters correct. And the 801, now this is the one potentially in hot water being referred to the stewards, but the Kawabata Toyo tyres with ring racing Toyota Supra runs second in the rear wheel drive VT2 class. Also good to see that the KCMG Mercedes is still running. That's car number 47. It was spinning the last time I caught sight of it at Bergwerk with Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel. Well, there's been a change of driver now, and Nirai Fukuzumi has taken over. So Fukuzumi in for the second stint. That car, though, is down in 13th position.
Yeah, and it's a minute and a half down on the next car ahead of it, which is Dieter Schmidtmann's AM-class Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini. So it's really, I'm afraid, at this point for them, overall they're 4 3/4 minutes down on the race leader. So it's just continuing for experience, well, and also the pleasure of racing at the ring. But for KCMG, as I said, they've been supporting Langstrecken races for forever and a day, really. Now it must be a good decade, and you know, as I said, they often show good form, but you know, results continue by and large to elude them. But today, nothing that can be done. I'm fairly sure that it didn't go in the barriers on its own on the early laps of the race, and for the gang, frustration. But I'm sure their pit stop was a bit longer than planned. They probably had bodywork repairs to do as well when that one came in. But for Kamui Kobayashi, glory at Le Mans one weekend victory, outright victory for Toyota. And here a little bit of frustration, but hey, it's still quite a good place to be frustrated. Very beautiful, brilliant circuit.
A perfect lap around here is apparently possible, but I don't think any driver that has come here through the decades can necessarily claim that they've had it, and certainly by extrapolation you can't have a perfect race either. And Bergwerk's always an awkward corner as well, especially if there's a little bit of traffic in and around. It remains to be seen what's going on with the 23 BMW of Moritz Krantz. Yes, it's leading SP9 Pro-Am, but it still has the potential of a couple of penalties hanging over its head. One penalty which still has yet to be served is a drive-through. That is hook, line and sinker for me. It was delivered by race control, assessed, and the drive-through still has not been served because it's had one pit stop, and that was its regular pit stop to switch drivers. And then the other one that's being checked was its pit stop when Moritz Krantz took over from David Yarn. Was that pit stop too short? Because each pit stop here at the Nürburgring has to be governed by the stopwatch. 9:02 is the current Cup 2 race leader, the Liquimoly sponsored Black Falcon Porsche of Raphael Renhofer. So he stays at the wheel and is still ahead of the Cup 2 second place car of Leo Messenger. Now, having said that, yes, that should still be correct, because although this is an outlap for Renhofer, but it's not an outlap for Leo Messenger. So we might now see 909 in front, albeit briefly, taking the category lead for car number 909, 14th and 15th places. Still neck and neck for the overall lead in SP9. Also, of course, the lead for SP9 Pro. And Robin Freins didn't have as good an exit out of Galgenkopf compared to Sven Muller's Dunlop Motorsport Porsche. This, by my calculation, is not the in-lap. That'll be next time around. So this will tick off 13 laps and therefore 7 on the stint.
Yeah, absolutely concur. Just spotting that Klaus Bachler, having gone down to 44 seconds in arrears, actually gained a bit last time. He gained about 7 of those seconds back. So it shows you can have these huge swings, but maybe the tide's turning for Klaus Bachler, but the last few laps have not been that kind. So first and second continue on to lap 14. That will be the one we expected them to come and make their pit stop. So 13 laps go on the board. The difference between them, 0.4 of a second. But of course, for a while it looks as though Robin Freins, the black and red Schubert Motorsport BMW, had this one under control, was sitting on a margin of a second or two in front of the pack. But there was that place change just over a lap ago And now he's in behind Sven Muller's yellow and black Dunlop Motorsport Porsche. And don't forget, of course, in the first stage of the race, the first stint of the race, we had Christian Krockners, not once but twice, pulled clear of the field, was brought back in by circumstances out on the circuit that bunched the field. But that car is running around the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage, still yet to complete 13 laps, but should do that any moment now. Mateo Villagomez, the driver from Ecuador, that has really fallen off the tail of Klaus Bachler, hasn't it? It really has dropped away.
There was an interesting lap from Klaus Bachler, though, because he lost 5 seconds compared to Robin Freins in Sector 3 and then gained 5 seconds in Sector 4. So whether that's to do with an intervention vehicle in different places as the cars are reaching the various sectors, tough to say, but 5 seconds down, 5 seconds up, and actually the gap in the end was 0.9 of a second when you total up the full 24-kilometre lap.
You don't often gain an advantage around the part of the Grand Prix loop that is used here, but just as they were turning the first two runners, Sven Muller in his Dunlop Motorsport Porsche and the chasing Robin Freins in the Schubert Motorsport BMW, a back marker between the pair of them after they left the Vidal chicane. And then Robin Freins guessed wrong and had a real twitch. They were turning the first part of the Schmeen Spitz curves, lost momentum and had to stay off the throttle, and that has just opened out a little bit of a gap, a tiny margin for Sven Muller, and he'll be going, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, so about 0.3 of a second on the first part of the Grand Prix track. Now he's heading towards Flugplatz, is the race leader. Still Sven Muller for Dunlop Motorsport. There's been an awful lot happening, though, in the first half of this race. We very nearly had 2 hours of it. And it all got underway at midday this afternoon in glorious conditions in the Eifel. So at the head of the order, a good mixture of SP9 Pro and Pro-Am cars as they qualified. But it was the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, put there by Christian Krockners, who would lead them away. Kamui Kobayashi to his outside, but Kobayashi didn't have the ideal run through the first corner. He was actually trying to get it ahead of the Aston Martin. First of all through turn 1, then turn 2, and actually the start for the Japanese was pretty handy. There was contact early on at the Goodyear Spanger between Klaus Bachler and David Yarn's white BMW. Both survived that scare, however, and then very, very wide for what was Nico Menzel to start the Dunlop shod Porsche of Schnabel Engineering. Cracking fight, which continues at the head of Cup 3, involving 3 differently entered Porsche Caymans, and it is still the Smurlis car of now Fielenbach doing battle with the De Groot SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 718 Cayman. 3 abreast towards the end of the second lap, which saw Dylan Pereira with 2 wheels, if not 4 wheels, on the grass. He was rather forced wide by David Yarn and Nico Menzel collectively. An awkward moment for David Yarn when he tagged the back of a Cupra as well, which sadly spun the 471 of Chris Rothoff. Rothoff was able to pit, but his Cupra brought a lot of gravel onto the racetrack at the Vidal chicane, and that meant a violent spin for Alex Croker, nearly cleaning out the then stricken Cupra on the grass. Terrific exchange as well from a strategic point of view, because 2 cars got out of rhythm fairly early on, they being Robin Freins' Yokohama shod BMW of Schubert Motorsport and the number 7 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche of Nico Menzel / Sven Muller. There was a little bit of damage here and there for a few cars, including the Mark 8 VW Golf. The 17 car of Sven Muller and Dunlop Motorsport then. This is now an in-lap as he climbs the hill out of Breitscheid. There was a big squirm as he vaulted the curb, though, there, coming out of that tricky left and right-hand sequence. Down through the box in preparation for Bergwerk as well. And what you can't see, oh no, you can see actually, because there's an inset picture. Hopefully you're enjoying our coverage in both sound and vision on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Robin Freins is right with Sven Muller as they climb through Klostertal and Kesselchen.
Yeah, keeping that pride going. It's a really, really tough battle. I've seen a message I've never seen before up on screen. Car number 506 being pinged for unnecessary driving.
Okay.
Under a code 60, referred to the stewards, and for the reference, that's the GT Tyres Motorsport by WS Racing BMW 228i. Unnecessary. That does sound as though the ruler is about to come down across the knuckles. There's going to be some form of punishment, I'm sure, to go with that. But add it to the lexicon of things you see on screens from race control. It's a two-horse race at the moment. Absolutely. BMW versus Porsche. Well, we've had many of those races across the decades here, but by dint of that first pit stop coming after 6 rather than going the full regular 7 laps on the opening stint, I thought at the time it was a masterstroke. I couldn't have predicted they'd have been given not 1, 2, possibly 3 gifts in getting clear of slow zones before their rivals, who are racing as hard as they can, came onto their heels. So Klaus Bachler, who is leading the charge from behind, but he's 38 seconds down on a race leader. And as I've said, if you have an earlier final pit stop, it's a longer one to the tune of around 23 seconds or so. And that's huge, but it's not as huge as the 38-second deficit between our race leader Sven Muller and his chasing teammate, albeit with a different livery on his car, Klaus Bachler, in 3rd. So I've done the maths, Johnny. I think I'm on the right side of the law.
Yeah. No, fully agree with that. Also, we can't quite give you an answer as to why Mateo Villagomez's pace has descended to quite the extent. I'm sure he was caught in a code 60 somewhere on that previous lap to have shed 19 seconds in a single lap. And the car in behind him, who is Moritz Krantz, doing a 9 minutes 20, so 10 seconds quicker than the Valkenhorst Aston Martin. But Villagomez certainly not showing the general speed of Christian Krognes, and why would he? Because he's still pretty new to this Nordschleife Lark. The one battle that's potentially going to change, and it might even change after the checkered flag, depending on how late Motor Racing want to leave these potential penalties. But Car 23 leads Pro-Am. However, it's got to do a drive-through, and it's maybe going to be pinged with a further penalty as well for being under the minimum pit stop time. So that battle in Pro-Am is slightly false at this point in time. Therefore, Patrick Assenheimer looks to be well placed in the number 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche. Jutta Racing's Alexei Veremenko in number 8, sharing with Frank Stippler, is in the 926s last time through. So that's matching those around him. But remember, Pro-Am involves, yes, some pro drivers in the rotation, but also some Pro-Am or Am drivers. So non-pros, gentleman drivers. And here is the 47 KCMG Mercedes.
Just done its second pit stop. So
it has
gone in earlier than you'd expect. It did its first pit stop after lap 5, therefore 13 was when it would come in. So expect number 32 and 50 to come in as well, because they were the ones that blinked first. 50 is one of the Keep Vitesse Audis, and 32, my dear friends, is the K. Kramer Racing another Audi coming. Oh dear, sitting sideways across the track, missing its rear wing. Car 71, multicoloured Dayglow Porsche, and that's running in the SP7 class. That's from RPM Racing, but last time I saw it had a rear wing. Now it doesn't. That Porsche moves from one side of the track to the other. Waved yellow flags at that section of the circuit, but luckily not a pack of cars bearing down. It's the climb to Tiergarten, so obviously arriving at some speed, but the marshalling is just excellent here, and it has to be.
Exactly right. The RPM racing car, therefore, for Milan Kodidek, and Chris Cool's Ralph Schall also in that number 71 lineup. But it does look like it's Klaus Bachler's thumping the steering wheel, because his best opportunity of picking off his teammate has now been denied him because of this incident, ironically involving another Porsche, by the way. But the two Schnabel engineering cars might have had a chance of, well, not switching places, but any opportunity to benefit as those cars are pitting now is taken away from Klaus Bachler. And he was already hemorrhaging time. That might be a bit too strong a sentence, as the SP7 car now does get back into pit lane without its rear wing. But there was an opportunity without the two leaders out on track for Bakler to really push on what's going to be his in-lap, and he's going to have to bide his time now. Probably when he hits the start-finish straight, he will pick up the speed, but all that time has already gone with Sven Muller and Robin Freins now pitting.
Yeah, Freins out, Klingman in, but a message on screen. I think it's really escalating for Komotor Racing. You can't just leave your phone off. The manager of Car 23, please come to the office. And also the number 3 and representative of the number 321 crew. I'll just that's Porsche Tobias's car. But certainly, I think not serving a penalty where the message has been out for quite some time is going to be a big blow. But for Muller and Freins, who came in that order, Sven Muller from Robin Freins, next to nothing between them. Robin Freins looks warm as he removes his helmet, his balaclava, his earpieces. He did a good stint. Welcome to the Nürburgring on a hot summer's day. Robin Freins, he can be very smiley, but at the moment he's looking remarkable. He's probably just hot. He's looking a little bit cross, I'd suggest.
Yeah, well, it was going very nicely in the way of Schubert Motorsports. He'd made the break from the number 17 car of Sven Muller, and I'm sure he will be very disappointed not to be leading as they came into the pits, because the Dunlop car was ahead. Robin Freins last weekend finishing second in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, along with his teammates René Rast and Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 BMW hypercar, now getting back into the GT3 groove.
Point of interest to me is the fact that number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin has done a 7-lap stint, not an 8, because it pitted after 7 laps and therefore could run 8, but I think Mateo Villagomez has decided to give it back to Christian Krognes and see what he can do. Don't know if there was a problem with the car. We certainly think on one lap he really got caught the wrong side of a slow zone that the cars he was fighting with did not. But for the Ecuadorian driver, you feel fairly sure he's still got to go back and do a short stint at the end of the race. 1 hour and 50 minutes remain in this 4-hour race, but it really has become a 2-horse race, and it's going to be how it unfolds. Nico Menzel's now gone back into Dunlop Motorsport, number 17 Porsche, and Jens Klingman takes over after a double stint from Robin Freins in the number 77 Schubert Motorsport BMW. How they hit the track again, when they'll be covered by next to no time. They came in with, what, half a second between them. But the important thing as far as Robin Freins' frown is the fact that he came in not from the lead but from second place. Personal pride, professional pride, it's still there to be seen.
Good tussle between Mike Stursberg in the number 5 Porsche that was started by Gabriele Piana. That's the Black Falcon entry, and on his tail is the Hankook competition car of now the driver known as Ricardo, and he shares with Michael Christensen and Yongkyung Kim. So there is a strong spin for the Equipe Vitesse Audi. Is that the 50 car or the 18? They both look, it's the 50 car, 5-0, and that will get back onto the straight and narrow. But that car in turn was also having a good fight in the early stages with the sister car, which is the 18 and the alternatively fueled Equipe Vitesse Audi R8. And that spin for the 50 car happened not far away from the race leader needing to go through the Vidal chicane. Number 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche back in the hands of Nico Menzel. So they're deciding against double driving stints and instead a driver change every single time. There was also, I noticed, quite a big chunk of debris on the racetrack. Not on the racing line, thankfully, for Nico Menzel, but he needed to be wary of that.
Okay, I was talking about how Walkenhorst Motorsport brought the Aston Martin in a lap earlier than it needed to. Villagomez has actually stayed on board, so it wasn't to get Christian Krognes back into the car. Another car that pitted after a 7-lap stint rather than 8-lap was Carl Tilley in the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes, but I guess that is to get Jake Hill a go in the car and see what he can do. But yeah, it's the Vidal chicane. I mean, what has happened since early in the race? You had the Cupra being pushed through the corner. There's been so much gravel that has not been cleared. If there was a point in the race where they had they could get some intervention out there, they could get that swept clear, but it's still catching out drivers. And we're at the point in the race where a lot of drivers are just going on their out laps. They don't even know it's there, or might have been told there's some gravel, and they go some gravel. There's half a beach here on the track, but I can't think of a race other than some extremely wet conditions where I've seen more spins out of the chicane there, and that's on the Grand Prix loop. That's the easy part of this event. So again, sometimes your guard's down a little bit. It's like you get, right, I'm turning left into Sabine Smith's, now I've got to have 100% concentration, but we have had rotations.
Under investigation is car 77, I notice now. The second place car of ex-Robin Freins, now Jens Klingmann. Now, is that why Robin Freins was looking a little bit glum? Did he know more than we did?
Well, quite possibly, because they might have just dropped the bomb on him, but normally you get a message on screen before the garage knows. But yeah, I just couldn't work out why he looked so cross. Yes, hot. But he's had a good race. I mean, you know, to narrow it down to a 2-horse race from a field like this for outright victory, you've done the hard yards and you've done the first half of the race, but we're waiting for notification because under investigation doesn't really give much of a clue. That's the message on the official screens we're getting here. As we find out more, we'll let you know. But yes, quite possibly, Johnny.
Well, yes, like you say, we're guessing in terms of the severity of the investigation, what it relates to. The 506 car is also under investigation currently, and that was about the unnecessary driving, the driving standards effectively in a code 60, and that's been referred to the stewards. The 507 BMW carrying reasonable contact damage on the front right-hand corner. 507 is a BMW that is entered into the VT2 class for rear-wheel drive cars. It's just had a bit of the front right splitter pushed towards the guard, pushed towards the front right wheel, as Raphael Renhofer completes another lap in the 902 Porsche Cup 2 car. And Renhofer has been near the front, mainly at the front. And let's just see where Renhofer is currently. He's second in Cup 2, but having a good dice with Martin Rump, who currently leads that category for Mühlner.
Right, just doing a bit of housekeeping. SP9 Proud class, it's still the Gamotta Racing BMW that's leading that category in 5th place overall, but with you know, a fairly large sword of Damocles hanging over it because of the team manager being required to race control. Patrick Assenheimer is giving chase, but he's 10 seconds down, but Patrick just knows this circuit so well. He's racing a Losch Motorsport Porsche today. Alexei Veremenko, due to racing Audis, in 3rd, but the interesting thing for me, Jake Hill into the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes, his first experience, but he's just quick everywhere, ancient and modern. We'll see what he can do. He's got a big time deficit to Veremenko's due to racing Audi. It's 17, 18 seconds at the moment, but we'll see how he settles down because for Carl Tilly coming in on that like a couple of other cars, he did a shorter stint. He did a 7-lap stint. Of course, Adam Christodoulou started, so maybe they'll have Jake in for this stint and Adam will come in for the final stint. But down in 4th place in SP9 Pro, 5th place in the class is a bit further back. Tim Santler, Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing Mercedes. He's down in 12th place overall. SP9 AM is being led by Mike Stursberg, Black Falcon Team Porsche. That's car number 5 in 9th position overall. And Mike's a good pair of hands to have around the ring here. So suitably clear, way clear in class actually. The best in rest in SP9 AM. In fact, you have to look back to the Dumoulin Aston Martin down in 33rd position to get the car that's second in SP. No, you don't. I've jumped past a couple higher up. Sorry, I've jumped past Dieter Schmidtman. Don't know how I missed him. Longest name on the timing screen. His Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini is second in SP9. Just 2 places and albeit nearly 50 seconds behind the Black Falcon. Stursberg pedalled 911, which is car number 5. But out front, gap between Menzel and Klingmann, Porsche and BMW, 1.6 seconds, but we really need to see them at a timing interval around the circuit to see if Klingmann is gaining or losing in that battle for the lead.
Bachler is pitting, as we would have expected, in his number 44 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports. That therefore means that Moritz Krantz should be due in as well in the number 23 BMW. Patrick Assenheimer in car 48 is doing the having pitted after 7 laps initially, now doing the more standard 8 laps, and therefore Jake Hill on his way for the pits as well. This will be an in-lap for the British racer. This will actually...
No, he's just gone in. He's just
already
gone into
come
the
in.
car. Because they pitted a lap early.
Beg your pardon, yes.
Yeah. But
I'm reading delayed messages from his dad, that's why. And it's throwing me off track.
Simon, come on.
No, Simon was bob on, and then I went and missed the stop. So Hill in after 7 laps, wasn't it? Did you say?
Carl Tilley did 7 laps.
Yes.
And then, where he might ordinarily have gone to 8. So that puts...
You made that point at the time, I'm just remembering now. Yeah, okay.
Puts Jake in. Anyhow, interesting times. But Assenheimer is the one I'd be looking for because he's got so much experience on the ring. He's 6th overall. I think that car, regardless of what happens to the Completa Racing BMW that's leading SP9 Pram, will pick its way up to lead that class. Completa Racing come in now. Car number 23 into the pits and possibly onto the naughty step. Who knows? And then we'll see what unfolds.
Yes, the message read Jake in, end of this lap, in the car, not into the pits. That's where I've got confused. Anyway, so Carl Tilley only did 7 laps. That's interesting. Now, is that the same reason why they got Villa-Gomez out of... Mind you, Villa-Gomez didn't get out, did he?
Didn't get out.
So he pitted after 7.
Yeah, I don't understand.
And we wondered whether Christian Krognes was going to go in to just increase the pace of the car.
Because if it could do another 16 laps, which in theory it ought to... Well, actually, on today's pace, it's not going to do, but... yeah, maybe they think they can get away with 15, so do 7 laps in this stint, like the previous stint for Villa-Gomez, and then 8 laps for the final stint to hand back to Christian Krognes so he can use his speed and experience. But it was sort of a lap shorter than I thought for both of them, for Villa-Gomez and for Carl Tilley, but Carl has handed over to Jake Hill, whereas Villa-Gomez has stayed back on board.
Are they seeing something on the data or the car placement around the racetrack where there's a little hole somewhere where they can gain some real estate, gain some road position, I wonder, both at Pro Sport with their Mercedes and at Aston Martin Valkenhorst Motorsport with the number 35 car. We'll wait and see. So the top 6 on the road have all pitted, and they were due for stops at the end of lap 15. Klaus Bachler, the net leader, therefore. Moritz Krantz in the number 23 car. Now that could be another driver change because they've still got Antal Zigo to cycle through, the Slovakian racer for Completa Racing. And then it remains to be seen how many extra penalty stops that 23 car is going to have to make. Meanwhile, Cup 3 dicing continues down at the first corner. 9.59 is the Dutchman, De Groot, under a lot of pressure again from 9.53. And that is the car driven by Fielenbach. And they're about to be monstered by a rejoining Tim Heinemann, I should say. So Bachler out, Heinemann in to the Falken Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah, and Heinemann clearly not wanting to waste any time at all. A couple of Cup 3 cars, I have to get past them. I have to get past them right now. He's got a GT4 class car there for an SP10 car up ahead of him. He wants to pick those off before he goes into the dip, up the rise to the Vidal chicane, and certainly before he gets the section where they turn onto the Nordschleife itself. But Heinemann doing a good, tidy job, as you'd expect. Just looking for changes. One thing I think I need to highlight is the fact that Martin Rump has had a sensational run to lead Cup 2. It's the class for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. He's leading for Müllner Motorsport by 55 seconds from the driver Renhofer, who's been running so strongly in that car. But, quite simply, the pace of the Estonian driver Martin Rump, it doesn't matter where I see him race on the planet, he is good. But that has been a sensational run for him, because that is such a comfortable cushion to have.
9 times out of 10, it is with Müllner Motorsport as well, and Martin Rump has chiselled an opportunity with, and he's highly thought of within the Belgian squad. The Bilstein-sponsored Mercedes is now going to whip across the line. That's the number 26 car then, with Jake Hill now at the wheel, still early on in his stint, having taken over from Kyle Tilley. And then it remains to be seen who does the final stint. Maybe back to Adam Christodoulou in car 26. They're targeting a Pro-Am victory, and will allow the timing screen to reset to give us a rightful position for Jake just as soon as everyone else has completed their outlaps. But he is well positioned. Tim Heinemann in the number 44 car now his teammate won the race to be the first of the pit stoppers at the end of 15 laps. But obviously he's now going to drop down the order by 4 minutes or so, or 3 minutes or so.
One thing that's always intriguing in this multidisciplinary field is when you get some older cars. For years we had the Opel Manta with the Foxtail. Eventually that's been put to one side for Volker Strycek and the gang. But there's a BMW 318i, absolute time warp. It's running in the production class, which is actually V3, if you must know. But it is a walk back in time. It's there in the sort of classic BMW racing livery, white background with the BMW racing colours on its flanks, but you know, you could be back in the early 1990s with that. But you know, it's still going well and it's still being driven nicely and kept out of the way. But again, there really is something for pretty much everyone when they come to an NLS race. What's left on the clock? Well, we've got time and plenty. We've still got an hour and 37 minutes in this race to go, but it does look as though that decision from two cars in particular to pit after only 6 laps, one short of the maximum they could really go to on the opening stint, has opened the door for them, and it seems penalties for others and slow zones on the circuit have just left 17 and 77 out front. But the big question to me is which one's going to win. But the other question is, now we've got an answer. Stop and go penalty. Oh dear, their pit stop was under, but under by 16 or is it 18 seconds?
Might be 18, yeah.
18 seconds under the point. So at that point, I don't think that's the frown on Robin Fries' face, because he did what drivers do: out of the car, into the garage, get your helmet off. He was always cross at that point. They wouldn't say, oh, by the way, we're planning to undercut the stop by 16 seconds.
Well, that's not the same BMW, remember. 77 is Robin Fry's car.
Sorry, I'm looking, but that's Completa Racing. I'm looking at the penalty for that. I apologise to all.
Don't worry. I'm making several errors in this race as well, so I'm pleased that you've caught me up by one, at least. So 23 gets a stop and go. They've already got a server drive-through, which hasn't been done yet either. When are they going to do these penalties? Unless there's this rule that often stands in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, whereby you just carry on to the end of the race and it's all added on at the end. But that seems a little unfair when we're talking about a 4-hour race. But car 23, to my mind, has not served the initial drive-through penalty. Car 23 has only visited the pits twice as the SP9 Pro-Am leader. Yeah, that's correct.
It's back in the hands of its starting driver, David Yarn, who is the quickest driver in that car, quite clearly. It's up in second place overall. However, we're waiting for the adjustment for those that pitted a lap before them. When they come through at the end of the lap, that order should change. But the big question, who's going to be in front? 17 or 77? Nico Menzel is driving, still on board, is back on board the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, and out around the track he's actually opened a lead of 4.8 seconds over Jens Klingmann, who's got into that Schubert Motorsport BMW. And I just want to stress that has no penalty for undercutting its pit stop. That was a mere chimera. The car of which we speak, the one, is the 23 Completa Racing thing. But under investigation is still the message on our board for the Schubert Motorsport BMW. We know not for why and for when and for how, but at the moment we'll just keep an eye on the screen and I'll try and discern the difference between the numerals that give me a bit of a clue.
I would be reasonably confident that the 77 being under investigation is not related to a pit stop that's under time, though, because normally you get the additional message that says fallen below minimum pit time. That is another penalty, though, or a penalty of that description goes to car number 321 as well. We did mention that the SP3T Audi RS3 was being checked for its pit stop time. That's under, but this time by only 6 seconds. 18 seconds is a big mistake, though, for the Completa Racing crew. As we said, they are new to Nürburgring Nordschleife racing and potentially new to a minimum pit stop time as well. It's all about generally the time it takes to release the car from its standing spot to the end of pit lane, because it's not stationary time. The pit stop is timed from pit in to pit out. Still, this cracking fight between two Porsches continues. Gabriele Piana, now I thought this was Mike Stursberg in the number 5 car. It was, but it's now been handed back to Gabriele Piana, and he's having a cracking fight with the South Korean racer Kim in the number 30 Hankook competition Porsche, and heading for the really quick stuff now at Kesselchen. These Porsches are nose to tail, the 30 car right on the boot lid of the gold and red number 5.
This is the stretch of the circuit, well, one of the many stretches that you just go, could I do that? I mean, it's the sheer speed from Kesselchen. Lots of other points, you've got a bit of speed, but then you go slow right down. But for Kesselchen, it's a sequence of bends that just need to come and come and come at you, and you just don't take your foot off the throttle, and you just got to have faith. But that's where experience comes in. But certainly Gabriele Piana, Italian by birth, but has been based in Germany for a long time. He is super quick. Waved yellow flags in front of him, double waved yellows, looking to see, is it still barrier repairs or is it something fresh? And will this be an area of the circuit where it's a slow zone, where various coming. S-Bash, you've got one. And now first, we've got a car with the bonnet up, having clipped the barriers by looks. It's on the grass verge on the right-hand side from the driver's point of view, but waiting. They're not waiting. We're just waiting for a green flag to be waved. That's the point at which Gabriele Piana can floor the throttle and set off again in his Porsche. But you just can't afford to miss a single marshal flag's warning, because they're warnings for all sorts of reasons. But invariably, it's about your safety and the safety of those around you that may be on the track, sweeping up an incident. But, you know, they could be an area where the shade is on the flag or whatever. You're doing your hardest to manage a problem in the car or simply manage the cars around you. So drivers have to be so focused. And on the hotter days, it's harder to do when your attention necessarily, as your brain sort of begins to cook a little bit, isn't quite as good as it ought to be. But yes, the flags were there for a reason, because there's a great big pickup truck. That has now been passed by Gabriele Piana. But, you know, so much focus needs to be there on all signals all time. Do not look down in the cockpit.
No, because that could be the last error that you make before sliding off and hitting the barrier pretty hard, or tripping over a fellow runner. Cracking lap this time, it looks, for Calvin de Groot, who leads Cup 3 in 9.59, and that's the biggest gap I've seen so far for the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 718 Cayman. He's really made the break from Alex Fielenbach's 9.53 Smurlis racing car. So de Groot, I don't have an age for Calvin, but I sense that he's pretty early on in his career, maybe early 20s or younger than that. Not done a great deal of kind of top-notch racing, although he is, I was just looking up, a champion in the next cup, is it called? The Next Gen Cup.
Oh, in the States, it's what we used to call Indy Lights in the old days.
Oh, okay. I do know exactly what that is. So he's been a champion of that in 2024, then seems to have gone missing on my stats in 2025, but now is running in the GT4 European Championship at Pro-Am level. So yes, single-seater star and champion, turns Nürburgring specialist potentially, but he's not done a great deal of NLS racing, unless he did all of last season. I'll check that as well. Sometimes NLS 2025 disappears off my radar briefly.
He's doing the GT4 European Series this year.
Yes.
So he's doing that. He's getting experience in that. He obviously did the 24 hours of Nürburgring.
I found him. Okay, so he did do NLS 2025, pretty much all the races as well. But that was in a BMW 330i G20, again for Zorg Rennsport.
When you talk to the Next Gen Cup, I confused it with the American racing scene. It's something that happened in Germany. And
okay.
I think I now can picture it. I think these are little space frame cars.
Yes.
Effectively a small saloon style.
I was getting a bit concerned that I hadn't identified him in something as big as the Next Gen Cup. Let's have a look. I found a website. Oh no, it's going to throw me a load of cookies at the same time. So I'll get to that eventually about the Next Cup for Calvin de Groot. Now, it looks like there's been an exchange of position between the Hankook competition number 30 Porsche. Is this how Gabriele Piana got ahead? They were drawing level. The 5 car on the inside of the number 30 Porsches, identical machinery, tried on the one side, then went down on the inside of Bergwerk, and as they left that scene, the 5 car was ahead of the number 30. So that was an exchange of position. Are they both running in the same subcategory of SP9? Well, no, the 5 car is an SP9 AM class leader, and the Hankook competition car is actually a Pro car, number 30. But the AM getting ahead of the Pro. You wouldn't necessarily have thought that, but of course, it depends who's at the wheel of any of these cars at any one time.
I'm keeping my eye on the gap between first and second. Remember, it went out to 4 and a bit seconds. Well, Nico Menzel is now 3.8 seconds clear of Jens Klingmann. So Jens settling into his run in the Schubert Motorsport BMW. But I'd say at this point in the race, with just under an hour and a half to go, it's looking pretty good now for Nico Menzel and the gang for Dunlop Motorsport. But the fact of the matter is, the driver in third place, originally it was Klaus Bachler, remember, in the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. It's been handed over to Tim Heinemann, but it's he's 51 seconds behind the second place BMW. And with that final pit stop coming up, whether it's 23 or 25 seconds different, it doesn't matter. They've got that margin times 2. When I say them, I mean Nico Menzel leads the race in the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, and Jens Klingmann, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. They are so far clear. Inspired choice to pit after only 6 racing laps, come in a lap ahead of their rivals. Then the traffic worked for them. Slow zones confronted their rivals, and they're sitting on this buffer. But the speed they've been driving at, I would suggest they'd be at the front anyway. They just seem to be the most comfortable in the conditions. But what do? They got themselves into track space, track position, and they really today have made it work in a way that you really don't see that often.
Yeah, it's rare to be able to get that kind of an advantage. I will say, with a slight caveat, that some gaps can close in the final stints. However, we were expecting something like a 23, maybe a 30-second disadvantage for that secondary group, and it's closer to a minute now. So it would have to be one heck of a swing, one heck of a maybe code 60 to slow down Nico Menzel and Jens Klingmann in their Dunlop Motorsport Porsche and Schubert Motorsport BMWs respectively. And therefore that call to get the cars in after only 6 laps, compared to the majority of the rest of the runners in SP9 that pitted after 7, has been a good call. But you could only say that with hindsight, really. It could have gone either way, and it's just that the code 60s to this point have fallen in the direction of car 17 Porsche and car 77 BMW. At the start of this lap, the gap was 4 seconds or so that could still alter. But you mentioned it being a 2-horse race, probably about an hour or so ago, and things really haven't changed from that situation. Quick look at the penalty screen again, and still a stop-go penalty of 18 seconds is listed for car number 23. Anything else that's going to affect front runners?
Nothing,
not really.
No, not at the moment, but there's still the investigation for car number 77, the car in second place, the car driven now by Jens Klingmann. It's the black and red Schubert Motorsport BMW, 3.8 seconds down, but still there have been barrier repairs. In fact, the first barrier repairs were halfway through the opening stint of the race, and I don't think there's been a clear lap for any single driver since then. They're doing it as fast as they can, but as I said, I think there are about 4 different points on the circuit, certainly 3. There were concurrent works on the barriers. So in terms of people looking to boast at the end of this weekend, saying, hey, I did a lap in 8 minutes and 1 second, that's quite unlucky and unlikely at the moment, I'd say.
900 car of Ben Hites now, heading for the second of the concrete sections, the Kleiner Carousel. And still there is this restriction at Galgenkopf. It's been there for the majority of the race, you might say, certainly for the last, well, over an hour, after contact was made on the outside of this crucial bend. And it's denying a lot of the SP9 runners now their opportunity to get a good run out of this right-hander onto the Dottinger Hohe and to pick up the toe. The toe you do eventually get, but it's much further down the Dottinger Hohe, because now the Benjamin Hites driven car can start to accelerate. In front of it, although not on the same lap, is the Jens Klingmann driven BMW, the Yokohama shod car. So Klingmann on the lead lap, trailing the Nico Menzel yellow and black Porsche by still about maybe 5 seconds. We'll time that, of course. The timing system will grab the exact distance between these two cars at the end of the lap. I actually think that the Porsche that leads has actually got even more time in its hand now compared to the chasing BMW, which has just cleared the Pro Sport Racing prepared and Dumoulin driven Aston Martin. That's the number 37 car, heading for Tiergarten now. But the Yokohama BMW has cleared it in time.
Yeah, did that very nicely. Right, the Next Gen Cup. It's a 100% electric junior touring car cup for young male and female drivers, racing an LRT NXT1, which is a fully electric race car based on the Mini Cooper SE, engineered and built by that Swedish team, Lestrup Racing Team. So there were races around Europe.
Excellent. Well, 2024, Calvin de Groot was the champion, beating Victor Nielsen to the title. And he then did a full season of NLS in 2025 in a BMW 330i, so has stepped up another level to now race in the Cup 3 Porsches. And as I say, he was grabbing my attention because 959 has made a bit of a break from the other runners in for this stint, Alex Fielenbach and Lorenz Stegman. So whereas those three cars, 959, 953 and 962, came into the previous pit stop absolutely together, nose to tail, the gaps are starting to increase now.
And that's not the only gap that is increasing, because the lead gap between Nico Menzel and Jens Klingmann, it was about 4 seconds after the pit stops, went just below 4 seconds. It's now 7 full seconds. Beginning to think the Dunlop rubber may be very suitable for the warmer conditions here, and certainly looks very undramatic, Nico Menzel's progress. He's clearly got the handling he wants in his car, but 7 seconds, that's suddenly getting harder. So maybe Robin Freitz still has a grumpy face on board as he stands in the garage or possibly walks away. But Jens Klingmann should take that Schubert Motorsport BMW through to the end of the race. But as we've seen almost from the opening lap of this race, you can gain an advantage where something has happened on track, and you can be the right side of a bit of real estate when a full course yellow is served, or more to the point, a slow zone, and then you can suddenly just gain all you'd have gained in half a dozen laps of really hard racing and corner cutting. But at the moment, it looks just in out and out pace. Nico Menzel, the Dunlop Motorsport number 17 Porsche, has got this under control. Still more than an hour to go, an hour and 21 minutes to be precise.
Tobias Muller was right on the tail of the Dacia Logan ahead of another restart out of a Code 6. They call them restarts. It's not a safety car, of course, or a full course yellow, but it's the closest thing we might have to that. And the benefit of a localized Code 60 allows the rest of the racetrack, 24 kilometers or so, to still be action-packed.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Liebe Fans, lovely Fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
At high speed, having to go to the high side of not only an intervention vehicle, but that four-wheel drive Audi, I think, was then protecting a lorry on the racetrack, which had a race car strapped to the back of it in order for it to be recovered. So it wasn't yellow flags. You were able to overtake or legally able to pass those cars, but the white flags were out nevertheless. I'm just interrogating the antics of car number 23, the Motor Racing BMW, and actually now spotting 2 extra pit stops. So it made a stop at 1 o'clock, which was its standard fuel stop, I reckon. Then at 12 minutes past 1, it did actually come in, by the looks of things, to serve its original drive-through penalty. So we missed that first time around.
Okay.
And that was for the contact with the Cooper at the Vidal chicane. So it does appear to be in the clear regarding that. Then it made another stop at about 20 past 2 for fuel. And since then, it's just been in again to serve the extra 18 seconds that it owed according to its minimum pit stop time. And that's been the more damaging one for car 23 and David Yarn, because from the lead of SP9 Pro-Am, it has now dropped to 4th position. And that means that Tobias Muller for the 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche crew now lead Pro-Am, running 5th on the road.
Gosh, I can't think of a meeting that's chopped and changed as much as this one. It's dry conditions. You think we'll have a standard race. The whole thing has been thrown by 2 of the front runners pitting 1 lap ahead of the accepted norm, therefore came in after 6 rather than 7 laps. The race stints thereafter, not including the formation lap to get to the grid, can be 8 laps, but 17, the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, 77, the Schubert Motorsport BMW, separated by 7 seconds now, but it just has worked for them. It was other periods on track when they were in the pits and others had to slow that they really gained the main chunk of what they need. And when they get to their final pit stop, it will be a lap earlier than all of their rivals, therefore it'll be a longer pit stop. However, they have gained more than enough to cover that off. They had a shorter first pit stop, a longer final pit stop, but in between they've gained so much time they could fit in 2 final pit stops if they so chose.
Yeah, it's just been a steady increase of that advantage over the course of the last couple of hours, really. Now 2:45 in the afternoon. The race scheduled to finish at 4 o'clock, maybe just afterwards, depending on where the race leader is when the checkered flag is being unfurled, or at least prepared. We'll wait for the then race leader to complete the lap that it is on. And sometimes you can actually squeeze an extra lap out of this race. Not that you would want to do that. And the problem is for Nico Menzel, with a 2 and a bit second advantage, he's not in a position to manufacture the end of that race. It would be a different story if that was a 30-second advantage, but he's going to be pushed all the way, metaphorically, I hope, by the Schubert Motorsport BMW.
Yeah, which in the course of the last lap gained 4.5 seconds and now looks to be way under 2 seconds. So I didn't understand why Jens Klingberg had lost so much time. I think it might have been a moment of instant, but as they come out of the arena section and turn double back through the barriers to cut off some of the Grand Prix loop. The gap is coming right down. So let's see. Oh, there I was, blithely saying, well, maybe in this temper the Dunlop tyres are better. Maybe at the start of their stint they're better, but certainly. But there are so many ifs and buts and maybes. It could have just been traffic induced, but not normally losing 4.5 seconds. So always on the lights, always flashing. Our race leader, Nico Menzel, trying to put as many cars between him and the chaser. The chaser in this instance is Jens Klingmann. And by the way, the gap behind them to third place, to the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, sister car, if you will, to the Menzel car, is 41 seconds. Huge.
Menzel to the inside line of the Dupre Motorsport Audi S3, that at Sabine Schmidt's curve, and now onto Hatzenbach properly. Still that big chunk of, it might be tyre debris actually, that's sitting there in the middle of the road, but it hasn't been collected by anybody. Now this is going to be a delay potentially for Nico Menzel, because he wasn't quite sure where that hatchback was going to go, either to the left or the right. And if Klingmann doesn't have as much of a delay through there, that'll be another second swallowed up. Bear in mind, Klingmann is only 2 seconds adrift of the race-leading Dunlop Porsche.
That was happening at Hatzenbach. It's such a difficult sequence of curves, and he just had to guess where the little hatchback in front of him was going, and he guessed wrongly. So he went to its right, suddenly that was going to the right of the circuit, had to chink around it, and that would have given a little bit more impetus for the chasing Jens Klingmann. He might have been able to see that happening, might have read the situation a little bit better, but again, it's part of the fabric of racing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. But that was a heart-in-mouth moment there for our race leader, Nico Menzel. Got very, very close indeed.
Sure was. And David Jahn, meanwhile, is getting very close to the Selv-driven Jutta Racing Audi, driver known as Selv, S-E-L-V, and the all-black, well, with the gold, conjuring up Lotus Formula One cars, perhaps, of yesteryear, now going over the start-finish line, and the other Audi just up ahead is not on the lead lap, but you could not be closer in the respect of David Jahn, virtually pushing that Audi across the start-finish line. It's one of the Equipe Vitesse R8s as well, which might pose the BMW a problem, no, but that car does the rightful thing of staying out of the battle for what is that, third and fourth positions in SP9 Pro-Am. So Jake Hill in second in Pro-Am, and Tobias Muller in the 48 Loesch Motorsport car. The Porsche currently leads this subcategory. So David Jahn with some catching up to do. I do reckon he's got rid of both of those penalties, as in he's served the two of them. We still have the third and final driver to come in BMW number 23, who is Antal Sigo. And that will be done, well, when this car comes in to make its final stop within the next 20 minutes, let's say.
By the way, Selv is the shortened name of Vasily Selivanov, a Russian racer. But he's been racing under that pseudonym for quite a number of years now. And I do think the quality of pseudonyms has rather fallen. Some of the ones from the 1920s and 30s were absolutely fantastic, but then you had ones that were sort of strange translations of a name into another language, and thinking it would hide. But we all know some of the most famous people who hid behind pseudonyms did get caught out, and one of them, he made a mistake, and that was called winning the Le Mans 24 Hours. His photo was in the local papers, and only then did his mother, who was probably inadvertently financing it, did she find out who this chap who raced under the name of John Winter really was.
BMW onto the Dottinger Hoor again. No, totally misidentified that from the overhead shot, but the 23 car still going strongly. We'll have one of the Toyo Tyres Supras now to deal with. This is, I don't know, forced perhaps. It does test my track knowledge when I start to see completely different angles. No, it's later on in the lap than that. Bear with me, folks. An hour and 9 minutes still to go. That might have been the bridge for Flugplatz, actually. So the racetrack going over the public road. Double right-hander. Yeah, I think I've placed it now. So it's early on in the lap after Hoog-Eichen and Flugplatz. Then there's the parking area, sometimes for stricken race cars to drivers right just before Schwedenkreuz. He'll go dive bomber GT4 Mercedes in the process, will David Jahn. And Arenberg here with the huge gravel trap. There was a segment of the 24 hours this year where that gravel trap just called in cars one after another. And 9 times out of 10, the large gravel trap does its job, but sometimes cars do make the barrier. Laurens Vanthoor did so big style 2 years ago during the qualification process for the big race. So this car then running in 4th position now in SP9 Pro Am, 3rd position, having just got ahead of the Jutta Racing Audi of Selv. But the overall race lead is still in the hands of Nico Menzel, number 17. What's the gap back to the BMW of Jens Klingmann is the next question. We will find out in the next few moments when those two cars arrive at the start of the Dottinger Hohe.
Yeah, just remember last time around the gap went from 7 seconds down to just 2.5 seconds, actually 2.25 seconds. So again, it could be happening, but it's about whether Menzel can make sure Klingmann isn't close enough to get a tow along the Dottinger Hohe, or conversely Jens Klingmann to see if he can get a tow. One gap that's gone out rather than down, I'm afraid, for fans of Jake Hill, is his gap to Tobias Muller. So Jake Hill for Pro Sport Racing, Mercedes, second in SP9 Pro-Am, but he last time round, instead of being 7 seconds down, he was 11.5 seconds down from class leader in the Losch Motorsport Pro-Am car. That's Tobias Muller. So Tobias going very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, the 28-year-old from Euskirchen, mightily experienced though around this place. First Nürburgring 24 hours, I reckon, was in 2017, so he's almost had a decade of experience around here, beginning in a Cup 5 BMW, then moving swiftly the next year onto a Cup 3 Porsche with Mühlner Motorsport. So currently driving with Black Falcon and the 48 Losch Motorsport sponsored car, sharing with Dylan Pereira, who was 4 wheels on the grass during his opening stint. Patrick Assenheimer, who's driven AMGs in the past as well, but now with the GT3R Evo.
Pit lane speeding, discuss. Let's not discuss it. Don't do it. 30-second penalty for car number 508, which is BMW 330i, and that's entered by MSC Adenau. So most of their labours have just been undone. But I must say, the pit lane here, with 110 cars entered, 109 starting the race, is always going to be busy, but even more reason to make sure you adhere to pit lane speed limits. Now, into shot, out of shot, unless my eyes deceive me, came Nico Menzel. They did not. End of last lap, the gap had come down from 7 seconds to 2.25. It's much bigger again because he's already on the start-finish straight. There's clatter in the curb. Jens Klingmann goes to the final right-left flick. It looks like it's going to be closer to 10 seconds. It really cut across in front of the VW Golf. Not happy at all with its progress through the final sequence of corner. A little bit cheeky, but the gap was has gone out by 8 seconds. It's now 10 seconds from first to second, but I would say that was a slightly grumpy driving. In fact, it was a Hyundai, that an i30N that he chopped across, but from Klingmann, a driver with that much experience, I don't really see much point in that.
Frustrated perhaps with how much of a delay there was at Tiergarten. Is that the Jutta Racing car now off the road? The Audi, it is, of Selv. So he began the next lap. Remember doing battle with David Yarn's number 23 car, and this has happened somewhere in the second sector. Just trying to identify particularly where. It might be Hatzenbach with the near crowd, which has gathered significantly, and yes, confirmed by
the early stage of Hatzenbach. So well spotted, Johnny.
And with thanks to our directors looking after us as well, making sure that we can identify the relevant places on the track. This has only just happened because Selv and Jutta Racing began this lap actually side by side with the 23 BMW. I've got the gap at 900ths of a second.
Yeah, and effectively the car is facing at 45 degrees to the barriers, but unfortunately with this nose towards the oncoming traffic, so it's you know, a big turn. Left a bit of debris on the track. The marshal's doing a very, very good job. The course vehicle part just past the spun Audi. The driver Selv is over the barriers on purpose. and they're running back up the track to clear any debris. So contact before, through, during that corner. Just actually as the Hatzenbach begins to and there's been a big ding in the barriers. So on the left-hand side of the circuit, as he'd be coming down the slope, you'd come from Sabine Schmidt's curve. It's just starting to turn to the right. Actually, we can identify the corners. They've written them on in chalk for us. It says Hatzenbach, some of the sort of regular graffiti, but it's early in Hatzenbach. But how that happened, do not know. Did it happen? Absolutely. And so for Juta Racing, who are having one of their better outings here, that's very, very frustrating indeed.
Yeah, excellent opening stint from Frank Stippler. Alexei Veremenko didn't really put a wheel wrong either. Admittedly, not going to have the pace of Frank Stippler, but who does at the end of the day? And then Selv was doing battle in SP9 Pro-Am. Well to that point. My concern is how close David Yarn was at the start of the lap for the Motor Racing BMW crew, and has there been contact therefore between the two of them? If there has been, I'm sure that will be flagged on our screen as being under investigation. But now, having to get off the throttle in a moment or two's time, will be the 44 Porsche that is driven by Tim Heinemann. So they'll come round this corner. And no, we're already past the scene actually where the Juta Racing Audi has left the track, because now Hocheichen and the slight rise between Kiedelbacher Hohr and Flugplatz, and Heinemann has a long think about a move down the inside of the Aston Martin, which is not on the same lap as car 44, and he's able to get safely through.
Yeah, neat, tidy. Oh, but another car is taken to the outside of the circuit. It's deep in the gravel. It's trying to pick out where that is.
Arenberg.
It's Arenberg, and it's gone the whole way round into, hit the barriers, went off to the left-hand side of the circuit as the corner went to the right, has binked off the barriers and then slewed around the corner. It's a family car, 3 corns on board, KORN, Porsche 444 Cayman. Looks as though it's possibly missing a front right wheel even in all of that. Or is it where it's just sitting with a shadow across its nose as the nose is down in the gravel, but it's not going to get back on the track?
I think, well, there's definitely damage to the front left corner. Now, has the front right wheel ended up actually underneath the wheel on the left-hand side? I think that is the left wheel, which is now at a horizontal position.
I mean, maybe that's why the front right looks though it's down as well. The front left is suitably down, but anyhow, deep in the gravel. That's the car Ulrich Tobias and Daniel Korn, all from Buchholz, and they're running in the it's a production class car. It's the V5 class, but it needs a bit more production to get it back into running all over again. But every time there's an incident like this, it can lead to opportunity, but it can lead also for losing time according to when the slow zone is served, if you're through it or if you're just arriving into it. But just remember, Nico Menzel leading this race 10 seconds to the good at the start of this lap number 20, and the gap from Jens Klingmann in his Schubert BMW in second place to the third place car, which is the Falcon Motorsport Tim Heinemann driven number 44 Porsche. That's the best part of 40 seconds. That will come down a bit though, I think, but at the moment I can't see Klingmann gaining ground on our race leader for Schubert Motorsport. It doesn't seem to have quite had the sparkle that his teammate Robin Freins had in the first half of the race.
For the final time, the top 3 in Cup 3, the one-make division for 718 Caymans, have all pitted again on the same lap. Calvin de Groot, though, had a lead of 22 seconds as he peeled off the main racetrack and into pit lane. Alex Fielenbach couldn't keep the speed of the young Dutchman, but Fielenbach and Lorenz Stegman in 9.53 for Smerlis and 9.62 for WNS Motorsport were only separated by 2.5 seconds. So that's potentially still going to run in the closing stint. It is all about the fight for second and third, though, rather than the class win at this point. At 9.59, the sort of secret weapon up its sleeve will have a third driver. Will it? No, it's potentially going to go back to Heiko Eichenberg, or maybe they'll keep de Groot at the wheel. They will do that because he's had such a good stint there. Why not? And SRS back into the race, remaining in the lead of Cup 3 and by 20-odd seconds. Into the final hour, though, for everybody else in the lead pack, and Nico Menzel is somewhere in that very long 3.5 minute sector. It's taking cars actually closer to 4 minutes right now because of bits of yellow still here and there, and he has a 10-second lead over the Schubert Motorsport BMW of Klingmann.
Still new slow zones are coming up on our screen. We get a yellow bar. They've just been arriving thick and fast. The latest one is Schwedenkreuz 2. You think about that wonderful fast sweeper to the left-hand side. You've gone past Flugplatz and you're motoring on. So it's a point where the speed is low. But of course, it's really effectively there to cover the car that's off in Arenberg in the gravel, that number 444, the car with not all its wheels on board, and our race leader finding himself out in the gravel on the exit of the chicane on the Grand Prix loop, just about managed to haul it up without getting past the car that was in front, running slowly. But there's a slow zone. Why is it there? Because we know what's happening down at Hatzberg. Oh, sorry, further around the lap, there's another one in front of them. So drivers, even when they're having their intense battle with the rival, who they may not be able to see, but they can get messages about what's the interval, they've still got to work their way around back markers and still got to sort out slow zones. And some drivers react rather faster than others, but this one's been here for a while because we've already got the car that has gone off, I think, being put onto the back of a flatbed. But for now, the little set, Cooper in front is absolutely entitled to be where it is. As soon as they get to a green flag, which they have, they can now accelerate. But around the outside, Nico Menzel, will there be a gain for the chasing Jens Klingmann? You'd suggest perhaps just a little bit will come their way. And out of Galgenkopf along the Dottinger Höhe, they go all over again. But it's still Dunlop Motorsport leading this race, number 17, Nico Menzel. But we've seen it from him, we've seen it from Klaus Bachler, his teammate in the Falken Motorsport car. A degree of frustration when you get a camera pointing at them and they're being delayed. They want to get through a slow zone without interruption by anybody else. They'll drop to the minimum speed. But they want the cars in front to be, and the drivers in front to be completely conversant with what's required of them and not delay them by a nanosecond.
Menzel gained a second in Sector 1. He then lost 4 seconds in comparison to Klingmann. However, then Klingmann dropped 8 seconds to Menzel in the third sector. So 10 seconds might become 15 by the end of this lap. There was also a harem-scarum moment for Tobias Muller a moment or two ago in the number 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche. He's still the leader in SP9 Pro-Am. And Jake Hill trying to hunt him down. Gap at the start of the lap was 14 seconds. It's going to stay about the same, it looks like. And it does indeed, at the head of the order, extend from 10 seconds through to 16 seconds. I don't know why there was an 8-second drop for Jens Klingmann. Did he get caught in some middle-order traffic around one of the code 60s? But that's the big damaging sector. 2 minutes for Menzel, 2 minutes and 8 seconds for Klingmann.
That's really, really galling for Klingmann. I don't think it was anything to do with what he was doing. It's just simply where the traffic was and whether he found the slow zone that had just been extended, therefore a longer slow zone as the clean-up operations happened at Arenberg or somewhere. But certainly that's cruel. The lap we thought he might be able to find a bit of an advantage to try and claw back the advantage of Nico Menzel. Nico Menzel, in turn, being slightly delayed, but not by as much as Klingmann. Or is the performance that BMW suddenly just falling off a cliff? It came in for its previous pit stop. Car number 77 came in after 14 laps. They're on lap 21, so it could be this or it could be the next one. But of course, you've got a little bit more scope towards the end of the race, and I think they've got the choice which lap they pit.
55 minutes to go. Remember, at decreasing intervals, pretty much every minute now, the minimum pit stop time gets shorter and shorter. And yeah, lap 21 now for race leader Nico Menzel. I'm guessing there'll be, when he does come in, another driver change to switch back to Sven Muller. Then each driver will have had a stint each. And Jens Klingmann in number 77 will probably stay in, as Robin Freins did a double, and therefore they've only got one driver change in total to worry about, which has already been performed. But 16 seconds at this stage is only going in one direction. 3 more seconds, or 2.5, gained through the first sector for the race leading yellow and black Porsche from Schnabel Engineering, the Dunlop car, which has not had a great season to date. In fact, neither car really from that squad that prepares Porsches. Used to prepare a car from another manufacturer as well, so they're very, very experienced. They also know this place intimately well, and it's all about race strategy a lot of the time. Now, they chose to get out of kilter quite early on, and that is reaping rewards. And even more so compared to the car that also pitted after just 6 laps at the start of the race. Whereas the 77 BMW was in the fight compared to the Dunlop car, that gap is now increasing to almost 17 seconds.
I think we can safely say this isn't going to be a distance record for a 4-hour race. We've had a lot of slow zones through the course of this, and still that stricken Porsche Cayman is in the gravel at Arenberg, hasn't been moved. There isn't a flatbed truck close to it. Soon after the corner, there's a footbridge that goes across the top of the circuit, and just after that, the green flag was waved, so our race leader, Nico Menzel, was able to floor the throttle, due in at the end of this lap. Has the scope to possibly go one further, because they'd last pitted on lap 14. You can do an 8-lap stint, but really, I think you're just fine to take it this time around. But particularly because that buffer got as low as 2 seconds over Jens Klingmann in the chasing Schubert Motorsport BMW, but it's gone out and out and out. And in fact, now it is fully 16 seconds, and it may even be going out on this in-lap. Good scrapping between a couple of Audis a little further back down the order. In 11th place overall, it's Tim Stantler. No, he's not in an Audi, sorry, I beg your pardon. It's car number 18. Moving around on the track, just trying to have its own battle at the front of the field. But this became an early, it's the alternatively fueled car with Frösser at the wheel. It's the Audi from Juta Racing flashing its lights.
Well, that car ahead of it is the Max Cruiser. Again, alternatively fueled car. That's the number 11 for Christoph Lenz and Christian Kohlhaas, Nico Otto. And a bit of confusion there because they are having to lap a BMW at the same time. So it was a wider approach for the number 11 Audi, which is being driven by Christian Kohlhaas. And that's actually the fight for the alternatively fueled cars, not just Audis, any manufacturer. So they both run in AT1.
19th and 20th overall, but importantly just separated by 1/10 of a second, and ebbing and flowing a little bit, but doing very, very nicely, thank you. First or second, I'm just waiting for the end of this lap, and you'd expect the first two to come in. Number 17, the Porsche of Nico Menzel, and waiting to see if they do that. But will the gap have suddenly gained another 6 or 7 seconds? Because if it has, it's absolutely disaster for Schubert Motorsport. But if it hasn't, because nothing has been placed in their lap, frustrating. Oh, incident between the KCMG Mercedes under investigation. That's car number 47. Now Gamu at the wheel at the moment, former Super GT 300 champion. He's down in 13th overall. Remember, this was a car that Kamui Kobayashi ended up losing about 5 minutes, went off into the barriers in his stint. And the car that was possibly in contact with is car number 155. It's the Plus Line Motorsport BMW M4. It's the GT4 category car, so we can't tell you where or what happened between those two, but that's under investigation. And so for 47, the KCMG Mercedes crew, they'll be looking to continually try and claw back a bit of time, but if they get any other punishment, then that's going to be very unlikely they'll gain many places.
Also, a brief glimpse of another Valkenhorst Motorsport run car in the BMW M2 class. So a BMW M2 racing machine for Bennett Earl, who's driving right now, and Lars Erik Volstedt, who I'm sure has been in that car at a point already today. Another Norwegian driver, so I'm up to now 5 Norwegians entered in various places on the list this weekend. Repairs continue for the family Korn Treble 4 Porsche, which looks very, very badly damaged. That must have gone on off at a very high rate of knots. I wonder whether something actually broke on that Cayman, preventing it from slowing at all. It was good to see, I reckon, a driver out very quickly and able to walk or jump the safe side of the barrier. But the V5 runner, certainly down to just 3 wheels on that wagon, maybe fewer than that, and having to be craned out of the Arenberg gravel. The AT1 fight, still door handle to door handle, and this time the Equipe test car gets ahead of the Max Cruiser Racing example, and now ganging up on them is Jake Hill in the second placed SP9 Pro-Am car, the Bill Stein Mercedes.
Yeah, Jake worked the traffic very nicely there. He's actually chipping away a little bit at class leader Tobias Muller for the Losch Motorsport Porsche crew, but Jake running for Pro Sport Racing, the Mercedes, yeah, neat, tidy, trying to gain a little bit of ground and doing a decent job there. But just looking at the respective paces, the top 3 are stretching out rather than closing in. However, they're going to be coming top 4, but they will be coming in at the end of this lap, I would suspect. The flatbed crews have had some busy days today, and in fact the broken Porsche is now being hooked up to one so that can be brought back, and then we can go full green flag, full clearance of all the obstacles and hurdles up at Arenberg, where it's been really stuck for quite a while now.
The two AT1 Audis, we did describe this at the time, going off the Grand Prix track and onto Hatzenbach, briefly delayed by the BMW 325i, number 250 of the Cooper family, Bernd and Kevin. I'm not entirely sure that car was doing anything wrong, turning left and over the road bridge, just trying to stay off the racing line where possible. There's very nearly contact between Christian Kohlhaas and the rear of that blue number 250 BMW. 16 and a bit seconds remains the gap between Nico Menzel and Jens Klingmann. In fact, it's probably going to be even more than that now. Klingmann appears to be losing yet more time. Might be a 20-second gap by the end of this lap for Nico Menzel. And again, is this down to the tyres, together with, of course, the ability of Nico Menzel in the pilot's seat in car number 17? So he's going to reach Tiergarten now and head into Hohenrhein. Up the curb a little bit for car number 17. 21 laps will be on the board this time around, but not a pit stop just yet for Nico Menzel.
Yeah, I said it was an option. I thought bring them in, but again...
So there is now concern about those two Audis from AT1, about there being yellow flags out going into the Hatzenbach. So we were looking at that in fine detail, and I have to admit I had not seen the yellow flags, just the other side of the barrier, but certainly concerned that an illegal overtake had taken place there, because of course you're not allowed to overtake anybody, regardless of whether it's a car on your lap or not. So now the battle between Max Cruiser Racing and Equipe Vitesse might have to be looked at as they headed for Sabine Schmidt's curve, and the 11 car was still ahead, but actually both cars overtook the 250 BMW, which was being driven by one of the Coopers. I can't tell you whether it's Bernd or Kevin, because the timing screen doesn't tell us differentiate between family names, but it's certainly one of them. Just the two drivers entered into that SP4 car this weekend. 21 seconds is now the leading margin, so it has indeed crept up by another 5 seconds.
Well, it's looking very, very smooth for Nico Menzel, but I tell you what, at any point around the lap, you suddenly... The marshals will be really very busy. Waved yellow flags at almost every corner. Suddenly our screen is alight. Plenty around Versailles, some at Kallenhardt, and certainly some still at Sabine Schmidt curves as the track drops away down towards the point at which we had the Juta Racing Audi facing backwards on the track. There is some debris in the middle of the circuit. It'd be quite nice if that could be swept clear. It does look as though they've moved that Juta Racing Audi away from there. But for the drivers, it's this element. You just want to press on. You want to chase, particularly if you want to chase. You don't want to constantly be interrupted by yellow flags, but the marshals will make them even hotter on a hot day here in the Eifel Mountains. But again, you just constantly got to be on your tiptoes in the cars. Jake Hill just having to whack on the anchors as in his Pro Sport Racing Mercedes. That's running around in 6th place overall, 2nd in the Pro-Am class, but... And again, you come along and suddenly there are course vehicles, barrier repairs. A lot of the course vehicles cover the barriers repairs because they stop beforehand on the circuit so that you're aware there is something on the track, because you don't want to go around the corner and find the tail end of a flatbed truck right in front of you. So, but for a lot of them, those marks have been there for a long time. The trucks have been there for a while, and it's only really when drivers come out of the pits, having started a stint, that the danger is notable, but they would have been informed by the team.
Starting to hot up again, potentially, in Cup 3, because I described at the time that Calvin de Groot would be retained in number 959 for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport's 718 Cayman. But he was 7 seconds slower on the last lap than the chasing Oscar Sandberg for Smerlis and Moritz Oberheim. Well, Oberheim wasn't as quick as the Sandberg car. So that's making the distance between those three Cup 3 leaders about equidistant now. But I reckon something like a 15-second gap, first to second in Cup 3s, maybe come down to 7 seconds. Going to check that at the end of this current lap, which will be lap 20 for the all-Cayman class. The 900 Porsche heading through Sabine Schmidt's curve now for Benjamin Hites. And this is one of the Cup 2 runners in 9th position. But Cup 2 is led by Nico Bastian now in number 904. So the Mühlner Motorsport car back to the front. And I'm sure we've seen that car, with Martin Rump at the wheel. So no stranger to leading the division. So Estonian out of that car, and German racer Nico Bastian taking over in the Cup 2 Pro driver combination. As in 3rd position in SP9 Pro-Am, still David Jahn. And by my reckoning, this 23 car has now served all of its, it had 2 penalties, and it's been in to serve both of them.
Yeah, by my reckoning, it's actually catching Jake Hill's Pro Sport Racing Mercedes. So Gamota Racing, new name effectively for this year for the NLS, but it's certainly put itself in the limelight today for good reasons and for bad, but going very nicely now. It's back in the hands of its starting driver, David Jahn. Remember, he was the one that seemed to be accosted by a vast majority of the SP9 field in the first couple of laps, but had its own problems otherwise, but in between going very, very nicely. Of course, we've got a BMW M4 GT3 Evo, another one of those further up the order, 2nd place overall for Jens Klingmann, but 21 seconds down. Remember, he got to within 3 seconds when he rejoined behind Nico Menzel's Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, but since then, not a jot. Now, Tim Heinemann travelling slowly around the circuit. This is the 3rd place Porsche. Falken Motorsport waved yellow flags ahead of him, but at the moment he's 42 seconds down on the 2nd place BMW. And still repairs, but frustration for the driver, Tim Heinemann.
Is this a tyre down or something,
I'm beginning to wonder, because he was just waved yellow. He's now been overtaken, coming out of... Looks like he's looking to pull off the circuit.
This isn't right. This isn't just a code 60. There's a major problem for the 44 car that was the lead in the next batch. Remember, it wasn't going to win the race today, but Tim Heinemann has had to retire the car, just as exactly what happened in the 24-hour race for this car as well. And heartbreak once more for one side of the Schnabel Engineering Garage. And if it can happen to the 44, then those looking after the 17 will be thinking, is everything right with our car?
OK, that pitted on lap 15. This is lap 22. So it's not like they short-fueled it. It should have been able to do 8 laps. The sister car is on its 8th lap and she'll be pitting at the end of this particular lap. The teammate car is the Dunlop liveried one. Nico Menzel leading the race by 21 seconds, all going very nicely. But yeah, first of all, onboard camera looking through the windscreen, looking forward from what Tim Heinemann could see. And I thought, waved yellow flag. Why, that's waved yellow. Why is he running so slowly? And then the car behind pulled alongside and went past. Just simply, it's a tricky race today with so many slow zones, so many barrier repairs. But there, for Tim Heinemann, what a disappointment.
So, absolutely fine going into the foxhole, out of Arenberg, full, and then all of a sudden a big wiggle on the car. Oh, and he got sideswiped then as well. But that wasn't the initial incident. I think something's either gone mechanically on that car or a tyre has let go. And he was very nearly hit head-on by a chasing BMW Cup car. I think he's straight on the radio, or he's just shouting into his own helmet, going, where is any good luck in this Nordschleife racing? Because I'm remembering in the night, Maurice Schuring, during the 24-hour race, in that exact car, retiring at Hoher Acht and thumping the steering wheel in a very similar fashion to now his teammate, Tim Heinemann. On that occasion, the 44 car had made 53 laps completed. Right, so he's going down the hill into Foxhole.
And the car suddenly jerks.
And he's putting the steering in, and then something breaks maybe on the car, and then there's definite contact between it and the pursuing BMW that didn't have any time to react at all. That could have been a much bigger incident than it turned out, but it's tough to tell from our vantage point just then, which was inside the car, precisely what has broken on car 44, but it's going no further. That is guaranteed, and it just parked up at Adenauer Forst just afterwards, in fact.
Well, that happened in the blink of an eye, and I think the driver who nearly hit him from behind will not be blinking for a while. The eyes will be wide open. But this is the car that in the opening round, well, the round that got completed, the first round of this championship this year was too cold. The track was icy. The following weekend, Sven Muller, Tim Heinemann went around second place overall, and of course the driver lineup's changed a little bit, but suddenly there for Tim Heinemann, over and out, how galling, perfect weather conditions. It's been a tricky day, but not so tricky for his teammates in that opening round, because Sven Muller's in the other car. He's, well, not at the moment, he's sharing with Nico Menzel. That's car 17, the one in the Dunlop livery. And if you're confused, why are we talking about Falcon and Dunlop? Schnabel Engineering runs the pair of them in their different liveries on the different tyres, and he is due to come in the next 100 metres or so, because Nico Menzel is going to hand over to Sven Muller, one presumes, into the pit approach lane, behind the barriers, down the start of the pit lane goes the yellow and black Porsche. 21 seconds to the good over the second place Jens Klingmann driven Schubert Motorsport BMW at the start of the lap he's just completing, and the chasing number 77 BMW will surely pit as well this time around.
I'm just going to open up or continue to read the live ticker to see whether there are any clues as to precisely what's gone on that number 44 car. During the opening few corners at the start of the race, remember that the 44 was getting pretty physical with the 23 BMW going through the Goodyear Spanger at the opening stages, but I'd be very surprised if that's many hours later has now broken something on the car. It looked more to me like there was a tyre potentially down, but it may be that we're just being told that Schnabel and 44 slowed down for the yellow flags and then was potentially hit by that BMW that therefore maybe was not observing the flags. But there was too much of a squirm for me. Okay, there were yellows up ahead, but maybe the suggestion is that the hit caused the tyre to go down. What we don't know is when that initial hit from the BMW in behind actually was made, and therefore was one hit the start of the incident, popping the tyre, and then there was a secondary crash. But either way, a mightily frustrating way to retire from the race, because it was on course for a podium. Yes, a long way back from the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche and the Schubert BMW, but still highly likely that car was going to finish on the podium, because the Aston Martin of Valkenhorst Motorsport was at such a distance away. That's brought the Willi Gomez driven car, 35, back into the reckoning though, Bruce.
Yeah, up into third place. Just notice, remember the gap between first and second. The number 17 Porsche from Dunlop Motorsport and the number 77 Schubert Motorsport BMW was 21, nearly 22 seconds. When they came into the pit at the end of lap 22, that had come down to 15 seconds. It really has gone forward and back in a way that is really unusual in this race, but I can't put my finger why Jens Klingmann was losing time gradually. I did say that maybe Dunlop in this temperature is the better tyre to have, albeit on a different manufacturer's car. But he couldn't constantly be being tripped over by slow zones. But bear in mind that, you know, to lose 7 seconds on one lap and gain it on the next is really unusual. It's a tricky race today, but surely now with the final pit stop having been completed, Sven Muller back into the number 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche. That will be that. What have we got left? We've got 35 minutes remaining on the clock. So always there, again, the closer to the finish you make that final pit stop, the shorter your stop. Their rivals will predominantly come in next time around. Some might come in this time, and their pit stops will be shorter, so the gaps will close in. But at the moment, we're looking at such a huge gap, it'll make no difference in terms of position. It's basically, the question is, will the number 17 Porsche win? Will it have a problem? Will the number 77 BMW catch up and be able to make a pass, or have a problem? We don't know.
Oh, there was a tag there from Gabriele Piana's gold and red Porsche on the rear of the 23 of David Yarn, and the Porsche coming in, so didn't necessarily want to be overlapping the BMW, because of course there was a chance that the Beamer was going to pit as well. So Piana was prioritising the right-hand side of the racetrack, driver's right, so he could get in for a final stop. The live ticker doesn't give me a huge amount of detail regarding the number 44 Tim Heinemann Porsche, but it does say rear left tyre failure, comma, rolling at slow speed. Now, was it rolling at slow speed as a result of the tyre failure? I think yes, just because of that violent squirm and slide from the Porsche. And then it got walloped by a BMW that really did not expect that Porsche to back off or at least slow down at that rate of knots. Either way, that 44 Porsche from Schnabel Engineering is out of the race. The 23 BMW was staying out, being driven by David Jahn. We still haven't had a stint, I don't think, from Slovakian racer Antal Sigo. It was Moritz Krantz in between a David Jahn stint. So Sigo, if he is going to get in that car, is going to have less than half an hour now at this rate.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. Car 32, by the way, one of the SP9 runners, but that's in the Pro-Am class. Tim Sattler at the wheel. It's the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Mercedes. Drive-through penalty for them. So at the moment they're sitting down the order a little bit in 11th place. Half a minute down on the Hankook competition Porsche, but that's going to knock them back, and it should promote Irei Fukuzumi and the guys for the KTMG Mercedes team up towards the tail of the top 10. That should raise them to 11th place overall with the drive-through penalty. But we'll see what else comes our way. Our incident screen and our driver penalty screens have never been busier, sort of like a cascade, a couple of cascades in front of us. But what we'd really like to see is no yellow on one of the screens, which is effectively saying yellow flag at this corner or slow zone.
Yeah. There have been an awful lot of those through the course of the day, and clearly none of them weather-related, unless it's tyres letting go in the heat. But normally a wet race will generate quite a lot of code 60, and incident as fully on the lock stops there. The rejoining number 5 Porsche, Gabriele Piana, brought it in, and it has been taken over by Mustafa Mehmet Kaya for the final stint. So just slightly more than half an hour to go. 32 minutes left on the clock. Remember, we are doing pretty much 8 and a bit, well, actually now 9.5 minute laps because of all of this yellow, including at Brunchen 1 and 2 now. So significantly slower speed than normal, bearing in mind the best laps were set early on before the code 60 struck. It's 8 minutes 4, 8 minutes 5 seconds before any of that traffic was caught.
Here's a little bit of positivity I can put into the race today. If everybody is slowed at an equal pace around the lap, the closer your final pit stop is to the end of the race, you might save a few seconds because they get shorter as you go another minute close to the end. But a small comfort for a lot of the drivers. But really, this is a race now clearly for Sven Muller to lose. The Dunlop Motorsport car 15 seconds to good over Jens Klingmann when they came into the pits. The Porsche from Dunlop Motorsport ahead of the BMW from Schubert Motorsport. But as the laps count down, the minutes count down, things are just getting easier and easier. There probably will be more yellow flags. Why? They've just thrown some out at Brunchen as well, so they're coming thick and fast. But right now, you'd have to say Sven Muller, he's been there, been here, been there, done it, seen it, and it's looking a smooth run for him. Through to the end of this 4-hour race. This is nominally the 6th round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 2026. And it's full of surprises. I'm sure there's some more still to come.
This place.
3:30 in the afternoon.
No
and
escape.
The NLS
Just
6th race
asphalt,
of the season
adrenaline,
continues
and the legend.
with a good lead for
The green
Sven Muller
hell
on lap number
never
23
forgets.
ahead
It
of
never
Jens Klingmann.
forgives.
Running in the
Every
Schubert
corner,
Motorsport BMW.
fight.
The gap is
No
currently
room for
15
weakness.
seconds.
The Nordschleife
And
is no place for
Then
empty
Matteo
promises.
Villagomez for Falkenhorst
It is the
Motorsport,
place
number
where they are
35,
delivered.
is running a bit further down, well, considerably
Engineered
further
for
down
the
actually,
green
to the tune
hell.
of over
Official
2
partner of the
minutes.
NLS.
2 minutes and 15 seconds or so is the gap from Klingmann back to the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, but the Aston done a favour due to the retirement now of the 44 Porsche of Falken Motorsports. Fan favourite, that car, but it's not going to compete any more laps after a tyre let go on that machine. So with thanks to Ollie, who is looking after the TV direction this afternoon. There was another double yellow on the left side at the bottom of the foxhole. Tim Heinemann seemed to slow down heavily. Then there was contact made from the BMW which didn't slow, so was not obeying the yellow flags, and that is what's caused the puncture on the 44 and also the retirement of the Falken Motorsport Porsche. Now I would fully expect a message on the screen therefore from race control to say that an incident involving Porsche number 44 and as yet unknown BMW, possibly a cup car, is going to be looked at. We haven't yet had a message on the screen to tell us that, but I'm sure they'll be checking it because it's meant that it's meant the end of the day for one of our key runners.
Okay, let's throw something else into the pot that may be punishment accordingly, but we still have got under investigation from a very long time ago, 26 minutes ago now, car number 77. We've had no further messages. It's not an inconsequential car in this race. It's the car that led early on in the hands of Robin. Second place now, against Klingmann. It's the BMW number 77, Schubert.
Liebe Fans, lovely fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Sven.
RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're into the final segment of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series race, round 6 for 2026. Remember, next time out on the 1st of August, it's going to be a 6-hour race for the Ruhr-Bockel-Rennen. Still a big chunk of what I reckon is tyre debris sitting in the middle of the racetrack at Hatzenbach. And remember, a couple of corners time is where Selv had his moment in the Jutta Racing Audi, significantly into the Armco to driver's left. It remains to be seen whether there was any contact between the 8 car and another one of the cars. Well, I noticed that car 8 was under investigation for pushing another car. Well, that was before the incident, wasn't it? I don't think those two, the message is necessarily related, because Selv had his incident maybe about 40 minutes ago, and they were checking something about an hour previous to this. Some late pit stoppers as well, with less than half an hour to go, include the 2 SB9 Pro-Am runners. So 48, the Losch Motorsport Porsche is in at the end of lap 23, as is David Yarn in the number 23 BMW.
And just remember, any class rival or any rival out on the track that pitted a lap ago, their pit stops would have been longer, so a shorter pit stop for those two. That would have gained them a bit of track position. But for Losch Motorsport, up to they ought to be going on to win the SP9 Pro-Am class in probably about 5th or 6th position, but at the moment they're sitting on a lead of 37 seconds over the Gamota Racing BMW of David Yard. So they've sort of done their hard yards. We've got 25 minutes and declining and falling through to the end of this race, and it's about ticking off the laps. It's about not getting penalties as well. That's very much a factor that needs to be considered. But at the moment, the gap between first and second, it's 16.3 seconds. So that late final pit stop has actually led to an increased advantage for our race leader, Sven Muller. There's a Muller leading the secondary class, which is SP9 Pro, and that's Tobias Muller, who's had a really, really good run for Losch Motorsport with their Porsche. And certainly those giving chase, they might be able to close in a bit, but I think Losch Motorsport have been so consistent across 3.5 hours of this 4-hour race that they deserve surely to take the Pro-Am honours overall. We will see.
Oh, the race leader in Cup 3 is off the road, Calvin de Groot. I was about to say that's a big, big lead still that the Dutchman has, sharing with Heiko Eichenberg, but he's slithered off the track, maybe on his own. There certainly wasn't another Cup 3 car within the confines of this machine, but it doesn't stop him, of course, tangling with somebody else from a completely different category. At 9.59, kisses goodbye to a race lead, maybe a race finish as well, and all of a sudden the pendulum swings back to Moritz Oberheim in the 962 WNS Motorsport car.
Yeah, code 60. Guess where? Foxhole has been a place today, and it was bizarre. I was just looking at the timing screen to see how much of an advantage de Groot had, and suddenly there he is off at the side of the track. This race, the incident list is literally twice as long as it normally is, and Schravensschwanz, so opposite end of the circuit, there's a yellow flag there as well, so they're still coming in, and this is this bizarre thing. Weather conditions that ought to be relatively easy to keep the car on the track. Yes, it's hot, but yet still these incidents are occurring. But it seems almost none are occurring for Sven Muller, because he's just having a serene passage around at the front of the field. 16 and a bit seconds to good at the start of lap 24. Jens Klingmann still in the mix, but you're running out of opportunities to gain an advantage on the car in front of you, whether in terms of pace or more importantly, the car in front delayed by a slow zone that's cleared before you get there. But we've seen huge swings in this race. And for Jens Klingmann, all those years of experience, it's just about bringing it home. If it comes his way, it comes his way. But you'd have to say, surely Dunlop Motorsport have got their sums right today. Their tyres seem very good in the hot conditions. And Sven Muller, sharing with Nico Menzel's, they've just done a really, really clean and tidy job. But it was the person who said, come in after 6 laps through first pit stop, that separated these two cars that are first and second now from the rest of the pack. And then between them, it's a standard race. But they separated themselves from everyone else, and it's been something that's just worked so well for them today. But it is always a roll of the dice.
So it's all change in one of the well-subscribed categories, Cup 3. The other very well-subscribed category being SP9 collectively. Kept us guessing to probably the end of the second stint, as now, unfortunately, the increasing car park is being added to, the Jutta Racing Audi being craned into position, and the treble 4 car that came to grief, pretty big grief, down at Arenberg in the gravel trap. The Korn family racing car missing at least one of its front wheels, and yeah, the graveyard of cars. Thankfully, all the drivers involved appear to be okay, and that was a big concern for the treble 4 driver, but did seem to be out pretty swiftly. Still not sure which of the 3 corns it was involved in that high speed off at Arenberg. Meanwhile, Caracciolo Carousel for the 77 Jens Klingmann BMW, half black, half red livery for the Yokohama loyalty. And we do at least have one of the Yokohama Beamers well in the fight. Still 16 seconds adrift of the overall race leader, but that car is well ahead of its near rivals to the tune of 50 seconds.
But as we're speaking, that advantage is going to, for the race leader, is going to extend, because Sven Muller looks he might even set the fastest lap of his race. It's always, every lap is compromised by the slow zones, but in his first timing sector around the many on this lap, he gained half a second. The next timing sector he gained another 1.5 seconds, and so it goes. So he's got the pace, but all of them are, you know, quick, quick, slow as you reach the slow zones, or have to back off for the yellow flags, just back off a little bit. But again, you've got to react to the cars around you, and at the moment there are still barrier repairs around the circuit. So for the drivers, it's actually much harder than if they can run the full circuit at full unabated racing pace. Right now, Sven Muller is in a stretch of track where he can do just that, and then you can sort of almost relax into doing what you do. I'm a racing driver, but you need the powers of observation. But still, at this point, Sven Muller is absolutely flying at the moment. But for the first time in forever, it seems, he's got a clear stretch of track in front of him for a sequence of a dozen corners so far, and still waiting for a longer straight to see anyone up ahead. He's going, oh, at last. Because when you start in a field of 109 cars, there are going to be other cars in your passage, other cars from slower classes that just are necessarily going to delay you slightly. But right now, he's enjoying a rich patch towards the end of the lap where all is clear. And actually, maybe it is finally all clear as he sweeps through Galgenkopf along to the Dottinger. Yes, all those barrier repairs are completed. The car that had been off and damaged them out of the way. So that should be a quicker end to the lap. And I would expect Sven Muller to extend his lead with under 20 minutes remaining.
Well, it was an excellent first sector for Sven Muller in number 17, better than anybody else, 1 minute 6.0 seconds. That is the second shortest sector, however, the shortest being the run down the Dottinger Hoor. So car 17, Porsche from Dunlop Motorsport, leading BMW number 77 of Jens Klingmann by 16.3 seconds. That was the tune at the start of the lap. We'll wait a minute or so, though, to find out the updated gap between those two cars. It's probably stayed about the same, actually, looking at the splits. There's the yellow and black car then, underneath the banner that says the first ever ADAC Eiffel Trophy. And Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, driven by Sven Muller, onto a 25th lap now. Jens Klingmann in behind. The bigger gap is 50 seconds to Tobias Muller, leading SP9 Pro-Am by 30-odd seconds, 37 seconds now over Antal Zigo. So the Slovakian does get some drive time, although it amounts to about half an hour, which is significantly less than his teammates in 23 BMW.
Yeah, it was always interesting how people choose to do it in a Pro-Am class, how they want to mix it around. But the AM needs to gain experience, but sometimes they go, should we go for a top result? And I'm going to share in that. And again, sometimes it might be going, gosh, it's going to be quite hot in the car today. Do you mind doing a longer stint? But, you know, for a lot of these people, they've had to go through the steps to be able to compete in the top class. So they've already gained experience in other ways, and it is such a good thing they have to do that, because they really learn what it's like to be in a car that isn't as fast as the front-running cars from SP9, and to understand how much space you need to be left when you're in one of the back-marking cars, because you're trying one of the back-marking cars when other cars come past. So it is a massive learning curve. And it always used to make me smile when people used to go and compete in the sort of 60s, 70s and 80s at Indianapolis. It's only 4 turns, a little bit of banking after all. I know it's more than that, 2.5 miles of glory. But even if they'd raced in Formula 1, they had to go and do the rookie test and so on and so forth. But here, I think it's far more particular and far more sensible. But right now, our race leader, 16.1 seconds to the good. So, in fact, gained nothing on the last lap as it happens. Must have had a slower end to the lap over Jens Klingmann's, or in comparison to Jens Klingmann's BMW. But right now, our race leader, Sven Muller, bottled up behind one of the back-marking cars, waiting to be released from a slow zone. But as soon as he sees the green flag, he'll flaunt us off. There is the green flag. And actually, he was a bit slow at getting away. I thought he'd just pick it off. He took 2 or 3 seconds and then got going.
Temperature hovering around 31, 32 degrees Celsius, even now at 16 minutes to 4 o'clock. So again, if you push your tyres a bit too readily in the early stages of a stint, that will be coming back to bite you. I wonder whether that explains, to a certain degree, some of the higher speed offs if tyres have been crying enough. But good tyre management to this point from both of the drivers in the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche. It says a lot as well for the rubber that they are on today. Nico Menzel and Sven Muller doing it as a twosome, but a driver change every time. That keeps each driver fresh, I suppose, as well.
Well, one driver who won't be terribly fresh is Mateo Villagomez, because the opening stint was all Christian Krognes from pole position. But since then, Villagomez has not got out of the car, and unfortunately for him, under investigation from under time in the pit stop for number 35, which is an effective 4th position overall, probably becoming 3rd position overall, actually, but that will not be a helping hand. We haven't got a penalty attached to it, but again, just misdemeanors in the pit lanes, misunderstandings. And
well, that is a pit stop that happened at about 25 to, as now, is there a problem for the Menzel car, or Muller car rather, just trying to get by one of the SP10 BMWs. It meant a slight delay.
A very slight delay. I was just trying to work out exactly where the car in front was trying to go. I think that might have been an Aston Martin. It might have been the... It was an SP10 class car though, but I thought for a nanosecond it was the Walkenhorst Aston Martin of which we were talking, of Villa Gomez, but he's not going to be a full lap down. But such has been the advantage of the front-running cars that, get this, the gap between the first two is 16 seconds. The gap between second and third is almost 2.5 minutes. You're talking getting on for a third of the lap around this circuit. Such has been the margin of the front two runners. Really, really unusual.
I'm not saying this is who it was, but I do know that Charles Espenlaub is in action today in an AV racing by a Black Falcon BMW M4, running in the SP10 class and on course for a third place finish as things stand, car number 177. So trying to get as close as possible to the 176 Pro Sport Racing Mercedes and car 170, which is the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Toyota Supra. So those are the current top three in SP10. So yes, the key thing about the number 35 Aston Martin is, first of all, how much shorter on the pit stop was it, and then it will have to come in and serve those outstanding seconds. So if it's 5 seconds, it's not as bad as what did we have earlier on, an 18-second thing where one car was beneath the time by a significant chunk. There's quite a lot of debris on the road as well, just after Antonius Bucher, I think that was.
Yeah, it's just after that very fast flick. You come under the bridge along the Dottinger, you're flicking to the left, and the track's then bucking up the hill towards Tiergarten, and you don't have a lot of choice. And it looks like the lining of the inside of a wheel arch, and it's lying right in the middle of the track. It's one thing if you're racing on your own, or even two of you can go either side, but if you're in the heat of a battle, that would be quite tricky. Be precisely where one of the cars wanted to go. The Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini has had a sort of mixed run since we saw it bouncing around on the grass. Just been passed by the Hankook Porsche down into the first corner, and that's going very nicely with Michael Christensen, who's doing an increasing number, the ex-Porsche works driver, doing an increasing number of races beyond World Championship level, and he's just moved up past Kiki Saknana into 8th place overall. He's running, it isn't a pro lineup. Christensen started the race, well, he would put him in at the start, and he's finishing it off, but having got past the Lamborghini, off into the distance he goes. He's pulled away by 2 seconds already.
Yeah, but that was a move for position, whereas I might have guessed it wasn't going to be. So clearly the Hankook competition Porsche dropped a little bit of time in the middle segment of the race and is rising again now with the former World Endurance Champion Michael Christensen as well for Porsche.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure.
In the
quite a while ago now.
LMP1 days, I was going to say, yeah. So the former iteration of a Porsche, not the 963 hypercar, but the version before that. So there's the Renazzo Motorsports Lamborghini on course for second position in SP9 AM. 900 Porsche, I should say, now back in the hands of Alex Hart, as repair work or recovery work for the 44 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport is ongoing. That wasn't a violent off, it was a bit of a mysterious off, frankly, for Tim Heinemann. Tyre going down, but still trying to work out precisely whether that was as a result of contact or did it cause the contact when the tyre cried enough.
Gosh, the years do fly past. Michael Christensen's world title in the World Endurance Championship 2018-19, one of those offset seasons. GTE Pro Champion with Kevin Estre for Porsche.
Ah, GTE.
GTE, yeah. And then he won the Spa 24 the following year, and the Nürburgring 24. Here we are on the Nürburgring 2021, sharing with that certain Estre again and Matteo Caroli for Manthey. So he's had lots of stuff, but the last few years have been sort of dropped from the outright World Championship Porsche roster, but yeah, lovely guy, but still racing, still doing a very, very good job.
And as we've said, is starting to increase or better the position of the number 30 Hankook competition Porsche in the closing stages. The 400 Porsche is not one that is entered into Cup 3. It couldn't be because it's a 911 at the end of the day. Now, how is Cup 3 getting on? Because there was a significant change in the route of that race as well, with the what looks like a retirement for Calvin de Groot. So Moritz Oberheim falls back into the race lead as a result of that for WNS Motorsport in the Porsche 718 all-only class, and it is miles ahead now of the second place runner, which is the 944 entered car. So it's 962 leading significantly 944 and 951, all Caymans. 951 is the first of the Smurlis racing entered cars.
Right, we've got time for this lap and possibly one more. 9 minutes 30 seconds remains, and Sven Muller sweeps through, but the gap was 16 seconds, his margin over the Schubert Motorsport BMW, but Jens Klingmann's brought that down to just under 9 seconds. Pacing it, playing it easy, tire trouble, who knows?
They will be sincerely hoping it is not the latter, and just because they've had an issue on the Vulcan car, of course. It's a very different entity now. Still the scope for a bit of a hazard here and there, though, with 8 minutes and 41 seconds left on the clock. Muller's only got a 9-second advantage to play with, so this might be the final lap, judging on the current lap pace at 8:54, but it's going to be nip and tuck.
Yeah, well, there's a new, just as he started this lap, a code 60 thrown at Fox Road. That in itself should be enough, but also one now at Metzgersfeld and at Adenauer Forst. Those two between them should mean this is the final lap, and if it's not, it will be by the smallest of segments of a second. So I think that information will be transferred from the pit wall to Sven Muller. Jens Klingmann absolutely flying in his chase. Suddenly he's got the width as he turns off the Grand Prix circuit past the dead car park on the outside of the circuit at Sabine Schmidt's curves. All he can do is chase, but yeah, the code 60 seems to be coming with increasing number around this lap, and in fact he's just entering one right now.
So this is the first of them on Hatzenbach, but there are also code 60s, 11 in total, in the Fuchsrohre, Adenauer Forst, Metzgersfeld, so they're all in quick succession, and then a fair bit of green flag running before you get to Eschbach. But also adding to that, the Hatzenbach approach now, and Hoher Act at the top of the hill after you've climbed away from the carousel. So all of the team managers, the chief engineers, will be on the radio, where radio coverage is possible to do it, by the way, because the nature of this track means that it's very difficult to cover pit-to-car radio in good reception in all places, but there'll be a quick blast of the radio to say this is where you're likely to have to slow down. Back up to full speed, though, at Kittelbacher Hohe for Jens Klingmann for Schubert Motorsport. No danger from behind. 2 minutes and 23 seconds is the advantage for the second place SP9 Pro car over the SP9 Pro-Am leader. That is still Tobias Muller in the 48 Losch Motorsport car that he enters with Patrick Assenheimer and Dylan Pereira.
Well, we mark them out as a very, very strong combination, and they've done precisely what's said on the tin. I would have liked to have seen a bit more of Christian Krockner's in the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, because that should have been a car that could get up to finish in the top 3. It started on pole position, but really this is probably all about Mateo Villagomez gaining experience, and he would have had almost like a season's worth of experience today in how to deal with slow zones, ins and outs of slow zones, and so on and so forth. But I'm sure he'll all be banking that away. And at the moment he's at best part of a half a minute down on Tobias Muller, so he's not likely to underhaul him to get to third place overall. But still, with all the cars running at a bated pace where required, still repairs going on at the circuit. They have managed to remove the Groot car, so it's on a flatbed and behind a barrier now, so at least that has been a slow zone that should be cleared. But for most people this is going to be their final lap. Next time around, of course, they won't be coming around because you do a shortcut back to the pits. You don't do the full Nordschleife slowing down lap, not in this championship.
Just reminded myself of, unfortunately, the nightmare for Mateo Villagomez at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring this year. He shared an Aston Martin Vantage at Valkenhorst with Stefan Aust, Felipe Fernandez-Larza and Dennis Fetzer, but they only completed 3 laps. and then it was a retirement. So any hope for Villagomez to get some seat time there? He might not have even got in the car if he wasn't doing the opening stint. So this is a chance for him certainly to get some of those laps ticked off in the top class, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him with plenty more action between now and the end of the NLS season. Able to clear the 902 Porsche there at a green flag segment was the 77 Jens Klingmann car. So that's Adenauer Forst dealt with, and the foxhole as well just before it. Metzgersfeld, though, is under a code 60 according to my record, so he's going to have to slow down again to go through that segment. And also Hoher Acht, one of the 11 code 60s in action on what could be the closing lap of NLS 6. Oh, and it's tight as well between a couple of back markers. So this again is losing time, big time for Jens Klingmann. Any hope of him closing the now 8-second gap surely gone.
Yeah, he needed all the seas that could possibly part to do precisely that for him, but unfortunately two people in sort of middle pace cars just having their own little battle, and he had to back off when he thought, is there a gap down the middle? Yes, there is. No, there isn't. But anyhow, better to back out. But for our race leader, Sven Muller, he appears to have clear track ahead of him. Quite strong shadow across the circuit. Very bright sunshine in the Eiffel Forest today. Warm conditions, and really, it's very unusual. When you get people making their first pit stop early, it's not often the front runners, but this time two of the front runners did it, and they've had to pace in all the subsequent sessions they've had on this circuit today, and that's why it's come down, just the two of them. Sometimes you get people who guess correctly and make an early pit stop, but they're not drivers who actually have the pace. Sometimes it's the drivers in the SP9 AM class who decide to do something differently. Sometimes it's a driver who's just picked up a slow puncture and think, well, there's nothing to it, I have to come in. And I'm now at a point in the race where I am able to pit. But today, two teams rolled the dice, still rolling the dice through until the end of the race, because you've got to guess where other cars are going to go in traffic. A Porsche Cayman being dispatched on the approach to the carousel, and only just before the entry point by our race leader, Sven Muller. But as this is being watched from the pits, and we've only got just under 2.5 minutes until the 4 hours will be complete, you can think those in the pit lane are going, I think we know the result now, and it should all be fine. Should it be fine? Will there be anything else happening? Still code 60 at Adenauer Forst, that was a while ago. Has that been cleared? Doesn't really matter to the front runners because they've already got past it.
Just 30 seconds between the leading duo in the BMW M240i class on this closing lap, and it remains to be seen in relation to those two cars where the overall leader is, because it could, of course, if it's in the wrong place for those guys, force them onto an extra, what, 10-minute lap or so. But it's James Brakel who leads the M240i Racing Cup class, the British racer in 667, with Yannick Fubrick, a former champion of NLS, with some good success now. Late in the day, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya's off the road.
From 7th place, he'd been in a real battle with Antal Zico for Gamoto Racing BMW.
But is he not the AM leader as well? He's the SP9 AM leader.
And he hasn't gone around the Grand Prix loop, but the cut through, he appears to have gone on and clattered into the barrier. Was he pushed? Did he outbrake himself? But we can't tell. He's sitting in the cockpit at the moment looking around the car, but oh, it'll be really interesting to see how you ended up just there. It normally takes two to tangle at a corner like that.
Well, I offer to you Antal Zico, because the Gamoto Racing BMW began the lap with Kaya with 1/4 of a second between them. So have they gone into that corner, the Goodyear Spanger, side by side, and the race began with some contact to the 23 BMW, a different driver on that occasion, and I was arguing that David Yarn was the innocent party. Well, has the BMW of Zico tried to move up the inside of Kaya, and it's all gone very, very wrong then for the Black Falcon Porsche. Spat out of the battle for SP9 AM. That should deliver matters then in the direction of Renazzo Motorsport, and their bright yellow Lamborghini now on course for an SP9 AM victory. Meanwhile, minute left on the clock. Galgenkopf, for once, is actually clear now and offers green flags to those still racing through it. And amongst those, the race leader, number 17 of Sven Muller, sharing with Nico Menzel. 46 seconds left on the clock. It's still going to be fairly tight, but this probably is the final lap. We might have to count down the seconds, you know. He's got 9 seconds to play with. If he just wants to blend off the throttle, a bit of lift and coast into the final corner, I'm sure they're on the radio keeping him up to date. 25 seconds still to go, Bruce. It's tight, isn't it?
He's got a great big clock in the front of the car with enormous hands so he can tell, or a digital clock, but it's going to be super tight. Do not accelerate, do not accelerate.
12 seconds, 11, 10, 9. How much fuel is on board is the next thing as well. He might have to go round again at this rate. 5 seconds, he's over the line already. There will be one more lap. Final lap, this is called. My word. And he had 9 seconds, you know, so he could have got off the throttle and maybe shaved 3 or 4 of those and ensured that was the race finish. Maybe too much of a dangerous game to play. Was it last year or the year before when a Red Bull apt Lamborghini Huracan played games like that and in the end kissed goodbye to the race victory after the Manthey Porsche swept by to the win? Right, it was the BMW and Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. Oh, Kaya's lost it, though, completely. He braked far, far too late. There was no contact that I could see with the BMW. He was trying to get the place back again and, unfortunately, skews off the racetrack into the tyre wall. And I'm not sure whether that car is actually rejoined yet, number 5.
No, it has remained where it is. It hasn't completed the first timing sector. Oh, it has, but very, very slowly. So it might be trickling back. But the thing about going on to the final lap, the race didn't start bang on 12 o'clock. It started effectively about 35, 40 seconds after that. And so if his clock was set to thinking I'm taking it 4 hours from precisely midday, that wasn't when the race started. And what was the margin we reckoned at the end to do the extra lap? It was about a dozen seconds, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, what's the gap between first and second? That's an interesting one. 9.6 seconds. So actually nothing particularly gained by Jens Klingmann in that. Pretty much even Stevens, but dearie me. And also, as soon as you get going down towards Hatzenbach, once you're onto the Nordschleife, you've got to go in this really, really slow zone. And you
that will help with the fuel.
It will help with the fuel. Okay, so car 17, its last pit stop was after 22 laps. We have got... No, he'd be fine on fuel.
Okay.
Well, actually, depends how much they chose to put in.
Exactly. Because when you're mapping it to the end of the race, then you don't want any more fuel than is necessary, just purely because of weight. But I'm sure a team like Schnabel Engineering will not be leaving anything to chance.
Yeah, but 50% of their running stock is out of the race already, which is Tim Heinemann's car. You know, they had a problem, as you mentioned at the start of the broadcast today. They didn't get the Dreams in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Both their cars in trouble early on, but you know, sometimes you're looking for things that could maybe possibly happen, but I'm sure this one, best part of 10 seconds advantage. It's stop and go with the slow zones around the circuit, but I don't know. It's the nature of the beast. And ironically, so many times across the years, across the seasons, it's the circuit that attacks the cars because of the weather. Today, in dry, albeit hot conditions, it's been the cars that have attacked the circuit. And that's put a very different display on things. And I do say it's very much harder, tougher, particularly when they're hot already in the car, to be going in and out of slow zones. Just your concentration, it's like, you know, going out for a run and you go, I'll run at 100%, I'll run at 80%, you know, and just chopping and changing. I don't do running anymore, by the way. And but for those behind, suddenly in the last 2 laps, the last sort of 15, 20 minutes, there's been a real shuffling of the pack. I'm still looking to see if any more driver penalties or car penalties are coming. The main one that's going to affect anything near the top is the car in 4th place overall, still under investigation for undercutting its pit stop. That's Mateo Villagomez, Walkenhorst Motorsport. Aston Martin running 3rd in the SP9 Pro class, 4th overall, dropping away from the pace of Tobias Moller, who's heading surely for victory in SP9 Pro-Am in 3rd place overall in his Losch Motorsport Porsche. And still cars in trouble. There is a Cupra missing some of its bodywork at the back. The left corner has been given a bit of a thump from a driver's point of view. So at the start of this lap, maybe someone used it as a braking point. Maybe that was going into a slow zone. Because again, we saw problems with Tim Heinemann. There's still debris in the track just early in Hatzenbach. That's the bit they haven't been able to clear, because a lot of the contact was a little further down around the corner. Just about a corner and a half later was where we had Self facing backwards in his Juta Racing Audi. But all these hurdles just continually need to keep being cleared. Attention must be absolutely laser focused here through to the end.
I reckon that was actually the Hyundai i30N of Jeff Ricker, the American, who drives with Ralph Weissner, and 491's probably been trailing that rear bodywork for a little while now. So he will continue to plough on to attempt to finish the race. A couple of Hyundais in today's battle. I think it was just the two that I spotted, whereas we had the development car during the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, where they were actually using a pre-production engine for testing purposes at Hyundai. But that is the Stenler marketing by Mertens Motorsport crew, who have brought two of those cars to the ring this weekend. Getting a glimpse of a bright red BMW, which I have to admit I don't remember seeing in the race prior to this point, but that's always the way, the final few stages, and I recognise a car for the first time.
Right, the sword of Damocles has fallen on number 35, Wagenhorst Motorsport, Aston Martin. 36-second penalty for undercutting its minimum pit stop time, and that will drop them, well, definitely down below. That means Pro Sport Racing Mercedes with Jake Hill on board will rise to 4th place overall. Antal Zigo, I think won't rise any further, but a place lost, but experience gained. Both good experience on track and bad experience in picking up a time penalty there for Mateo Villagomez, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so that's going to be a significant chunk of a stop-go as well. Now, we're so late on in the race, I can see that being just added to the race time, because there's also a 65-second stop-and-go penalty for one of the BMWs, number 665. Now, I thought that was running pretty close to the front. It is. 3rd position in BMW 240i. So that's going to take it off the podium, the GT Tyres Motorsport example, car number 665.
Yeah, there's another 65-second penalty for that's car number 101. Again, speeding in the pit lane. Car 101 is in the BMW 325i class. So, yeah, they're being scattered across the field today.
So, the final timing screen in places is going to look significantly different from how they run right now, but there are some regulations written in to the sporting published document that says if you're not going to have an opportunity to do a stop-and-go penalty, and you're not, because we're beyond the checkered flag time now, even though the flag hasn't actually been waved yet, so there won't be scope to serve that penalty in reality, but there'll be a segment of time for a drive-through, and then added to that for those cars a further 65 seconds for the stationary time. Brunchen for some of the 240i's as well.
Well, I tell you, the lead in that class at the start of the lap was only 0.2 of a second, but still there are course vehicles around the circuit. The second place BMW of Jens Klingmann in the overall battle is we're getting to see it. I tell you what, we're seeing it through the rear view mirror, through a rear-facing camera of our race leader. The lead, there's one car between them. It's come down to about a second, and as soon as they're released, well, I tell you what, Sven Muller really read that release better than Jens Klingmann. Klingmann had an opportunity, an outside chance, and then just coming out, getting the green flag coming out of a slow zone, and Sven Muller, who wouldn't have been cruising. Remember, we didn't even know he was going to go onto this lap. We thought he'd just acknowledged the checkered flag. But suddenly what was a 9.6 second margin at the start of the lap is down as they get towards the final few sequences of corners. They're getting to Galgenkopf very soon. I just don't think that restart was quite good enough from Jens Klingmann. Had he been right on the tail of Sven Muller, he'd then be right under the rear wing, getting the slipstream down and the toe all the way along the Dotting Her. They're approaching the Dotting Her. Klingmann kicks up the dust, a really wide line as he enters that sort of a final effective corner. Of course, you've got Tiergarten. But who's going to be going up in front of them? Could there be other cars that will interrupt the flow? But looking back from Sven Muller's car, there isn't, he's got enough of a margin. There won't be a proper toe. There'll be a modicum of a toe for Jens Klingmann. He's close, but surely not close enough. Under a second between them, certainly, but this was the last opportunity.
We're also trying to keep tabs of which way that fight for the BMW 240i class is going to go between James Brakel and Yannick Fubrick. They are overlapping now as they head towards the latter stages of their lap down the Dottinger Her, and I think Fubrick has jumped Brakel. Meanwhile, very close indeed. The BMW is going to be right underneath the rear wing of the Dunlop Motorsport. Schnabel Engineering prepared Porsche. They didn't expect the extra lap. They certainly didn't expect something like a 9-second again from the Jens Klingmann chasing BMW. Talk about heart-in-mouth moments, but now they can breathe easy. The smiles are bursting onto the mechanics there at Dunlop Motorsport. That was far tighter than they would have wished. 0.319 of a second for 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche to win NLS 6. It's carnage at the end of the BMW 240i fight, but they have survived. That was a Porsche completely outbraking itself.
Across the grass, across the track, into the tyre wall, and somehow those two BMWs knitted their way through. So this race just doesn't know how to end, does it?
It really does not. And that was tight at the line as well. Did they get to the control line with them in that order?
No, I think it might have swapped around. The car that went off is car 400, a Porsche Cayman, and it's not the first time, and it won't be the last time we'll have a car off at the final corner on the final lap here. But that was just, I think the driver simply got a little bit distracted and just didn't get the braking done. Oh, dearie me.
Well, that was the second place car in V6, so the V6 podium's likely to change significantly as well. You're quite right. Well, I'd spotted that Yannick Fubrick had got the run on James Brakel. He jumped ahead of the 667 BMW for the lead of the class down the Dottinger Hoor. I was slightly concerned that Fubrick had got on the anchors to celebrate with the team a tad too early, but he is called as the race winner by 1 second over James Brakel in 667 and the rest of the crew within that car, who are 667. He's sharing it with Josh Hislop. So two British racers in the Mulready, and in fact Aidan Mulready, Irishman. So three drivers from the British Isles, shall we say, and the BMW 240i class just missed out by 667 because Yannick Fubrick, who is a former champion of this race, sharing with Tim Lucas Muller, Eduardo Bogane and Sven Marker. So they actually cycled 4 drivers through in 651 to win the class.
So Sven Muller can drive in and say, well, that was easy, wasn't it? Just a quiet drive in the country. But the fact he's being chased across the line, 0.319 of a second was the gap first to second. Another 100 metres, that would have changed, because certainly the grunt, the BMW got really good exit from the final corner. It was a chase, but just in behind them, you know, the TV director snatches back to the next set of cars. There's a flatbed truck coming in, ironically, with one of the previous class leaders, and I don't know if it interrupted the line of the cars in the BMW Cup class car, but when they got up to the final sequence of corners, then they very, very nearly got taken out by a car from another class that just drove across the grass and came towards them. But that last lap, it was epic racing. And for Aidan Mulready, an Irish racer who was in that lineup, you know, he's gaining experience quickly, and didn't take a class win today, but he certainly would have gained a lot of experience. He very kindly visited us in our booth, didn't he, during the Nürburgring 24 Hours. He's a pilot from stateside, half Irish, half American, but coming to do his racing in Europe. You've chosen well, Aidan, and no class win today. Or is there? Haven't looked at all the timing screens to see if anybody else has picked up penalties, but it was proper racing to the flag, but so nearly interrupted by someone else having their own element of fun.
So that was Fubrick with the much tighter line through Galgenkopf. There was lots of dust on the road though as well. And Brakel, I'm sure, frustrated with that minor mistake, then tried to repay the favour, but he ran out of laps in the end. And what we missed from revisiting that moment was, yes, the lurid slide from the 400 Porsche, nearly cleaning out both of the leaders in the 240i class, and straight into the barrier in the end for Sascha Kloft, sharing with a couple of the family members of the Hochheimers, Thomas and Christian. But all smiles at Dunlop Motorsport. This feels like it's been quite a wait for Schnabel Engineering, who have not had the best start to season 2026 with either of their cars. But it was quite a decision to go in completely different directions with two Porsches. One the Dunlop car, one the Falcon car. And if that was a tyre that let go on the 44, well, that's two different extremes, isn't it? The Falcon tyre maybe not being able to deal with the heat. Remember, it had contact with the BMW number 23 in the very, very early stages, though. It will have been on a different set of tyres by the point that it had its incident. But, I mean, was there a suspension issue as well that was causing uneven wear on one of the tyres potentially?
Yeah, that is always a factor. Again, there were so many instances of the race, it'll take a lot of time to go back through them all. A lot of the teams that came to the finish will be serving having time added to their eventual race times because there wasn't time on the final lap for them to serve those. But to me, it was the exhalation of the entire pit crew at Charbel Engineering, where they looked across, they rolled their eyes and effectively went, whoo-hoo, how do we do that? And then Nico Menzel, he was pushing hard. And also, hats off to Jens Klingmann. He got to 16 seconds down and then closed in. And but for misreading a restart on that final lap, he could have been even closer. Closer than 0.3 of a second? Oh, I think so.
Yeah, well, I mean, Klingmann and his teammate Robin Freins will be thinking, where could we have gained 0.3, 0.4 of a second? We never did get a resolution to that car being under investigation either, the Schubert Motorsport car. I think it's been long enough now for the team not to worry a huge deal about that, unless Race Control have a great stack of paperwork to get through in their in-tray. Very good initial sector I've just noticed from Fukasumi in the KCMG Mercedes. That was would have been an in-lap. Yes, it was for the KCMG 47. Well, that was a bit of a classic, Bruce Jones, for NLS 6.
Well, it certainly kept us on our toes. Thoroughly enjoyed. Looking forward to the next race. And you get 2 hours more, 1st of August, for the next round of the NLS. So coming soon.
This has been the 6th round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And as Bruce says, we'll have the next race live the 1st of August, another Saturday. From Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, bye-bye for now.
Jens Klingmann. Du hast alles gegeben, du hast wirklich jeden Meter, jeden Zentimeter gekämpft und 0,3 Sekunden zum Schluss. Trotzdem, danke für diese Endphase.
Ja, es hat Spaß gemacht auf jeden Fall. Wir sind ja da mit Yokohama, um den Reifen noch weiterzuentwickeln, wie auch für nächstes Jahr bis 24-Stunden-Rennen. War ein knappes Eng, es war wirklich viel los, es war super viel Verkehr und ziemlich messy draußen. Ich glaube, meine schnellste Runde war 8,50 oder sowas, aber ja, am Schluss P2 ist es geworden. Ich glaube, wir sind trotzdem zufrieden und Robin ist ein Wahnsinns-Doppelstint im Start gefahren und hat uns die Position gefahren. Also danke Robin, er hatte heute die härtere Arbeit, glaube ich.
Letzte Woche, German ist okay. Letzte Woche Rang 2 in Le Mans mit 10 Sekunden Rückstand. Heute Rang 2 auf der Nordschleife mit 0,3. Das nächste Rennen gewinnst du mit 10 Sekunden Vorsprung.